into the room. Another wave of bitcoins from foreign accounts was operated, but today, he was more cautious in selling, and only 109 bitcoins were traded in 8 new accounts. Suddenly, a message flashed on WeChat. Qi Xiaoya, President Yu, Tao Hao. Yu Liang, what is it? Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I want to resign. Do you need someone there? Yu Liang was startled, thinking of Qi Xiaoya's performance these past few days. To be honest, this pretty little girl has pretty good history skills. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful she is, if something goes wrong, Yu Liang won't be able to find her again. Yu Liang, why did you resign? Qi Xiaoya, because the job of selling is too simple, you can see the ceiling of your career at a glance. Moreover, although there are many people looking for me to buy a car, too many people said that if they want to make a deal, they need me to express it. I don't want to spoil myself. Yu Liang understood this sentence immediately. Yu Liang, aren't you afraid that I will make such a request? Qi Xiaoya, not afraid. Yu Liang, why? Qi Xiaoya, although you have asked me to do business these days, you have been ignoring me. I have self-knowledge, a vase cannot impress you. Besides, even if I want to sell myself for a good price, why not sell to the best one? Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. This little girl's words are very clear. If you work hard enough in the workplace, there are some things that adults can see through at a glance, it depends on whether you are willing to pay. And after paying, whether you can get what you want. Yu Liang pondered for a moment and wrote. Yu Liang, what did you study before? Qi Xiaoya, I studied marketing and taught myself finance. Marketing plus finance, finally doing sales in a 4S store. It has to be said that the involution of big cities nowadays is really quite powerful. Yu Liang, I want to start a company recently, if you want, you are welcome to join. Qi Xiaoya, thank you Mr. Yu. Yu Liang, you're welcome, by the way, you send me a private account. Qi Xiaoya, account number. Although she didn't know what Yu Liang wanted to do, she dared not neglect Yu Liang's orders. Then, Qi Xiaoya heard a ding. Glancing at the phone, she only felt that her head was a little dizzy. Yu Liang, I will transfer you 1 million, you go to the mall and help me choose a set of jewelry, 1 million as a base, it doesn't matter if it exceeds. By the way, drive that a 6, I'm going to send it off tonight. Qi Xiaoya, yes, Mr. Yu, I will work hard. Yu Liang was slightly startled, looking at Qi Xiaoya's response, inexplicably, he always felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Chapter 91, Delivered to Your Door. Yu Liang originally planned to ask the Chanel store manager for help to buy a set of million-level jewelry. However, since Qi Xiaoya came forward by herself, he went along with the flow and let the little girl do it. As for Qi Xiaoya fleeing with the money, Yu Liang never thought about it. In the past few days, her car purchase commissions add up, even if they are less than 7 figures, they are at least half of them. It's only been a few days to do things for myself, and I have gained so much. As long as you are a normal person, you will never let go of this opportunity for 1 million. Of course, the most important thing is, even if Qi Xiaoya escapes. But if she can escape, then it is called a ghost. Therefore, Tian Lian was very relieved. At noon, Yu Liang sent messages and chatted with the pair of sisters while watching various news. Seeing that it was time for lunch, Yu Liang picked up the phone in the guest room and was about to order food. There is no way, He Linglong said, in order to avoid suspicion these days, the lunch guests will settle it by themselves. When the thin-skinned little girl insisted, Yu Liang wisely agreed. Then, at this moment, the phone's WeChat notification sounded. Mr. Yu, it's me. I've bought something. Do you want to take a look? Qi Xiaoya sent a voice, her voice a little excited. This is not nonsense. If you don't take a look, how can I send it off tonight? Yu Liang, okay, I'm at Huaqiao Howard Johnson, main building 1201, you can bring it here. In the S6 car, Qi Xiaoya looked at her phone with a shy and hesitant expression. Hotel? Mr. Yu invited himself to the hotel? Is it going to be done in one step? Although she had already prepared for the worst when she took the initiative to contact Yu Liang. Anyway, judging from Yu Liang's generosity, even in the worst case, she should be able to guarantee her food and clothing for the rest of her life. Therefore, Qi Xiaoya was already mentally prepared. However, after Yu Liang gave her money to buy jewelry, she actually wanted to. At this moment, Qi Xiaoya's face was blood red, and she was worried about gains and losses. However, he glanced at the millions of jewelry on the passenger car. She gritted her teeth hard. The old lady went all out. With a kick of the accelerator, the car made a rumbling sound and sped away towards the distance. Yu Liang was sitting in the guest room, watching the news, feeling a little bored. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Yu Liang stood up and opened the door, and then he saw a figure covered in jewels. Qi Xiaoya. Mr. Yu, here are the car keys. It's in parking space number 25, Block A, on the first floor of the underground parking lot. Yeah. Yu Liang took the key without any hassle, with a little surprise in his eyes. The Qi Xiaoya at this moment seemed to be different from anything he had seen before. Now Qi Xiaoya's dress is extremely outstanding, especially the many jewelry on her body, which is far from ordinary. You know, when young people go out today, even if they wear a few pieces of jewelry, they are just ordinary gold necklaces, gold rings and so on. But, the jewelry on Qi Xiaoya's body? Although Yu Liang doesn't know much about this business, but at first glance, he always feels that those jewelry don't look like cheap goods. Jewelry? Suddenly, Yu Liang seemed to understand something. What the hell, I'm giving you money to buy jewelry, it's for giving away, not for you. You put on all the jewelry, how can I give it away? Okay, does it look good? Qi Xiaoya blushed and asked softly. Yu Liang stuttered his lips twice, the words that he wanted to scold at first could not be uttered immediately. If it is only in terms of appearance, this Xiaoya is indeed an outstanding pretty woman. After makeup, you can score a high score of 90. Among the people Yu Liang knew, apart from the twin sisters, there was really no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. And even for twin sisters, if the bug of twins is eliminated, then it is only known who wins and who loses compared with Qi Xiaoya. But now, it is such an outstanding girl who is dressed in gold and silver, and asks herself, does she look good? Just by looking at her expression, as well as the somewhat evasive, apprehensive gaze, Yu Liang could guess what she was thinking at this time. There is no warning from the sixth sense, which means that this is not some fairy dance. So, how do you choose? Just when Yu Liang realized it, he was surprised to find that he had stepped out of the way and entered the room. Then, Qi Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, as if she was going all out. She also followed in. You, Mr. Yu, are you here? Qi Xiaoya asked quite dry-mouthed. She was a little apprehensive about what was about to happen, but also a little looking forward to it, and even a little bit at a loss. Asking for flowers. Yu Liang took a deep look at her. At this time, if this expression can be endured, is it still called a man? However, at this moment, Yu Liang glanced away and saw the mobile phone on the table. Then, he immediately thought of the twin sisters. Because he Ling Long and the others were worried about themselves, they would come up every day to play cards with him. If I were here, what would happen with Xiaoya? Well, Yu Liang seems to have foreseen the end result. It is basically impossible to break the scalp or something. However, the thing that I have painstakingly planned is probably nothing but fetching water from a bamboo basket. Taking a deep breath, Yu Liang said in a deep voice, very beautiful. What? However, I don't like working in hotels. Yu Liang tried his best to keep his voice steady, and said, go out and look at the house. 21. What? Do you have a place to buy a house? No, no. Qi Xiaoya's heart was beating like thunder. Yu Liang frowned slightly, and said, how many years have you paid Social Security? Qi Xiaoya hesitated and said, 1 year. Only 1 year? I only came to Yongchang a year ago. Okay, when the company is in operation, I will pay you Social Security. Yu Liang said in a deep voice, now, go out and rent a house. He took out his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 directly. Let's go first, go and see the house, it's not too bad. Qi Xiaoya opened her mouth and walked out blankly. God, what happened to this? I was ready to send myself out as a gift, but I didn't succeed? Well, however, Mr. Yu asked himself to rent a house first, and asked him if he had paid Social Security. Could it be that he plans to buy a house for himself? At this moment, Qi Xiaoya's heart was extremely confused, and she didn't know how to get to the basement parking lot. Still, her only feeling is. That right. Look at the house, yes, it's time to look at the house. However, what kind of house should be looked at to satisfy Mr. Yu? Qi Xiaoya fell into deep thought again. Then, she found out. I left the key of a 6 in the room. So, should I take a taxi first and go to the rental house? Hey, Mr. Yu is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to be considerate of others. Chapter 92. Another set of jewelry. Yu Liang let out a long breath. If Qi Xiaoya left a little later, maybe he really couldn't help it and left her on the spot. However, when Qi Xiaoya really left, Tian Liang regretted it a bit. Such a great opportunity, what a shame. However, he immediately restrained his mind and put this idea aside. Because he was afraid that a position would not be firm, if he really called Qi Xiaoya back, it would end badly. After thinking about it, Yu Liang opened WeChat. Yu Liang, old classmate, are you there? Deng Lily, here, what can I do for you? Yu Liang, do you still remember Yu Jihui, the one a year younger than us? Deng Lily, let me think about it. Oh, that little yellow-haired girl, your sister. Yu Liang, yes, she celebrates her birthday today, and my mother asked me to buy her a set of 637 jewelry. I don't know what girls like, please help. Deng Lily, it's a small thing, wrap it on me and make sure she is satisfied. By the way, how much price do you plan to buy? Yu Liang, no less than 100 will do. Deng Lily didn't reply for a while. Yu Liang, old classmate, are you still there? Deng Lily, okay, I understand, go to the mall now and wait for me to send you a message. Putting away her mobile phone, Deng Lily looked up at the sky, not knowing what it was like. It is normal to congratulate my cousin on her birthday and buy a piece of jewelry. However, once you open your mouth, it will be $1 million. What the hell, let us ordinary people, how can we still live? However, facing the request from her biggest customer, Deng Lily did not dare to neglect and rushed to the mall immediately. 1 million, for ordinary people, that is a huge sum of money. However, in the most high-end shopping malls, there are actually quite a few things worth millions. It is not difficult to make up a set of jewelry worth 1 million yuan. Deng Lily is a person who works in high-end real estate and is no stranger to jewelry. Soon, she finished the selection, communicated with the salesperson, and then took photos and sent them over. Naturally, Yu Liang didn't know how to read carefully, and he couldn't understand anyway. It's just that after seeing the price of 128, I'm quite satisfied with it. After the items were delivered, Yu Liang contacted the Chanel store manager and asked her to buy a set of clothes for several elders, which cost about 200,000 in total. Then, Yu Liang let it go. He has already figured it out, unless he encounters special circumstances, he will no longer be demanding to make up 1 million consumption. Everything is flowing slowly, let's think about it in the long run. In the evening, Yu Liang said hello to the two twins, and then stuffed all the purchased gifts into the trunk of a 6, and went directly to the hotel that uncle and the others had booked. The hotel Yu Jiang booked was a luxury hotel in Yongchang. Originally, he just thought about having a casual meal for the family of 3, or letting Yu Jihui go there with her own friends. However, this year, his nephew Yu Liang suddenly emerged and gave them hundreds of thousands of bags worth hundreds of thousands, which immediately changed Zhang's mind. In the past, it was Yu Jiang who spared no effort to help his nephew. Well, now that my nephew is promising, of course we have to get in touch more closely. At the very least, Unlucky and his cousin walked away. So, he booked a hotel and invited his brother and his family. Yu Liang came to the private room, just pushed the door open and entered, when he heard Yu Yi scream. Looking closely, Yu Jihui and Yu Yi are playing games. Although the two are much older, they hit it off quite well. On the contrary, Yu Jiang Yuhai, his Adli Xin and his mother Shi Hui made up a couple, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Seeing Yu Liang walking in with big bags and small bags, Shi Hui stood up quickly, and said with a smile, Xiao Liang, you just came back from a business trip? She turned her head and said, his uncle, sister-in-law, Xiao Liang, I just got back from a business trip, so I'm late. The 3 members of Yu Jiang's family looked over together. Although their faces are still smiling, their eyes are quite strange. Yu Liang hurriedly said, Uncle, Aunt, I have brought you gifts. After finishing speaking, he wrapped some packages in his hand. Yu Jiang laughed, and said, we are all family, so why be so polite? Yu Hai hurriedly said, Brother, this is given to you by your nephew, please accept it quickly. Well, since it's my nephew's wish, I'll accept it. Yu Jiang glanced at the sign and suddenly sighed, hey, it's a good thing. However, the price of this thing is too high, and it's not convenient for me to wear it. What? Also, Yu Jiang's position is quite sensitive. You can't make any mistakes, otherwise you will lose your position, and you may even end up in jail. Yu Jiang pushed the bag and said, Second brother, take this. Yu Liang quickly said, Uncle, I brought gifts to my parents and grandparents, and they are also from this brand. Why don't you put the clothes at home and wear them on rest days? Yu Jiang was startled, took a deep look at Yu Liang, and said, okay, then I will accept it and wear it tomorrow. After a pause, he continued, tomorrow, I will invite a friend to go fishing. You follow. Fishing? Yu Liang's expression became extremely strange, Uncle, I won't go. He doesn't want to fish, and he doesn't know how to fish. Therefore, he would rather play with those cold numbers with no aesthetic feeling at home than play with a few middle-aged and elderly men. However, Yu Jiang's face darkened, and he said, I'll pick you up at 6:30, get up early. Yu Liang smiled wryly, it seemed that the uncle was determined to take him there. Wow, such beautiful jewelry. Yu Jihui couldn't help but shouted. Girls generally don't have much resistance to such glittering things. Yu Liang smiled and said, Hui, this is a gift from my mother, see if you like it. Yu Jihui hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered that she had already collected a car on 2.8. Then what is there to hesitate about? It's impossible that these clothes and jewelry can be more expensive than that car. With a sweet smile, Yu Jihui said, Auntie, thank you. Hey, good boy, you're welcome. Yu Liang took a look at his mother. Fortunately, his mother didn't know the price of this jewelry. If she knew. The family ate happily in the store. When they came to the basement, they saw Yu Liang suddenly open the door of a car. Both Yu Jiangshi were taken aback. Xiao Liang, have you bought a car? No, Dad, this car was bought for you, take a look, your name is written on the driving license. There was an unconcealable joy in Yu Hai's eyes. The child Yu Liang has finally grown up. Chapter 93 Clairvoyance, There is a Thief. At home in the evening, Yui was very affectionate with this big brother whom he hadn't seen in 3 days. The two brothers and sisters played for a long time before they dispersed. The most important thing was that Hui urged her daughter to go to bed. Yu Liang went back to the bedroom, took out the computer, and started the lottery draw. The host spends 2 million today, and can draw twice. Do you want to draw? Weather. Of course Yu Liang chose yes. 20 seconds later, the huge pointer stopped. Congratulations to the host, you have won the item, see-through eye, single, do you want to use it? Weather. Clairvoyance? Before Yu Liang used this item, his eyes lit up. See-through eye, after using it, the host will be able to look directly at the essence of the object through the appearance. Items that can be seen through include but are not limited to, all kinds of rough stones, mountain surfaces, all kinds of clothes, muscles, blood, tendons, etc. Scope, the host is within 10 kilometers of the center and the time is 12 hours. Note, you can use it as an X-ray, or as a surveyor. Price, 3 points. Wow, the function of the item 22 is much greater than what Yu Liang imagined. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Liang glanced at his point reserve. 38 points. Well, enough is enough. In this world, there are times when people should be happier and more presumptuous. Yu Liang immediately clicked the yes button. Immediately, a cool feeling diffused down from the top of the head, and then came to the eyes. At this moment, Yu Liang's eyes seemed to have a feeling of sublimation. He closed his eyes tightly, and opened them only after 10 seconds. Then, Yu Liang discovered that his vision was really different. At this time, what he could see didn't seem to have changed from just now. However, in his field of vision, there is an additional adjustment function. How to describe it? I don't know if you have used high magnification military binoculars. This kind of telescope has an adjustment function. When you stare into the distance, use the adjustment function to adjust the line of sight to the best condition. And now, Yu Liang's eyes are like this. However, it is different from high magnification military telescopes. He doesn't need to make any manual adjustments at all, as long as his consciousness moves a little, the best effect can be achieved. Came to the window. Yu Liang looked into the distance. Although he lived on the 5th floor at this time, there were no super tall buildings with a height of 100 meters around, so he could see far away. Sure enough, Yu Liang's eyes today are like a telescope and a microscope with its own focusing function. However, this range is within 10 kilometers. Once more than 10 kilometers, it is a blur. And as long as it is within this range, even if the object of surveillance is just an insignificant mosquito, Yu Liang can clearly see every slender mosquito leg on its body. What the hell, this shouldn't be called clairvoyance, but eagle eye. As soon as this idea came up, Yu Liang activated another ability. Perspective. Afterwards, Tian Liang's eyes saw the specific scene in a certain house. There were 2 people inside, strangers. What are they arguing about? Yu Liang just glanced at it and lost interest. Then, he shifted his gaze and started looking around. At this moment, he felt that he was not standing high enough, so his vision was greatly restricted. If you still live in the hotel now, the range and angle you can see will be much larger. With a slight movement in his mind, he looked towards the hotel. The hotel is very close to home in a straight line, less than 1 kilometer, so Yu Liang can see clearly. Adjust focus, see through walls. The things given by the magic hard disk really have unimaginable magical effects. No matter whether the wall is thick or thin, or if it is embedded with some special high-tech wall that can insulate heat, it cannot stop the prying eyes of the see-through eyes. Yu Liang can clearly see everything behind the wall. It was as if these walls did not exist in the first place. At 9:30, this is the time when the night scene starts to be lively. Yu Liang glanced over. Wow! A lot of people. Soon, he discovered a new function of the see-through eye, which can easily distinguish the difference between the original beauty and the artificial beauty. However, the biggest function of this thing. It should be to observe the trend of the earth veins and explore minerals. What? What is that? Yu Liang's movement suddenly stopped because he saw it. A profession that has almost disappeared in modern society, especially in high-end residential areas of big cities. In a residential area 500 meters ahead, someone was breaking open the door, and had already opened the door and entered. Modern society can be regarded as highly developed. Especially in big cities, cameras are everywhere. In general, certain traditional occupations. For example, burglary and the like are no longer useful in big cities. Because it is too easy to be photographed by surveillance. However, the place where Yu Liang lives is the city center. But there are groups of old communities, and there are many cultural relics protection units. People with a little bit of money moved away long ago. Those who stayed were either old men or old ladies, or renters. Although there are cameras in the community, speak with conscience. The property fees in the 770 neighborhood here are ridiculously cheap, and the price has not increased for decades. Relying on the little property fee that has remained unchanged for decades, it is already quite remarkable that the property company can arrange for you two old men to be on duty, take out the garbage for you every day, clean up the sanitation, and set up a fooling camera surveillance easy. If you want to have a good living experience, you must pay accordingly. Therefore, it is not too surprising that there are still petty thefts and people visiting this place. What the hell? If you have the ability, go steal those who are rich and unkind, and come to steal from the rich and help the poor. Stealing from someone weaker than oneself is simply inhuman. Yu Liang hesitated for a moment, watching the two thieves who broke in the door rummage through the box, and found some valuable items. Then, they left the room and rushed to the next room. What they choose is a house with no lights and no fire, and no one at this point. Apparently, they stepped on the plate beforehand. Yu Liang sighed, turned off the computer, and didn't even care about another lucky draw. Then he opened the door gently, changed his sneakers, and ran out. If he doesn't see it, he doesn't care. However, since he has seen it, and he has the ability, he really can't turn a blind eye. Chapter 94, The Bag Beats Someone by Itself. Yu Liang trotted all the way towards the neighborhood. At first glance, he looks like a night runner. Yu Liang ran all the way while carefully observing his surroundings. Then, he could easily tell that this was actually a group of thieves working together as a team. Two of them were in charge of prying open the door, and then entered the room and rummaged through boxes and cabinets. They are skillful and have clear goals. And once they came out of the house with their things, they would put a bag they were carrying under the stairs. At this time, another accomplice wearing a mask will pick up the bag and put it in a van outside the community. And the driver of this van looked around vigilantly. He had a walkie-talkie in his hand, and he could warn his companions at any time. The four of them worked together with a division of labor and a clear goal. It was definitely not the first time they had done this. Yu Liang jogged all the way, but he had already made a plan in his heart. Of course, just in case, when approaching this community, he activated a visual simulation without hesitation, and then took a picture of a Vajra talisman on himself. Vajra talisman, single time after using it, an invisible and powerful defensive cover will surround the body, which can resist the power of sniper rifles and shelling without any damage. The maintenance time is 1 hour. Such a miraculous Vajra talisman, even though it was used, did not show any abnormalities, let alone alarmed anyone. However, in Yu Liang's line of sight, he could see clearly. With his own body as the outline, there is indeed an illusory hood covering him. Immediately, Yu Liang was relieved 100 times. With his current LV-1 physique, combined with LV-1 Tai Chi, plus the Vajra talisman covering the surface of his body. If you still can't beat the four little thieves. So is it necessary for the magic hard disk to exist? Yu Liang counted the time, and when the thief who was in charge of transferring the stolen goods walked out of the gate of the community and walked towards the van, he also ran over. Because of the clairvoyant eye to control the overall situation, neither the thief carrying the bag nor the driver of the van had any doubts. Seeing Yu Liang running towards him, the thief carrying the bag frowned slightly. However, such scenes have been encountered many times. Although it is night, there are many people who go out at night in a big city. As long as you let it go, it will pass. The thief took the initiative to dodge to the left. However, just as he started to move, Yu Liang also moved at the same time, and he took a step towards the right. The driver sitting in the cab can see clearly. My accomplice, and the guy who ran at night, wanted to avoid each other. So, they dodge at the same time. But unexpectedly, the two of them dodged in the same direction. The distance was too short, and the speed of the young man running that night was also a bit fast. FFLX. OW. The thief carrying the bag let out a cry of pain, and then he felt a numbness in his elbow. Involuntarily, he shook the bag in his hand. The direction in which the bag was thrown was the night runner in front of him who collided with him. No! The thief's eyes were wide open, and he watched dumbfounded as he swung the bag with his arm and threw it towards the wolf in front of him. What the hell is going on? He swore it was never his intention. He never thought about causing trouble at this point in time. But God knows what's going on. He could only watch the bag fly up and hit the young man's head with incomparable precision. What? Yu Liang let out a miserable scream. The voice was loud and loud, comparable to that of Pavarotti, one of the world's three tenors. Well, even if Pavarotti came to the scene in person, in this unprepared situation, he might not be able to yell such a deafening voice. Then, Yu Liang sat down on the ground, covered his head, and shouted, "Why did you beat someone? How do you hit someone?" The thief in the van turned blue when he saw it. What the hell, did my companion take the wrong medicine? Wasn't it just that the two bumped into each other lightly, but he picked up the bag and hit him without saying a word? Brother, please, the bag in your hand is our stolen goods. You hit someone with it? Is your head so funny? At this moment, one's face turned black. With a light press on the walkie-talkie, a message to retreat was sent immediately. At this time, in the community, the faces of the two people who were breaking the door on a certain floor changed slightly. They immediately packed up their tools, then turned and left. The whole movement is smooth, without any delay, and I don't know how many times I have practiced before it will have such an effect. Little brother, are you okay? The driver of the van has come down, he asked with a pleasant face. Yu Liang was like a wounded child who suddenly met his relatives, grabbed his hand, and shouted, "Brother, you should have seen it just now, it was he who beat someone, right?" The corner of the van driver's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look at his companion. If it wasn't for this time, he wouldn't be able to reason with people. But now, if this matter is not handled well, they may not be able to escape smoothly. Hey, brother, lighten up, it's late at night, don't make noise so loud that neighbors can't sleep. Yu Liang covered his head with one hand and pulled the other with the other, saying, "What are you afraid of? It's not even 10 o'clock. Who goes to bed so early now? There's certainly not a lot of traffic around here, but that doesn't mean there aren't any." There were still some people around who were attracted by the sound, and looked around one after another. The driver of the van was so anxious that his head was full of cold sweat, and he stared at his companion fiercely. That companion was tongue-tied, like a dumb man eating Coptis chinensis, he couldn't count the suffering. He really wanted to tell his companions that the bag could move by itself, but he didn't know if anyone would believe his words. In the distance, two other thieves who gave up and continued to steal finally ran over. Neither of them knew what happened. Just looking at his companion, arguing with a stranger, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What the hell is this shit? What's wrong? What's up? Looks like someone's fighting. Yu Liang's gaze shifted, watching the four thieves finally gather together. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly roared, "It's amazing how many people there are. For fighting one is nothing. I'm going to fight back." Chapter 95. Dude, have you practiced? The four thieves all looked dumbfounded. Yes, there are four of us. But when did we start? On the contrary, it is you who have been yelling here. The van driver was obviously the leader of the crowd. At this moment, he saw that Yu Liang refused to give up. If he wanted to attract the people around him, it would be too late. Evil thoughts suddenly arise in my heart, since you don't know how to flatter me, I will teach you a lesson. He raised his hand, and was about to call his brothers to fight together, and beat him up severely. However, at the next moment, the van driver's arm suddenly went numb, and then he raised it high and made a turn in midair. Snapped. One of the two thieves who broke the door staggered back. He covered his cheeks, only feeling that his face was hot, and it seemed that even his teeth were a little loose. With his eyes widened, he looked at his boss in disbelief. He couldn't figure it out. Why did the boss beat him even though the man in front of him was yelling nonsense? The van driver looked like he had seen a ghost. He looked at his 360-degree slapping hand just now, and was puzzled. "Boss, what do you want to do?" Another thief who broke the door asked vigilantly. The van driver's lips trembled, and he suddenly realized that he didn't know how to explain it. Turning his head suddenly, he looked at Yu Liang bitterly. What the hell, it's all caused by this kid, otherwise such weird things wouldn't have happened. He raised his hand again, rounded his arms, and Reba hit him down. At first, these thieves thought about putting things to rest, but after all, they were habitual offenders, and when their ferociousness came up, they suddenly didn't care so much. Seeing a slap coming, Yu Liang bowed his head just right. Then, he quietly stretched out his hand and lightly placed it on the shoulder of the van driver. Push the boat along the water and use your strength to fight. The driver of the van suddenly couldn't stand still, and the slap was completely round. D8. Another thief who broke the door, although already very vigilant. However, he never thought of it. The boss's slap was obviously aimed at him, but in the end, he turned his body in a circle, and finally, CAD, slapped him. So, this slap was slapped hard on his face. This time, it was the strength of the van driver and Yu Liang. Although Yu Liang did not contribute much, the driver of the van definitely did his best. After a muffled sound, the little thief was directly sent flying. His body turned half a circle in midair, and then fell heavily to the ground. Then, his cheeks swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even a strand of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. As for himself, he was knocked out directly. What? The little thief at the beginning screamed and looked at his boss in fear. The driver of the van blushed anxiously and shouted, "It's not me." There was a fight, 4 of them fought one. Suddenly, someone screamed in the distance. Obviously, someone heard Yu Liang's yelling just now, and then started yelling indiscriminately. The face of the van driver changed drastically. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I can't stay here." In case officials are attracted, the things they stole just now are still in the car. Then, just when they wanted to leave, Yu Liang strode forward and blocked their way. "Okay, you want to leave after you beat someone up, please stay obediently and pay for the medical expenses." Except for the guy who passed out, the other 3 were all so angry that they stared at each other. Hit someone? What the hell, where did you get beaten? You still have the face to beg for medical expenses. You are so shameless. His grandma is a bear, beat her. The driver of the van roared loudly, and the 3 still moving guys rushed over. At this moment, their hearts were full of hostility, and they hated the troublemaker in front of them. However, just after the 3 of them rushed up, suddenly one after another screams broke out. "Ah, boss, why did you hit me? Boss, if you hit me again, I'll take it too." "What the hell, I didn't hit you, it's just that my hands are crooked." Oops. After a while, the 3 guys who could still move all lay on the ground, and they dared not move even if they wanted to. Taijikwan that has reached professional LV, level 1, in the eyes of a master, may be like that. However, when facing these few guys who only dared to steal things, they were still able to overwhelm the spot and treat them like monkeys. "Hey, buddy, it's amazing, you must have practiced." A young man who was in the same grade as Yu Liang walked over from a distance. He waved his mobile phone and said, "I have already called the police. The official will be here soon." After hearing this, the 3 little thieves were all terrified, and they tried their best to get up. However, as soon as he got up, he was greeted with another violent fist and kick. These fists and kicks were heavy, but they all hit the thick skin. Although the pain penetrated to the bone, they did not cause any irreversible injuries. Soon, the 3 of them finally realized that they had encountered a hard stubble, and they all lay down dejectedly, no longer wanting to escape. The young man who called the police had a look of admiration and suspicion. "Brother, it's amazing, you've learned real kung fu, right? Teach me one?" Yu Liang smiled, chatted with him, and kept an eye on the 4 of them. People around have been watching, but since there is a fight here, no one dares to approach. Soon, 2 officers who received the alarm rushed over. "Who called the police and what happened?" The young man jumped out immediately, and said with a strong oath, "I called the police, here, just now, these 4 people surrounded this buddy, 4 of them beat one, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I submitted to the police." The little thieves lying on the ground were all so angry. "You can't stand it? Your eyes are blind. Obviously he beat the 4 of us by himself, but you insisted that we beat him? Is it really good to reverse right and wrong like this?" The faces of the 2 officials were also quite strange. 4 against 1? But, why was the beaten one intact? But the 4 beating people were lying on the ground? What on earth is it? Yu Liang suddenly said, "Officer, this person got out of that van just now. There is something in the van." The 2 police officers were stunned, and one of them stepped forward and glanced twice, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately said to the walkie-talkie over his shoulder, "Call for backup." Chapter 96, The Gift of the Hard Disk Must Be a Fine Product. A quarter of an hour later, 6 heavily armed officials arrived, and immediately took over, controlling the audience. At this time, the stolen goods in the van have been taken down and photographed for archiving. A later official said happily, "It's this group of boys, serial burglary. What the hell, it's too troublesome to commit crimes on the move. Old Lou, congratulations, you have made meritorious service." Old Lou shook his head, and said, "I didn't catch them, but... Hey, where are they?" "Who?" "That is, the Lianjiazi who was beaten by the 4 of them." At this time, the 4 people lying on the ground were inexplicably sad and angry. "The 4 of us beat up people?" The passerby was blind, and you really believed it just by saying that. "If we could beat others, would we still be lying here now? We would have fled long ago. It's strange, why did that person disappear? What's his name?" "Oops, I was busy supervising these 4 little thieves just now, so I forgot to ask." Soon, the 4 thieves were taken away. Although they are not robbery, but just stealing. However, because they committed the crime of serial theft, they will definitely not be sentenced too lightly. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the quietness of the night was restored here. Suddenly, a figure under the road moved. Yu Liang moved his body a bit, feeling amazed in his heart. When he came out this time, his goal was of course to target those stupid thieves. However, he didn't want to deal with Jicha anymore. "It's only been a week, and I have already met the official messenger twice." Although he was the one who came to the door on his own initiative when he crashed the car for the first time, only the second time he encountered the murderer with a knife was a chance encounter. But Yu Liang was still unwilling to take notes for the 3rd time. So, after seeing the branch of the straight difference received, he came under the street lamp and used the stone statue card. Stone statue card, single after use, it can hide the presence of the host, making others feel that the host is a stone statue. Maintenance time, 1 hour. Note, during this period, if the body moves actively and is seen by others, the effect will be cancelled. It has to be said that the gift of the magic hard drive is indeed a high-quality product. There were so many people present, more than a dozen in total. Obviously Yu Liang was standing in front of them, but among them, no one noticed. Even the yelling passerby searched around for a while, but just turned a blind eye to Yu Liang in front of him. Of course, those people didn't treat him as heir, and they would actively avoid him when passing him. Obviously, in their eyes, Tian Liang is a statue like a road. At this moment, when the crowd finally got out of sight, Yu Liang also turned around and went home. He took out his mobile phone and saw that there were 2 calls and several messages inside. The call was naturally made by his mother, and it was estimated that he could not see the son, so sure was still a little worried. Of course, this level of worry is at the level of 2 phone calls. Since her son didn't pick it up, she didn't continue. On the contrary, the twin sisters sent him messages of concern, which made Chen Liang quite satisfied. While joking with them, Yu Liang entered the house. "Where did you go, kid? It's so late." Sure, Hui asked in a low voice. "Mom, I went running at night to exercise." Sure enough, upon hearing about exercising, Sure Hui immediately stopped asking. Although Yu Liang didn't seem to have the habit of running at night or in the morning before, as long as his son shows a hard-working side, parents will definitely support him with all his strength. Yu Liang returned to the room and took out the computer again. "I only drew one in the lottery just now, so I went out to catch the thief. Can go on now." For the second lottery draw, the pointer rotated for a while, and then quietly stopped at the Minister of Items. Among the 3 categories, the number of items is undoubtedly the most, and it is also the one with the highest probability during the lottery draw. "Congratulations to the host, you have won the item, Stuttering Talisman, single, do you want to use it?" "Whether?" Yu Liang blinked, a little surprised. "Stammer? What the hell?" Stuttering Talisman, single after use, it can make the designated person slur their tongue and become a stutterer. Maintenance time, 24 hours. Price, 1 point. Yu Liang's expression is quite funny, this item. It's quite interesting, and if it is used in some occasions, it should be able to achieve unexpected results. Take stock of today's item usage. A virtual vision, a perspective eye, a stone statue card, and a diamond talisman. Among them, the visual virtual, see-through eyes and stone statue cards are nothing more than that, but the Vajra talisman is a waste of money. Those 4 stupid thieves, under Yu Liang's Tai Chi LV1, didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Hey, I spent a total of 9 points, which is equivalent to spending 9 million. Bought it again. Looking at his point reserve, which dropped from 38 points to 29 points, Yu Liang really felt a little heartbroken. However, Tian Liang will never be stingy about the things that should be purchased. If a protection is not in place, resulting in any accident, then it is really too late to regret. After finishing the business, Yu Liang took out his Bitcoin computer and started his daily homework. In contrast, selling Bitcoin can also make Yu Liang a lot of money. However, he is most concerned about the various magical items or abilities provided by the magical hard drive. This time, Yu Liang sold a total of 300 Bitcoins, reaching the pinnacle of his life. 11 foreign accounts took most of the share, plus the previous deposits, the total amount reached 22 million US dollars. Although they are all based on the currencies of various countries, half of them are US dollar reserves, which can be used at any time. As for the domestic amount, it has also reached a peak. The 9 bank cards add up to a total of 85 million yuan. Not only is the final payment of the house more than enough, but it is also easy to buy another set. Yu Liang looked at his savings balance and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Perhaps, it is time to speed up the pace of forming a company, and then buy a few houses. Qi Xiuya has 1 set, and the 2 sisters have 1 set. Inexplicably, Tian Liang felt a little hot all over his body. In the police station, Liu looked at the confessions of the 4 stupid thieves, suddenly laughed, and said, "I know who they met." "Captain, who is it?" "Forget it, since he doesn't want to show up, then don't look for him this time." "Yes." Chapter 97, Networks. Next morning. Just when Shi Hui was going to ask her son to get up early to prepare, she found that her son's room was already empty. However, with the experience of last night, Shi Hui was not surprised. Sure enough, at 6 o'clock, Tian Liang went home on time. "Did you go to exercise?" "Yeah, I ran for a lap in the morning." Yu Liang said with a smile, "Mom, do you have anything to eat?" "I'm hungry." He didn't just run in the morning, he also punched, his whole body was transparent and extremely comfortable. "Not bad, I know how to exercise now." Shi Hui put the third one over and said, "Why do you suddenly become a beauty lover? Do you have a date?" Yu Liang was taken aback for a moment, and after a he settled the breakfast and went back to his room. At 6:30, Inbua drove 490 to pick him up. Yu Zhang's car is an old Audi A6. Although the car is relatively old, it is well maintained. After getting into the car, Yu Zhang said while driving, "Xiao Liang, do you plan to start your own business in the future?" Yu Liang was startled, and said in surprise, "Uncle, how did you know?" "The amount of your kid on our bank card changes every day, and it fluctuates greatly." "You are preparing for an independent business?" "Yes, I plan to register an import and export trading company recently." Yu Zhang nodded, and said, "Okay, you have been there for so long, if you want to try the water, you can do it." After a pause, he said again, "Xiao Liang, what do you think about starting a company?" "Most important?" Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Funds, connections and projects." "Yes, if you want to make money, you must have good projects, contacts, and enough funds." Yu Zhang said in a deep voice, "I'm old, so I can't help you much. But, my old man still has some connections, take you to go fishing once a week, and walk around more in the future, trying to make these contacts your own." With a flash in Yu Liang's eyes, he finally understood the painstaking efforts of his uncle. Nodding vigorously, Yu Liang said, "Thank you, uncle." He has been in the company for so many years, especially at the company's mid-level and high-level meetings every Monday, he must be present. Although he doesn't have much right to speak, he also understands some things after hearing and seeing. When starting a company in China, the network is actually the most important thing. As long as you have a strong enough network, then to put it bluntly, no matter what you want to do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. On the contrary, it is half the effort. "Uncle, thank you," Yu Liang said sincerely. After so many years of hard work, Yu Zhang has accumulated some contacts. Now that it is clear that it will be handed over to him, Yu Liang is naturally grateful. With a smile, Yu Zhang said, "Xiao Liang, don't think too much. If you don't plan to establish your own family, my connections are useless to you. But in the future, it depends on you." "Yes, I know." Soon, the car came to a reservoir. Yu Zhang got out of the car and took out the equipment from the trunk. A qualified fishing enthusiast must have a lot of equipment. It was the first time for Yu Liang to participate in this kind of gathering of middle-aged and elderly people, and it was a bit of an eye-opener. "Old Yu, you're here." An uncle in his 50s beckoned, "Come here, I'll take the golden throne for you." "Coming." "Hey, who is this guy?" "My nephew, Yu Liang." Yu Zhang didn't hide his intentions, and said, "He plans to open an import and export trading company, so you can mention more in the future." Lao Zhang took a look at Yu Liang and said with a smile, well, he is a good-looking talent, young and promising. Yu Jiang sat down next to Lao Zhang and said, Xiao Liang, this is your uncle Zhang Jinfa, he is the director of Zijin Mining, and if you miss a finger, it will be enough for you to eat. Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, the uncle actually talked to him like this. From the looks of it, the relationship between the two is indeed very good. Of course, I don't know if this is good or if there are any interests. Hey, you old boy, you are giving me a problem again. Zhang Jinfa laughed loudly and said, forget it, your nephew always needs a gift when we meet for the first time. Turning his head, Zhang Jinfa said, Yu Liang, right? Can you get something important in China from abroad? Yu Liang was taken aback. Although he planned to start his own business, he hadn't had time to do detailed market research. After hearing this, I was a little hesitant. However, his company is different from ordinary companies, so the confidence is quite sufficient. Uncle Zhang, I don't know what the country needs now? Zhang Jinfa laughed and said, the things that are needed in the country have gone far away. So much foreign exchange is spent every year, and I always feel that it is not enough. He pondered, I am in the mining industry, and the company's business is mainly gold, of course, other minerals, if the price is right, we don't mind introducing them. Do you have any resources in this area? Gold? Yu Liang's eyes rolled, and he was secretly happy. To say anything else, he really can't guarantee it. But, precious metals. In the thousands of years of human history, is there still less unowned gold buried in the ground? It seems that it is also God's blessing, I hope my company can be a hit. Yu Liang said solemnly, Uncle Zhang, does your company need to import gold from abroad? Zhang Jinfa was taken aback, but this time he looked at Yu Liang with a hint of seriousness. Yes, our country is in urgent need of gold, and there is still a lot of gold. Why, do you have a way? Yu Liang thought for a while and said, Uncle Zhang, is gold hard to buy? Zhang Jinfa hesitated for a moment, and said, you are Lao Yu's nephew, and you are considered one of your own. Let me tell you the truth, we will not import high-priced gold. But if you have the ability to get cheap gold, so how much is 2.3, how much do I charge? 11. Yu Liang said in a deep voice, what about the currency of the transaction? At least half of it is RMB. Okay, Uncle Zhang, I'll go back and ask my friends abroad to see if there is any way out. Yu Jiang listened silently at the side without interrupting. However, after hearing this condition, his eyebrows raised slightly involuntarily. What the hell, with just a few words, Lao Zhang has become a shrewd businessman. This condition. How should I put it, if Yu Liang really has a way, he will definitely not suffer a loss, but it won't take much advantage. However, the only thing that can be guaranteed is, as long as Zhang Jinfa is still alive, the money from this transaction will definitely be transferred to Yu Liang's account smoothly. This alone is enough to be worthy of the 3 words Uncle Zhang. Chapter 98, The Forgotten Gold of the World. On this day, Yu Liang accompanied the 2 elders and spent a whole day by the reservoir. To be honest, if it was the old Yu Liang, his whole body would definitely be itchy, like a monkey's, but that couldn't sit still. However, the current him, when facing the older generation, is calm and stable, without any impatience. The effect of Tai Chi Chuan LV1 is not only shown in boxing, but also in daily life, which makes you sure more stable and calm. We had a farmhouse meal at the reservoir at noon, and when we parted at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jinfa said sincerely, old Yu, your nephew can hold your breath, and you will definitely do something in the future. Yu Jiang laughed out loud, but his heart was also extremely strange. His nephew's performance today also impressed him. But after all, he is his nephew and he will rely on him in the future, so the better Yu Liang behaves, the happier he will be. Yu Jiang originally wanted to send his nephew home, but was declined by Yu Liang. Just kidding, if I go home now, 22 will have to find an excuse when I come out again. Yu Liang took a taxi back to the hotel, then picked up the twin sisters and had dinner together. Meet at least once a day to enhance the relationship. That's the main thing. Then, he returned home. After talking to his parents about what happened today, Yu Hai sighed a long time and said, Xiao Liang, your uncle is determined to leave you his lifelong contacts, even Hui has never been in touch with him. Circles. In the future, you must remember uncle. Yes, Dad, don't worry. Yu Liang replied solemnly and returned to the house. Although there is no consumption today, the lucky draw function of the magic hard disk cannot be used. However, this does not mean that the magic hard drive is useless. Today's meeting allowed Yu Liang to find a good excuse to take money openly. Gold. Dragon Kingdom is a big country producing gold. However, this big producing country is also the world's largest gold importer. Not only aunts and mothers-in-law have a special liking for gold, but even other people have an extreme and indescribable enthusiasm for gold. Similarly, our country also needs a lot of gold ballast. Therefore, no matter how much gold is produced in the country, it is far from being able to meet the needs of the huge population of 1.4 billion. Zhang Jinfa said that as long as the price is right, he will accept as much gold as Yu Liang has. This sentence is said on behalf of Zijin Mining, but it can also be said on behalf of the country. Ordinary people don't know it, but Yu Liang works in the financial system and is quite a powerful uncle, so he knows very well that in recent years, the country has introduced many supportive policies in order to import gold. As long as you are willing to pay and deliver in RMB, you are even willing to pay a certain premium. This is also the reason why the domestic gold price is always slightly more expensive than the international gold price. This is encouraged by the state. You try to bring in as much gold as possible. If there is no profit to be made, no one will spend that idle time. This point can also be glimpsed in the laws formulated by the state. Precious metals such as gold cannot be sold abroad in large quantities. However, there is no law stipulating that such precious metals cannot be imported in large quantities. From a certain point of view, the country's legal formulation is also an obvious double standard. It's just that this double standard is good for the people of the whole country, so it must be followed. In this life, Yu Liang should never be short of money. However, which one sounds better and is more respected, buying and selling bitcoins to make money, or being a gold tycoon? Yu Liang took a deep breath and thought to himself, use the unblocking coupon. The host has other, unlock coupons, do you want to use them? Whether. Yes. Under the name of the host, there is only the garbage station, sealed, is it unsealed? Whether. The garbage station is full, and it has the function of being able to search for certain items around the world. Unfortunately, this function can only be used once a month. Yu Liang calculated the time, and if he wanted to wait for the automatic unblocking, he would need 3 planets. For him, this time is really too long for him. Since there is a need, then use it. Yu Liang believes that he will definitely be able to draw unblocking coupons in the future. Yes, eggs. All garbage stations are being unsealed, please wait a moment. Just like that, after Yu Liang waited silently for 5 minutes, the light on the screen flickered. All the garbage stations have been unlocked, please feel free to use the host. Yu Liang opened the garbage bin, and found that the full map search bar, which had turned gray, had returned to normal. It really works. Yu Liang unceremoniously entered the 2 big characters of gold. The next moment, a woo-woo sound rang out from the computer. That is the effect of the high-speed operation of the computer case. My god, Yu Liang's computer is a laptop. Although it has the highest configuration, compared with a desktop computer, 01241122 Felu 1132811341. Well, in fact, the configuration of this notebook is much better than that of the old desktop. An hour later, a world map appeared. Yu Liang opened it and took a look. My dear. On this world map, there are densely packed, countless red dots that seem to spread all over the world. Of course, this is because the zoom ratio of the 283 map is too small, so it looks red. As Yu Liang enlarged the earth, those red lights slowly spread out. But even so, the distribution of these red lights can be said to be in the tens of thousands, which is endless. Yu Liang randomly moved the mouse over one of the red dots. Name, gold. Quantity, 1.8 kilograms. Address ******** north. Move to another red dot. Except for the quantity and address, everything else is the same. No need to try, every red dot here represents a gold burial point. It's just that the amount of gold in these buried spots varies. The larger the storage capacity, the brighter the light of the red dot. Moreover, regardless of the map, the gold seems to be buried in this palm-sized place. But in fact, the distance between the 2 burial points is sometimes so large that it makes people feel desperate. Yu Liang immediately saved the map. Then, he thought about it, and in the search criteria, he found an African and a large gold reserve. As a result, on the world map, except for Africa, the rest of the places are dimmed. Then, Yu Liang put the mouse over a very bright red dot. Whoa! African and ***G***S are not people. Chapter 99, 9 trillion, rich as a country. At this time, the place Yu Liang clicked with the mouse. It's not the biggest red spot in Africa, but the reserves on it already made Yu Liang feel dumbfounded. 10 tons. That's right, it's tons of gold. And more importantly, this sum of gold belongs to the ownerless thing that no one knows about. In humans' recorded history of thousands of years, since the birth of gold and its value has been recognized by people. The gold that was buried in the ground and was forgotten by people for various reasons is already an extremely huge number. According to incomplete statistics, humans have mined about 170,000 tons of gold over the past 6,000 years, of which about 15% have disappeared. Of the remaining 145,000 tons, countries use more than 40,000 tons for currency reserves, more than 30,000 tons for personal reserves, about 20,000 tons for industrial and other uses, and the rest is used for jewelry circulation in the market. More than 50,000 tons. Although I don't know if this data is correct. However, when I think of the densely packed red dots on that world map, Yu Liang felt that this statistic might not be groundless. If this data is true, 15% of the 170,000 tons of gold. That is the amount of 25,500 tons. How much can 25,500 tons of gold be sold for? Although Yu Liang is already a super rich man with a net worth of 80 billion US dollars, but at this moment, his hands are still trembling a little. Check today's gold price. In the domestic gold price, 1 ton of gold can be sold for about 380 million yuan. Then, 25,500 tons, that is 96900/Z? 9 trillion yuan. Oh, what was the gross national product last year? What the hell, as long as I cash out this batch of gold, then I will be really rich. $80 billion worth of Bitcoin is nothing. Lao Tzu, I can't see it anymore. Yu Liang shook his head vigorously. Of course he understands, not to mention how much time it will take to unearth all the forgotten gold. Even if he really completes this workload, it is impossible to sell so much gold all at once. Because after doing that, if the price of gold is guaranteed, there will be an avalanche in an instant. Although gold is not Bitcoin, it has physical support. However, a large-scale sell-off in a short period of time will inevitably cause panic. As long as you are a normal person, you will never do this. However, if you want to be a legitimate gold tycoon, not to mention 20,000 tons, even if you have 200 tons, it is more than enough. Yu Liang pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone. Yu Liang, Uncle Zhang, I have a friend in Africa. He said, in his hands, there is a batch of 10 tons of gold, I don't know if you will accept it or not. 10 minutes later. Zhang Jinfa, 10 tons of gold? What kind of stuff? Yu Liang, I don't know, I heard that it was dug out from the ground, it should be the kind buried by the ancients. Zhang Jinfa, the gold content of ancient gold is generally relatively low. We must see the goods for inspection before we can give an answer. Yu Liang, okay, I will go to Africa in a few days and bring you samples back. However, I need an ID to go through customs. Zhang Jinfa, this is simple, I will issue a certificate for you. Alternatively, you send your gold directly to our branch office in South Africa, which has the latest testing equipment. Yu Liang, yes, I will trouble you then. Zhang Jinfa, you're welcome, I look forward to your gold. In a spacious bedroom, Zhang Jinfa slowly put down his cell phone, lit a cigarette, and was full of thoughts. The meeting with Yu Liang today was actually quite pleasant. This young man Yu Liang is quite stable. But, after all, he is a junior, Zhang Jinfa didn't really take him seriously at first. It's just because of my old friend's face, I plan to introduce him to a business, as long as I can get over my face, it's fine. But 10 tons of gold? Even if the 10 tons of gold is the kind of gold with low gold content refined by the ancients, it is still a lot of money. If he can buy this gold, it will be a great achievement for him. Slowly, a puff of smoke ring was spit out from his mouth, the pattern was correct. Could it be that this young man Yu Liang is really my lucky star? Yu Liang pondered for a moment, picked up his phone, and sent a message to the two women. Yu Liang, old classmate, next Monday I will pay the balance and collect the house. Dang Lily, next Monday? Old classmate, don't worry. Yu Liang, I'm going abroad for a trip recently, and I think I'll be busy for a while, so I'll close the house early, confirm the decoration company, and strive to move into the new house as soon as possible. Dang Lily, okay, old classmate, next Monday, I will wait for you at the sales office. Yu Liang, Shi Xiaoya, register a company for me next Monday, hurry up and don't be afraid to spend money. Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, what is the name of the company? Yu Liang, whatever. Shi Xiaoya? Yu Liang, by the way, the nature of the company is an import and export trading company with a registered capital of 1 million. Do it as soon as possible, within half a month, there will be the first business. Shi Xiaoya, okay, Mr. Yu Liang, have you found your house? Shi Xiaoya, not yet, looking for it. Yu Liang, no need to look for it. Qi Xiaoya was startled, and carefully wrote, "Why? Yu Liang, after the company is registered, buy a villa in the name of the company." Qi Xiaoya's breathing was a little short at this moment. Judging from Yu Liang's tone, is this villa bought for her to live in? After seeing Yu Liang's methods of spending money and rounding up numbers, Qi Xiaoya didn't doubt whether Yu Liang could afford a villa towel. It's just that after buying a villa, who will live in it is a key issue. Yu Liang, tomorrow, go and see where the villas are better, and then make statistics. Qi Xiaoya immediately calmed down. Yes, Mr. Yu, I understand. Do you have any other orders? She looked at the phone anxiously, silently waiting for Wang Liang's reply. However, until he couldn't help dozing off, there was still no audio from the phone. Qi Xiaoya's teeth itch again with hatred. However, at this time, Yu Liang had already completed the task of selling bitcoins today, and was lying on the bed in sound asleep. After today, foreign assets reached $25 million. And the renminbi in 9 domestic bank cards has officially broken through the 100 million mark. Chapter 100, Colorful and Green. Early the next morning, Yu Liang got up. Morning jogging plus boxing is already a daily compulsory course for Yu Liang. Only by hitting a round of punches in this way can the power accumulated in the body be released, and only then can one feel refreshed. LV, level 1 physique, combined with the corresponding Tai Chi, is such an exaggeration. In contrast, Yu Liang's original habit of lazy bed has disappeared. When Yu Liang came home, Shi Hui looked at him with surprise and exploration. Yu Hai pushed her and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with Xiao Liang these past 2 days? Why can't he think about it so much, and started running in the morning? He must be suffering from some kind of illness." Shi Hui said angrily, Go, this is your son, don't you want to do something to him? Then tell me, what happened to him? Perhaps, he is broken in love. Although their voices were very soft, Yu Liang, who was eating in the living room, could hear them clearly. A mouthful of gruel was almost sprayed out. After eating breakfast in 2 or 3 bites, Yu Liang called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving for the company team building today." Holding the backpack that had been prepared earlier, Yu Liang ran out of the house at high speed. If others say that, he will definitely step forward, and 987 will have a good discussion with others. But his parents said so, he had no choice but to run away, and he didn't want to be the topic of discussion between the two. The home is not far from the company. When Yu Liang came to the door of the company, suddenly saw 2 double-decker buses. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the upper deck of one of the buses. He Lingna. Then, she glanced at Yu Liang and shrank back without saying anything. Yu Liang understood, and immediately boarded the bus. Because he came earlier, almost all the double-decker buses were vacant. The company has a rule that employees are not allowed to fall in love. Because office romances are such a hassle, many companies view them as beasts and tigers. Therefore, for a company without a certain cultural background, the best way is to do it across the board. Although it seems inhumane, but from a certain aspect, it greatly omits the cost of personnel. However, sisters He Linglong are all interns, so this rule is meaningless. After Yu Liang got into the car, he immediately found the 2 sisters and walked straight over. He Linglong's face turned red immediately, and even He Lingna's face turned slightly red. At this time, sitting next to them was an older leftover woman of about 3,000. Seeing Yu Liang approaching, she just twitched the corner of her mouth and hummed loudly, showing disdain. Yu Liang glanced at her, Su big sister in the office. However, for some reason, the sixth sense told him that this Su big sister seemed to have an inexplicable hostility towards him and sister He Linglong. Strange, I shouldn't have offended her. Could it be that Xiao He quarreled with her in the office? Xiaoha, let me tell you, don't be fooled by men. In this society, all kinds of love are fake. Don't just say a few nice words and think you've met a lover. Su Big the sister said as if talking to herself, if someone treats you sincerely, remember to be 3 caddies, 3 tails, 1 motionless, plus a variety of purples and reds and 10 greens. The sisters He Linglong looked at each other, and they both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Su Big sister, what are you talking about? Yu Liang sat down, sitting right next to the 2 sisters. He suddenly turned his head and said with a smile, Su Big sister. What are you doing? Su Big sister said nonchalantly. I heard that Su's big sister started going on blind dates a few years ago, and the bride price she proposed was 3 caddies, 3 tails, 1 move and 1 move. Oh, this move requires a million level 1, and 1 move requires the 3rd district. It's a new house with 4 bedrooms, isn't it? Su Big sister widened her eyes and said, how is it? Do you think CCFF is unworthy? Yu Liang quickly waved his hands and said, yes, of course, if you are not worthy, who else is worthy? Only then did Su Big sister's complexion look a little better. Yu Liang said again, by the way, Su big sister, you have been on a blind date for several years, so when will you treat me to a wedding candy? Su big sister stood up suddenly, her eyes fixed on Yu Liang, as if she could spew out fire. In the company, once any young man is stared at by her like this, she will feel creepy. After all, Su big sister is a woman at any rate, and she has a relatively burly figure. Ordinary girls are definitely not opponents, but if it is a boy. Although most of the young boys nowadays are masters who refuse to suffer. But it also depends on who you are fighting with. If it is Su big sister, most of them will choose to quit silently. However, Yu Liang was smiling and looked at her without giving way. His eyes were not fierce, but with a trace of calmness, and a touch of disdain. For some reason, Su big sister suddenly felt a little changed. She snorted angrily, then strode away and went to another bus. Sister He Linglong watched silently, until now. He Lingna gave Yu Liang a thumbs up. Brother Yu, I really have you, my sister said. Su big sister is a bully in the office, few people dare to provoke her. Yu Liang chuckled and said, it's just a paper tiger, not worth mentioning. This woman, because of her long working hours, is an old man in the unit. I heard that there are some relatives who are high level in the company, so she has always been a little arrogant. If Yu Liang still wants to stay in the company, he will naturally not easily conflict with her. But now that he is about to leave, naturally he won't show any good looks. Brother Yu, what do you mean by the bride price? He Lingna asked curiously. Yu Liang smiled and said, 3 caddies and 3 ounces are about 3.3 caddies of 100 yuan bills, which are about 143,500 yuan. The colorful ones are 10,005 yuan, 1,100 yuan, and several 50 yuan. Yuan, worth about 150,000. As for what that motionless is, you should be able to guess. The two sisters looked at each other, and He Linglong whispered, car, house? Yes. Wow, a lot of betrothal gifts. He Lingna said with a smile. Yu Liang's heart moved, and he said, I'll give you 2 copies, do you want it or not? The two sisters were startled, then blushed, glanced at Yu Liang, and refused to speak anymore. It's just that there is a thought in their hearts. Brother Yu, who did you say this to? Double? He's not that bad is he? Chapter 101, Adding to the Big Business. The company's team building activities are naturally gathered by big shots from all walks of life. However, for any event, once the number of people exceeds 30, various situations will arise. What is procrastination? Someone is late, someone gets motion sickness, etc. Even if there are leaders present, but when there are too many people, they should do whatever they want. This is especially the case with children. However, corporate organizers are very experienced. After all, the quarterly team building activities have been held for several years, and I have enough experience. When the organizer notified, the time had already been advanced by half an hour. But when they set off, it was already half an hour later. In the company, except for General Manager Su Ankue who was in a car with a driver, everyone else, including Chen Tao and Yin Lin, took the bus. Of course, whether it is a leader or an ordinary white-collar worker, at this moment, they are all messed up and sitting casually. It's just that most of those with families get together, while single dogs form a team again. There was no one around Yu Liang and his sisters. However, when the bus started, there were already many people around. Most of them were about the same age as Yu Liang, and some of the boys chatted in small voices, laughing from time to time. Because the company's business is foreign trade. Therefore, the white-collar workers here still need to have a little understanding of the international situation. Along the way, Yu Liang and the twins listened to their high-spirited talks, and 2 of them even argued endlessly over one matter. Yu Liang looked at each other coldly, seeing clearly. These 2 young men with red faces who were fighting each other would always look in the direction of the twins when they were talking. Needless to ask, their goals are very clear. No wonder he talked like a braggart as soon as he got in the car, like 2 male peacocks with their tails open, exuding strong male hormones all over their bodies. It's just that, although the 2 children are not deeply involved in the world, it is impossible for them to be moved by these few words. The efforts of these 2 people are probably in vain. Suddenly, a person came up from the stairs of the bus. It was Yin Lin, the head of the purchasing department. I don't know if there are any rules, the second floor of the bus is basically young people. Most of the executives sit on the first floor. So, seeing Yin Lin suddenly, the fight here quieted down. Yin Lin smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry to bother you. No, hello Director Yin. Hello, Director Yin. There was a burst of greetings on the bus. Yin Lin smiled and said, today is the team building, Mr. Su said, regardless of position, don't hurt me. Everyone laughed, but few people took this sentence to heart. As long as you have worked in the workplace for more than 3 years, you will understand some things even if you don't understand them. Yin Lin came to Yu Liang's side and said, "Yu Liang, take a step to talk." Yu Liang naturally understood her purpose, because she had already communicated with her on WeChat. Opening the backpack he was carrying, Yu Liang took out the little old mountain sandalwood and said, "Director Yin, here are the things you want, and I have prepared them for you. This thing is wrapped in a layer of silk cloth, and no one can see what's inside except the see-through eyes." "Oh, thank you then." Yin Lin took it quickly and said, "This money." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Director Yin, you introduced me to a big business, and I will give this to you." "Ah, how is this possible?" Chapter 102 Accident, Lie Down with Hug. The company team building was held quite successfully. After arriving at the destination in the morning, under the arrangement of the organizer, they were divided into 4 groups, and then various competitions were held. Among them, children are the most happy to play. Suan Kue, the boss of the company, did not join any team, but served as a referee. After the game, each group has a prize, everyone is happy. After the fun, everyone enjoyed lunch. Then, the director of the office smiled and said, "Everyone, the half-day group activities are over, and the following is individual free activities." He took out a list and shouted, "If you take a cruise ship and tour around the lake, follow me. If you sign up for a bicycle to travel around the lake freely, go over there to pick up the bicycle." The crowd divided into 2 teams. Yu Liang naturally went to the bicycle collection point with the twin sisters. The bicycles here are all special bicycles prepared by the 60 attractions. Because the company pays the bill, there is no need to pay a deposit or anything. Bicycles include single bicycles and tandem bicycles. When the 3 of them came to the bicycle spot, the twin sisters looked up together and looked at Yu Liang in unison. And Yu Liang saw it clearly, their previous eyes seemed to have swept away on the tandem bicycle. Suddenly, a chill spread from the soles of the feet along the spine. At this time, no matter how stupid Yu Liang is, he still knows how to choose. He stepped forward with a blank expression, grabbed the faucet of a 1-person bicycle, then turned his head and urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle, everyone is starting." The 2 sisters sighed at the same time, and they were also inexplicably relieved. Helena muttered something in her mouth, and then said, "Sister, let's ride a tandem bicycle." "I'm going to ride ahead." "Okay." He Linglong said softly. Both of them have soft personalities. It's just that, in comparison, the elder sister seems to have a much higher tolerance for the younger sister, and she is more willing to give in everything. Seeing their sisters getting on a tandem bicycle, Tian Liang felt relieved. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough just now, otherwise I am afraid that I will encounter the scene of a car rollover now." A group of people took their bicycles and began to ride around the lake. Dongxian Lake is a famous tourist attraction in Yongcheng. Although it is not as famous as the West Lake in Hangzhou, it is well known in the local area. After years of transformation and construction by the municipal government, it does have merit. At least, in terms of the surrounding scenery alone, it is not necessarily inferior to the West Lake. It is a lot worse in terms of various cultural inheritance and heritage. Everyone rode at different speeds. At the beginning, the team of more than 20 people quickly dispersed. However, at this time, Yu Liang and the 2 sisters were surrounded by 2 young men. They are 2 people who are arguing with each other in the car. Obviously, their goal is the same as Yu Liang. Naturally, Yu Liang would not be jealous at this time. It was a kind of enjoyment for a few people to ride and talk while blowing the spring breeze by the May Lake. However, accidents can come at any time. Suddenly, a motorcycle rushed out from the turning in front like lightning. The driver of the motorcycle was a young man with yellow hair who didn't even wear a helmet. In the urban area of Yongcheng, a ban on motorcycles has been promulgated long ago. However, in a place like Dongxian Lake, there are no restrictions. The roads of Dongxian Lake are extremely spacious, and in some areas, there are still special bicycle lanes for tourists to ride in the spring. However, this motorcycle that rushed out suddenly not only went against the direction of the bicycle lane, but also turned without slowing down, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. "What?" Helena screamed. She couldn't hold on to the bicycle bridle, and she snatched it away in fright. If this is a single bicycle, maybe it can be barely corrected. However, the tandem bicycles, the sisters are both petite and exquisite. With people and cars, they headed to the side. The expression of Yu Liang, who was following behind, changed. He jumped up almost without thinking. At this time, he originally had 2 choices. One is to shoot and stop the motorcycle, and the other is to hug the twin sisters to prevent them from falling and getting injured. In this fleeting moment, Yu Liang didn't hesitate at all. In his mind, he didn't even consider the first option, because all his energy was put on the twin sister who was about to fall. Physique LV1, Tai Chi LV1. When these two appear on a person, although that person cannot be turned into a Superman, the speed of Yu Liang's reaction at this moment is amazing. Just when the bodies of the two sisters began to pour out, Yu Liang jumped up, catch the cicada in 8 steps. In Taijiquan, in addition to boxing, there are also unique skills such as spear and spear. The literal meaning of the 8 steps to catch the cicada is that the likeness skill is extremely high, and one can catch up with the flying cicada within a few steps. There is a kind of item in acrobatics, 8-step chasing and deceiving, which means being able to catch up with a galloping horse within 8 steps, and quickly leap to stand on the back of the galloping horse. Moreover, he can do handstands, somersaults, and perform various difficult movements on horseback. This is the traditional unique skill of the circus. However, Yu Liang's 8 steps to catch cicadas are naturally quite different. The movement of that figure was like a gust of wind passing by, and before the two of them fell down, it had already come to their side. Spreading his hands, he patted the tandem bicycle deftly. This shot was so powerful that it immediately slapped the bicycle away from their bodies, falling out of thin air. And tripping with a bicycle, the probability of injury is 1.6, but it is very different. The latter is several times more dangerous than the former. After slapping the bike, Yu Liang didn't let them fall. Instead, his body was bent, and in a posture of an iron bridge, he abruptly stopped the two girls in the ground. Then, he clasped his hands together, hands open and close like silk. Those hands seemed to have some kind of suction, forcibly sticking the bodies of the two girls. The three fell down together. However, Tian Liang became the meat pad under the two girls. This turn of events happened so suddenly that the other two boys hadn't figured out what happened. I saw a scene that made them extremely envious and at the same time extremely hateful. Yu Liang successfully hugged the two little girls and lay down. Chapter 103 crashed into a luxury car. Ah, what's going on? Quick, get up quickly. Yu Liang lay on the ground, also grinning in pain. He originally thought that his iron bridge could safely catch the two girls. However, when the weight of the two of them pressed down, Yu Liang realized that he still overestimated himself. Perhaps, when his physical fitness reaches LV3 or above, he can use the iron bridge posture to hold two girls without falling down, but not now. So, he fell very gorgeously. However, when he fell, Yu Liang still firmly remembered that he protected the two girls in front of his chest and didn't let them touch the ground directly. Brother Yu, two almost identical voices sounded at the same time. Then, the two sisters got up immediately, their eyes moved, worried, touched, and even a trace of inexplicable emotion. Yu Liang has already blocked the knife for them once, and this time, it's the second time, although they faintly feel that Tian Liang's thoughts towards them are not pure. Well, it's not that it's not pure for one, but it's not pure for 222 people. Therefore, they have been in a hesitant and contradictory mood these days, when facing Yu Liang. He was also at a loss, not knowing what expression and attitude to use to treat him. But now, how can the two of them manage so much? A certain emotion in their hearts is like a volcanic eruption, boiling and raging, and it is difficult to contain it. Yu Liang let go of his hands, straightened his back, and a carp stood up straight. He glanced at the two sisters, knowing that they were not injured, but he still asked, "How is it? Where is the injury?" The two sisters shook their heads together. Not only did their faces look exactly the same, but even their slightly frightened and worried expressions were the same, making it impossible to tell which of these two was the elder sister and which was the younger sister. Yu Liang only felt his heart beating like thunder, and he was about to use the item of clairvoyance. However, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said, "Where is that retrograde motorcycle rider?" The two young people next to him just woke up like a dream. They quickly looked behind them, but there was no one left. "Hey, that guy, you're riding too fast." "Yeah, I should have stopped him just now." The two sisters rolled their eyes together. Hindsight, just now these two people didn't even have the slightest reaction at all, and now they are talking fart. Look at Yu Liang next to him. A feeling of complacency suddenly arises spontaneously. "Goodbye, brother Yu." However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Wakao, whose bicycle is this?" And it smashed someone's car. Everyone turned their heads to look, a little surprised and dazed. A tandem bicycle in the scenic area is falling beside a car. Next to the bicycle, there are some broken glass. Obviously, this accident was caused by the collision between a tandem bicycle and a car. There are many parking spaces in the scenic area. However, the car was not parked in the parking space, but parked randomly on the side of the road. Yu Liang could tell at a glance that tandem bicycle is my masterpiece. At that time, in order to save the two sisters, Yu Liang didn't care so much. Tight she push hands went all out and pushed the bicycle out on the spot. As for where to push it, hey, it can only be said that it was bad luck. The bicycle that was pushed out just hit the headlight of a parked car and broke the headlight. Is this a Ferrari? It was only then that everyone discovered that the one whose headlight was smashed by the bicycle was not an ordinary car, but a sports car. On the top of the sports car, there is a mark of a golden bull, which is the famous Ferrari. Although they don't know how much this Ferrari is worth, all idiots know that it will definitely not be cheap. Well, I still have something to do, I'm leaving first, sorry. Suddenly, a young man lowered his head, said something, then jumped on the bicycle, pedaled hard, and went away at the fastest speed. I. Another young man hesitated for a moment, his face flushed as red as a monkey's butt, and then he didn't say anything, but he also got on his bicycle and left in a blink of an eye. Them? He Lingna was speechless, with a look of disbelief. Yu Liang sighed secretly. Although the bicycle was shot by himself, logically speaking, it has nothing to do with them. However, they are also one of the participants on the scene after all. If there is a claim, God knows if they will be exempted from liability. So, in a moment of excitement, they all became deserters. Of course, if they hit an ordinary car instead of an expensive Ferrari, they would definitely have another choice. Too much. He Linglong said angrily, if the two of them don't leave, Sister He Linglong will not let them bear the loss no matter what. However, it would be too hurtful for these two people to leave like this. Sister, that's the kind of guy who pursued us. Brother, you is better. He Lingna said angrily. Then, she realized what she said, and she couldn't help but blush. Yu Liang pretended not to hear. He walked around the Ferrari, frowned, and said, there is no phone number in the car. Is it really troublesome to find someone? Hey, young man, there is no surveillance here. I think you should leave quickly. An old man came over and said in a low voice, this car is very expensive, you must not be able to afford it. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, old man, thank you for your kindness, but this accident was caused by me. Fart, I saw clearly just now that it's not your fault at all. You fell to save those two girls. This is clearly the second son of the Liu family. The old man said this, suddenly shut up, and then said, young man, you are a good person, listen to me. Go now. Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, and he had a vague guess. The person riding a motorcycle and driving recklessly may be a local resident. It's just that there must be nothing to ask from this old man's mouth. The second child of the Liu family, this may be the only clue. Facing the old man's urging, he smiled brightly. Thank you, old man, but I don't want to do anything wrong, so let's wait for the car owner here. It's just that in his mouth, he seems to be nagging nonstop. Good people don't live long, and bad people live forever. Chapter 104 20 million real luxury car, although there is no phone number on the car. But if you just want to find the owner of the car, it is not very difficult. Yu Liang took out his phone and called the police directly. If you encounter such an accident, you must call the police. Because the compensation for luxury cars will definitely not be a small amount, in order not to be so troublesome in the future, don't be afraid of trouble now. The official post will arrive soon, because this is Dongqian Lake, which is a famous tourist attraction. There are not many officials on duty here. Seeing this scene, the official clerk also frowned slightly, and looked at Yu Liang with a trace of pity. Young man, you are about to bleed. Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, thank you. He Lingda quickly said, officer, we are actually victims too. She recounted what happened just now, and then said, that retrograde motorcycle is too disgusting. Can you arrest him? The officer hesitated for a moment and said, do you have live video? No. How many witnesses? Oh, I have two colleagues who saw that too. The officer smiled wryly, and said, your colleague can't do it. Are there any witnesses who have no interest in you? Yes, we met an old man just now. Yu Liang sighed and said, Nana, match. He Lingna said dissatisfied, why, what did you call me just now, Nana? He Lingna's face turned red slightly. Brother, you always called himself Xiao Xiao, huh? Why suddenly? Her heart was up and down, and she was suddenly stunned, and she couldn't think of anything else. He Linglong glanced at Yu Liang with resentment on his face. Yu Liang hurriedly said, Linglong, take Nana over there first, and I'll have a word with the official. Yes. He Linglong's face was also flushed, and she pulled her sister, and the two sisters walked away in a blink of an eye like they were on Hot Wheels. The officer blinked and looked at Yu Liang suspiciously. At this moment, he really didn't know what kind of expression he should give. Is it envy, jealousy, or contempt? What's the matter? It seems that the former is still the majority. However, he still restrained his mind and said, why, has anyone else seen it? Yu Liang shook his head slightly, and said, officer, is there any surveillance around here? No. What if we can't produce evidence? Then we can't help it. He paused and said, of course, if the other party is willing to admit it. It's also possible. Is the other party willing to admit it? Yu Liang immediately thought that the yellow hair had no intention of staying behind after passing through them. He didn't care at all about scaring people off their feet. There is no doubt that this is a selfish person. In the absence of a live catch, wanting to make him admit it himself. As for what the old man seemed to have slipped up just now, Yu Liang wouldn't even mention it. If Huang Mao is really a resident nearby, the old man will never come out to testify. Thinking about it, I know that there are strangers on the one hand, and people from my own village on the other. Then, wouldn't it be clear at a glance who the old man chooses to help? The old man had already mentioned them at that time. They could not do it, but they couldn't be ungrateful, so don't make things difficult for others. In the distance, 2 bicycles rode over. This is a man and a woman. The males are around 30, and the females are 23 or 4 at most. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, and their faces are somewhat similar, like a pair of brothers and sisters. More than a pair of lovers. They came to the car and stopped. The man glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said, "It wasn't a collision, it was a smash. My car has provoked someone, so why are you so wolfish?" The corner of the woman's mouth twitched, and she said, "I'm jealous. I told you a long time ago, you want to come and play, don't drive a sports car, just get an SUV and it won't be so troublesome." The official was startled, and said, "This is your car." The man sighed, and said, "My brother and sister are riding around the lake. We received a call saying that our car had been hit, so we came over to have a look." With a speechless expression on his face, he said, "Our car is parked well, to be bumped. No, it's a strange thing to be hit." Yu Liang blushed. If the other party comes and immediately yells at you, you will feel guilty. However, people came, although they complained a lot, but nothing serious was said. If they get along differently, Yu Liang doesn't think that he can do better than others. "Sir, I accidentally bumped into your car. I invite you to come here to negotiate compensation." The man glanced at Yu Liang and said, "I'm not good at repairing cars, I'll ask a friend when I take a picture." He took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the damaged part, and then fiddled with it for a while, shaking his head. "Hello, my car is a bit expensive. If it is repaired, it will not be cheap at this time." The pair of sisters also saw the owner of the car coming, so they approached slowly. Yu Liang smiled and said, "How much?" "I just asked, because the summary is about 1 million. What?" Helena exclaimed, 1 million. The man turned his head, glanced at the sisters, and couldn't help being slightly startled, as if he had a feeling of surprise. That man is also a well-informed person. If there is only He Linglong or He Lingnell alone, he will only take one look at most, and then look away. However, if the 2 sisters stand together, this bug is too big. There are many beautiful women, and there are also many twin sisters. However, if these 2 conditions are combined, it is really rare. So what if it's $1 million? Another girl folded her hands on her chest and said, "Look clearly, this is not an entry-level Ferrari, but a Daytona SP3. It's not sold in China, and the price is at least 20 million yuan." Looking at the girl's domineering nature, the 2 sisters no longer dared to speak. Daytona SP3, what is that? Yu Liang is not familiar with luxury cars, so he has never heard of this term. However, his sixth sense told him that the little girl was not lying. The price of this car is at least 20 million or more. Chapter 105 Rich and Powerful. The traffic policeman who came to deal with the problem widened his eyes. He originally thought it was just an ordinary traffic accident, but unexpectedly, $1 million gift package came out. Although he didn't want to meet at all, but when he did, there was nothing he could do. Taking a deep breath, the official hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, tell me about that retrograde motorcycle." Yu Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Officer, even if we found him, what if he doesn't admit it?" The official said with a wry smile, "If you don't admit it, then you have to consider yourself unlucky. This kind of thing, unless it is really captured by a camera, or catch it on the spot. Otherwise, once it passes, there is nothing to do, and at most it can only be a joke. Moreover, as long as the other party refuses to admit it, there is really nothing to do." Yu Liang nodded slightly. The official's words were the same as what he understood. The man's eyes were piercing, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Officer, is there anything hidden about today's matter?" The officer shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's like this. These 2 ladies said that when they were cycling around the lake." He said it blah blah, and then said, "But this is an unmonitored area since we didn't leave the person on the spot for negotiation. Let's go to him now." He shook his head. "The meaning is already very clear." Man 060 smiled, turned his eyes to the twins, and said with a smile, "Actually, you didn't mean to sabotage, otherwise, we should each bear half of the loss." He said with a smile, "No, I don't know each other. How about leaving a contact information?" Although he was asking about the 3 of Yu Liang, his eyes were mostly focused on the twin sisters. The proud woman snorted coldly, a hint of disdain overflowed from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't speak. The two sisters looked at each other. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that only half of the compensation would be paid, but then their hearts rose again. It's not right. Even if they only accompany half of them, it will cost 500,000 yuan. Where will they find this money? From the beginning to the end, the two sisters did not think that this matter had something to do with Qian. Brother Yu has saved them. If Brother Yu is made to lose money, then they are still human. Frowning slightly, Yu Liang didn't like the man's eyes very much, although he himself and this man are actually the same breed. However, Yu Liang would never allow any accident to happen. Don't bother. Yu Liang took out his mobile phone and said, I'll transfer you 1.2 million, say, yuan. 1 million is the car repair fee, and 200,000 is an apology for delaying your 2 trips. The two sisters raised their heads at the same time, and the 2 pairs of watery eyes seemed to be talking, blinking and blinking. It seems to be asking, Brother Yu, where did you get the money? Yu Liang smiled at them and said, Wood. The two sisters understood immediately. Brother Yu said that the giant piece of wood has been sold, and it's still more than 20 million yuan, then, it is nothing unusual to take out more than 1 million yuan, but, isn't this bought by a friend? Is it really appropriate to use other people's money like this? Although the two of them were worried, the amount of money and things involved at the moment were far beyond what they could handle. The two little guys, who were still self-aware, held hands and closed their mouths. Although it can't help Brother Yu, at least it can't be a drag on him. The man finally turned his head and looked into Yu Liang's eyes with a sense of seriousness. 1.2 million is nothing to him. However, looking at Yu Liang's appearance, taking out 1.2 million is like taking out 120 yuan, which surprised him a little. Is there such a person in Yangqing's hero spectrum? It seems that I have never heard of it. The man laughed and said, I'm sorry, I've been talking for so long, and I still don't know what to call my brother. After he finished speaking, he touched his chest with his hand, and said, My name is Ma Yanghong, this is my sister Ma Yangxue. Yu Liang nodded and said, My name is Yu Liang. Since he didn't like the look in the other person's eyes, Kai Liang didn't intend to have a close friendship with him. Yu Liang, Ma Yanghong didn't change his face. But countless names flashed in his heart in an instant. But I still didn't expect which family's child this was. Mr. Ma, give me an account number, and I will transfer the money. Before Ma Yanghong could speak, Ma Yangxue sneered and said, What's so great about $1 million? After a collision, it's a broken car, bad luck. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. However, although the other party's words are not pleasant, they are true. A luxury car is different from an ordinary car. If it is an accident car, it is a big discount. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Yu Liang said very simply, Mr. Ma, how much did you pay for your car? I'll increase the price by 1 million, how about selling it to me? As soon as this sentence came out, Ma Yanghong's expression became a little dignified. Even Ma Yangxue looked over in surprise. She said a long time ago that this car costs at least 20 million in China. Yu Liang actually wanted to increase the price to buy, that is to say, he can at least call more than 20 million funds at any time. There are two completely different levels between a person who can take out 1 million yuan and a person who can take out more than 20 million yuan, such riches and powerful. Even their brothers are a little impressed. They are brothers and sisters, so they don't need to care about the former, but for the latter, even they must be given some respect. Ma Yanghong took a deep look at Yu Liang and said with a smile, Brother Yu, don't mind, my sister is heartbroken about the car, so she spoke in a hurry. He laughed and said, Also, this car, I also bought it after queuing for a long time, and I am reluctant to give it to you. You don't want to take this opportunity to collect luxury cars on purpose, do you? Hearing his joking words, Yu Liang could no longer keep a straight face. That's fine, but the repair fee must be paid. Mr. Ma, please give me an account number. Ma Yanghong pondered for a while, and said, Add me on WeChat, and I will send you. Yu Liang actually didn't want to have anything to do with this person, but this excuse is not easy to refuse. The two added WeChat, and Ma Yanghong sent a bank account number. Yu Liang manipulated a few times and transferred 1.2 million. Seeing that the money arrived immediately, Ma Yanghong was sure that the young man in front of him was not some bragging scammer. Seeing Yu Liang's unkind expression, he immediately knew that his initial attitude was a bit annoying. With a laugh, Ma Yanghong said, Brother Yu, we are from Shanghai. If you come to Shanghai in the future, remember to find me. I will be in charge of entertaining you. I guarantee to satisfy you. After finishing speaking, he nodded to everyone, and together with his sister, he picked up his bicycle and continued to ride around the lake. Chapter 106 I found the little yellow hare, my dear cow. the official gave Yu Liang a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration, and it was from the heart. In fact, after discovering that it was a luxury car that hit him this time, he was already as big as a bucket, because, according to past experience, if two cars collide and take insurance, then both parties will be very happy. However, if you can't get the insurance, and the repair fee is more expensive, then you will have to argue. There may even be rogues. The higher the cost of car repairs, or the cost of seeing a doctor, the more this happens. After hearing that this is a super luxury car worth 20 million yuan and repair costs starting from 1 million yuan, the official shut his mouth firmly. This kind of expenses, for the average family, even for the local aborigines, can be regarded as traumatic. Most of the aborigines in Yongcheng own real estate, and their real estate must add up to more than 1 million, but let them come up with 1 million cash. Except for the real rich second generation and demolition second generation, there are really not many people who can do it. Therefore, although the official was merciful, there was nothing he could do. But unexpectedly, Yu Liang turned out to be a rich man, and a super rich man at that. So, things worked out perfectly. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry to bother the police officer this time." The officer waved his hand and said, "You should have signed a compensation agreement with him just now, otherwise, just in case." When he said this, he stopped. Yu Liang naturally understood what he meant, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if he regrets it, I'll just buy this car." The corner of the official's mouth twitched, he said goodbye and left. Forget it, the thinking of rich people, they will never be able to guess, and it's best not to guess, otherwise, you will suffer a huge blow. "Brother Yu," Helena said in a low voice. "I'm sorry." Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, but seeing her timid look, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Not knowing what was going on, he stretched out his hand, rubbed her head, and said, "It's okay," although there was already a little ambiguity between the three of them that was unclear. However, it was the first time for Yu Liang to do such an intimate gesture. Helena was also taken aback for a moment, and then her face flushed slightly. She subconsciously glanced at her sister, feeling a little guilty for no reason. Linglong gritted her teeth, as if hesitating for something. After a while, she finally said, "Brother Yu, we sisters lent you the money, and we will definitely pay it back." Yu Liang laughed and said, "Okay, I threw the bicycle out, it has nothing to do with you, don't think too much. No, you are here to save us." Linglong said with a firm face. Yu Liang sighed and said, "Linglong, this is more than 1 million. Under normal circumstances, how many years do you plan to pay it back?" Linglong made some calculations in her mind. Her mouth was tongue-tied, and her attitude was not so firm anymore. The internship salary of their sisters is less than 3,000, even after graduation. You can find a suitable unit. However, if you want to earn millions a year or something, that is wishful thinking. During the half-year internship, they learned a lot. There is actually a huge gap between the ideals in schools and the reality in society. If they can find a job with a salary of more than 6,000, it is already very good. However, 6,000 a month, don't you eat or drink? Even if they don't eat or drink, the two sisters want to repay 1.2 million for 12,000 a month, which is a desperate date. Yu Liang stretched out his hand, rubbed her head, and said, "Okay, this is an accident, don't take it to heart. Don't worry about me, I own half of the anise. So sell it after that, half of the money will belong to me." "Ah, really?" Helena said in surprise. "Of course, I won't lie to you." Linglong frowned slightly, and said, "But I can't let you lose in vain." Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Okay, just treat it as if you owe me a favor. When I need help in the future, just don't refuse." The two sisters looked at each other and nodded vigorously at the same time. After being severely beaten by the society, they have already understood that it is undoubtedly a dream to repay the money with their own strength, asking for flowers. In fact, in terms of their sister's temper, if it were someone other than Brother Yu, they would definitely not accept this huge sum of money. Even if it is because of this, she will notify the family and let her parents know. She will accept it. However, if it was Yu Liang, their vigilance was reduced to the lowest level, already inferior to my brother's many favors. One more, it seems that it is not so unacceptable. Yu Liang picked up his bicycle and said, "Let's go, continue cycling around the lake. Don't be the last one." The two sisters looked at each other and helped up the tandem bicycle. Surprisingly, the quality of this bicycle is still very good, and it even smashed the headlights of other luxury cars. But it is just a little chipped paint. The overall structure is not serious, right up, no abnormalities. The three of Yu Liang continued to ride along the lake. This time, 2 light bulbs were missing, and the three of them felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Gradually, the two sisters also let go slowly, and started talking and laughing. Of course, this this is also the result of Yu Liang constantly making them happy. Otherwise, more than a million things will always weigh on their hearts and become their demons. An hour later, the three of them finally finished writing and returned to the assembly point. Yu Liang looked around and found that not many people paid attention to them, only the two young colleagues who had fled, their eyes flickering, did not dare to look directly at them. Yu Liang immediately understood that they did not spread the matter. If you think about it, it's too late for the two of them to cover up such a shameful thing. So why would they spread it everywhere? However, at this moment, Yu Gong suddenly felt that his sleeves were being pulled. Turning around, I saw He Lingna's excited face. Brother Yu, sister, look, that person is that person. Although her voice was not loud, Yu Liang and Jia Linglong could hear her clearly. Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw it immediately. A little yellow hair, riding a motorcycle, rumbled into the parking lot. It's really hard to find a place to go through the iron shoes, and it's easy to get it. Chapter 107, Denial. He Linglong's small hands were tightened immediately, and then strode over. Yu Liang was slightly taken aback, looking at her back in surprise. Unexpectedly, He Linglong, who has always been weak and weak, actually has such a side. However, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately quickened his pace and stood in front of He Linglong. Don't move, I'll just negotiate. Brother Yu, but don't worry about it. Yu Liang smiled and said, some things are not worth getting angry about. The two sisters looked at each other, although they were full of unwillingness, but seeing Yu Liang's firm eyes and irrefutable attitude, they had no choice but to stop. Yu Liang turned around and strode towards the little yellow-haired man. At this time, the little yellow 313 Mao had just parked the car, pulled out the key, and was about to go to the nearby hotel, the second child of the Lu family. Yu Liang shouted in a deep voice. The little yellow-haired man turned his head with a suspicious look on his face. Sure enough, the old man was right. This is the second child of the Lu family. Lu Er stood still and looked around, as if he was finally sure that it was Yu Liang who called him. Who are you? He asked impatiently. Yu Liang smiled slightly, and said, why, I just saw it, but I forgot it. It's really a nobleman who forgets things. Lu Lauer frowned, but he couldn't remember who this guy was. Yu Liang half turned around, pointed in the direction of the twins, and said, do you remember them? Lu Er glanced at him, his pupils lit up immediately, and he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with an obscene expression on his face. Yu Liang was furious in his heart, and said in a deep voice, why, can't remember, it doesn't matter if you don't remember, we are friends, we can play together. Lu Lauer said excitedly, brother, I am treating guests today, how much is the night package? Yu Liang took a deep breath. The only thing he felt lucky was that he stopped the sisters and didn't let them come over. I'm not your brother. Yu Liang said flatly, just now you were driving a motorcycle in the wrong direction and knocked us down. Don't you remember? Lu Er was stunned for a moment, and then said with an indifferent expression, oh, it's just a fall, and no one died, so don't make a fuss about it. Yu Liang looked at him silently. Lu Lauer said again, all right, I have money. As long as you let the two of them stay with me for one night, I will give you 5,000, is that enough? Yu Liang said slowly, expressionless. When they fell just now, the bicycle bumped into a car on the side of the road and smashed their big headlights. Lu Er said disdainfully, oh, you want compensation, right? It's still the same sentence. As long as they stay with me for one night, I'll take care of it. You bought it? Yu Liang finally couldn't help but sneered. The owner of the car is from Modu, and the cart he drives is a Ferrari, worth more than 20 million, and the maintenance cost is 1.2 million. This time, Lu Lauer's complexion really changed, his face became serious, and his expression also became fierce. What the hell, you kid wanna blackmail me? If it is 102, or 1,002, or even 12,000, for the sake of the pair of sisters, Lu Lauer can take it out. However, 1.2 million is beyond his ability. Yu Liang said slowly, the official has come, and the owner of the other car has also come, and there are records. You can check. Hearing the certification, Yu Liang said. Lu Er was inexplicably flustered. He stared and scolded, nonsense, I don't know you at all, and I have never seen you. Let me tell you, you are here to ask who is my second son Lu. Ha, get away with knowledge a point, otherwise you won't be able to get out of Liu Jiao village. Lu Jiao, the second child of the Lu family, enough, Yu Liang had already got the information he wanted. So he stopped pestering him and turned around to leave. Lu Lauer spat hard from behind, glanced at the two sisters with greedy eyes, hesitated for a moment, and turned around to enter a nearby chess and card room. This pair of sisters is really beautiful, even the only one he has ever seen in his life. However, after hearing the price of 1.2 million, most people will calm down. Yu Liang returned to the sisters. He Linglong asked, brother Yu, what's the matter? Does he deny it? It's more than just not admitting it, this kid is full of swear words. Fortunately you didn't go over there. However, there was a faint smile on Yu Liang's face, and he said, it's okay, he doesn't admit it now, but he will admit it later. Why is that? He Ling asked wonderingly. Yu Liang said with a smile, the mountain people have their own tricks, but if they say it, it won't work. He vowed, don't worry, the compensation will definitely fall on him, so don't worry about it. Seeing Yu Liang's calm and confident expression, the two sisters looked at each other with concern in their eyes. Brother, you don't want to hit someone, do you? He Linglong said cautiously. Yu Liang stared and said, nonsense, I am an outstanding young man in the new era, how could I beat someone with my hands? You look down on me too much. The two sisters stick out their little tongues, they are very naughty and cute, although their little heads couldn't figure it out. What would brother you do? However, since my brother didn't use force, and he looked confident, they just believed it. The three returned to the crowd. At this time, colleagues in the company gathered in twos and threes to chat, except for the two pale-faced 0.8-year-olds in Lin. No one noticed them here. Half an hour later, Suan Kui announced loudly that today's team building activity has come to a successful conclusion. Then, he announced that Yu Liang was rewarded 10,000 yuan for his brave actions in the restaurant and won honor for the company. The eyes of several young people turned green with envy. Vacation 10,000 yuan bonus public praise from leaders. Hey, why wasn't it me who ate that day? If I were there, I would definitely rush up too. Isn't it just a guy with a knife? And a few people rushed over with chairs, promising to beat that guy until he cried. It's really unfair that such a good thing happened to him instead of me. Chapter 108. I don't know. When the bus returned, the people on board were a little listless. When many people are lying in the car, they are a little confused. Finally, everyone arrived home safely, and when they got off the bus, the director of the office told him to send him a message to report that they were safe when they got home. Of course, everyone agreed together. It has been 3 years since Yu Liang came to the company. However, in the past 3 years, he only participated in 2 large-scale team building activities organized by the company every quarter, except for the first time, that is this time. In the past, Yu Liang was indifferent to the things around him. Therefore, even if I participated in team building, I didn't feel much, but it's different now. He has already started preparing his own company. Therefore, after participating in this team building, Yu Liang felt that the organizer was indeed a talent. Talent is not limited to technical positions. Being able to organize people and arrange them properly is also a rare talent. The director of the office is a middle-aged woman in her 40s this year, although the person looks quite ordinary. But this ability really has nothing to say. Yu Liang silently wrote it down in his heart. After winking at the two sisters, Yu Liang walked towards the hotel. The two sisters looked at each other and followed quietly. Several colleagues made an appointment to have dinner together, and they also called Yu Liang and the two sisters, but they all declined. After all, what happened today was not very pleasant, and they lost the mood to continue socializing. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang and the two sisters had left and gathered in the hotel lobby. He Linglong was about to speak, but Yu Liang waved his hand and said, Go, let's go. What? I met a villain today, so I'm in a bad mood. Yu Liang said solemnly, I need to buy something to save my wounded heart. The two sisters looked at each other, and Lingna said, Brother Yu, what you are talking about is the one that is popular on the internet. Bye. Yes, that's not good. He Linglong whispered, Don't waste your money, I'll invite you to eat. Yu Liang was startled, and said, Eat, yeah, there is a snack street in Gulu, with a lot of colors and people, let's go eat. Why, yeah. He Lingna nodded vigorously, her eyes seemed to be a little bright. Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, It's fine, but before eating, I'd better buy it first. He made a gesture of counting money, and said, Don't forget, I did a big business 2 days ago, so, I'll buy it first. It's to reward yourself. The two sisters immediately remembered the super large timber worth 20 million. Brother Yu said that this piece of wood cost half of his money, which would be 10 million yuan. Brother Yu, are you really a multi-millionaire? Yu Liang smiled and said, Nonsense, if not, where can I get the money to accompany them? The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. They are not greedy for money, but feel that more than 1 million yuan is like a mountain, which makes them feel a little breathless. However, if Yu Liang himself is a multi-millionaire, then this 1 million won't hurt him. The hearts of the two of them will be much better. Yu Liang beckoned and led them all the way to the International Commercial Building. Now that I'm here, of course I'm looking for an old friend. Straight into the Chanel store. The store manager is a very responsible person. When he saw Yu Liang, he immediately came up to him. Although she also met the two sisters in the hospital, she pretended not to know each other, but greeted them with the attitude of treating ordinary guests. Sometimes, the sales performance is too enthusiastic, but it will be disgusting. Such a distance is just right. Yu Liang stretched out his hand to touch the two sisters, and said, "Give them 2 sets of clothes and 2 bags, it will look better." The store manager quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Yu, 2 ladies, please come with me. I wonder if you have any favorite color." The two sisters followed in a daze. Growing up so big, it was the first time for them to come to such a luxury store. Although I screamed crazily in my heart, I shouldn't come, I shouldn't buy it, and I shouldn't want it. However, their skins are too thin, and they can't say anything in front of the store manager and a few salesmen. An hour later, the 2 aggrieved sisters left the store wearing new clothes and carrying a bag each. As for how much money was spent, they didn't even dare to count. Yu Liang looked at their attire and thought it was very eye-catching. Although the clothes on her body are still exactly the same, the bags in her hands are not the same style. Yu Liang is who. But as long as you remember the bag, you can know. Let's go. There is a private kitchen upstairs. The taste is very good. I came here once with the master. This private restaurant opened in the center of the downtown area. And its business was very good in the past, especially the number of receptions for senior government officials. But now, with the adjustment of the policy, senior civil servants gradually shift positions. I no longer like 950, a private restaurant in the downtown area, because here, the probability of meeting acquaintances or the media is too high. Today's senior civil servants often like to go to the surrounding elegant and remote places. Therefore, nowadays, the private restaurants in the urban-rural fringe area are booming. Asked for a small box, Yu Liang chose the package standard of 1,000/person. The two sisters glanced at each other, and they had lost their interest in opposing it. I bought Chanel bags and clothes without blinking an eye. Well, who would care about this little food? After dinner, Yu Liang stopped arranging the show and sent them back to the hotel. Stretching out his hands, he rubbed each other's heads without distinction, and then said, "I'm very tired today, go to bed early, don't stay up late." After speaking, he turned and left. The faces of the two sisters were slightly flushed, but neither of them refused or resisted this seemingly intimate gesture. Turning around, I looked at the pile of new clothes and cosmetics on the sofa outside the suite. The thoughts of the two of them were indescribable. After a while, Lingna tilted her head and asked, "Sister, what's the matter?" Linglong slumped on the sofa, with her hands on her chin, supporting the weight of her head. "I do not know either." Chapter 109 Retaliation. Back home, Yu Liang turned on the magic hard drive. Although I took my two sisters shopping today, I bought a lot of messy things. However, the total cost did not exceed 1 million. That is to say, Yu Liang no longer insists on consumption, otherwise he will definitely not stop there. Opening his attribute panel, Yu Liang used the map query, single item without hesitation. Map query, you can input the item or person name you want to query in the search bar, and you can instantly lock the location of the other party. With a global scope and a 12-hour time limit, the host owns items. Map query, single. Whether to use it? Whether, yes. The interface on the screen suddenly changed strangely, and a map appeared magically. Without hesitation, Yu Liang entered the words Liujiao Village, Dongqianhe Town, Yongshi City in the search bar at the top. Almost instantly, a lot of pictures and name introductions popped up below. It seems that in Liujiao Village, there is more than one person with the name of the second child of the Liu family. Think about it, as long as this person is in Liujiao Village, with the surname Liu and 2 children in his family, wouldn't they all be the second child of the Liu family? However, as long as he has a picture, Yu Liang will never misidentify the person. After flipping through a few pages, Tian Liang knew his goal. The decadent young man with yellow hair is so eye-catching. Yu Liang clicked on this picture, and his basic information appeared immediately. Name, Liu Feiyan. Identity, Liujiao Village, Dongqianhe Town, Yongqing City, the second son of Liu Fei's family. Other than that, there is no other introduction. Yu Liang followed the red dots where the names were, and kept zooming in on the map. Then, he easily found the specific location of this person. What? To Yu Liang's surprise, Liu Feiyang is not in Liujiao Village in Dongqian Lake, but somewhere in the urban area. Take a closer look. Oh, it turned out to be a KTV. Strange, this guy lives very chic. Where did he get the money? Yu Liang will never forget that when Liu Feiyang opened his mouth, it was 5,000 yuan. Although it is completely impossible for the 5,000 yuan to spend the night with sister He Linglong, but this at least proves one thing, that is, this kid does not lack money. From the way he looked, he knew he couldn't have any serious job. Moreover, it is impossible for a serious working person to be willing to spend so much money at once on 2 strange women. Therefore, Yu Liang wants to know what crooked ways this guy has gone. With a slight movement in his heart, Tian Liang went online, regular internet, and searched for Liujiao Village on the internet. Then, looking at the ranking above, Yu Liang understood why this kid is rich. Demolition households. This family turned out to be demolition households.
The current Liujiao village is a resettlement house just handed over a year ago.
5 years ago, the entire Liujiao village was expropriated, and every household received a huge amount of compensation. It turned out that he met the legendary second generation of demolition. No wonder he lived so chicly. The map query time can last for 12 hours. Yu Liang stopped paying attention to him, but took out his Bitcoin computer and started operating and trading. An hour later, I added a lot of property to myself. The total amount of foreign accounts is 28 million US dollars. As for the country, the amount of terrorist funds has reached about 115 million. No, I have to pay back the money. Yu Liang confirmed with Deng Lily again that she will pay off the mortgage tomorrow and get the keys. Of course, he set the time after normal people get off work. Deng Lily had no objection to this. That's a huge sum of 50 million yuan, not to mention that it was scheduled after get off work. Even if it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, she would not have any objections, and, she believes, company managers will not raise any objections. It's all done. When Yu Liang checked Lu Feiyang's whereabouts again, he found that he had been transferred from KTV to a hotel, with a sneer. Yu Liang lay down and went to sleep, but turned on the alarm clock. 2 hours later, Yu Liang woke up. He continued to check Lu Feiyang's location and found that this guy was not in the Hotel King. Very good. Yu Liang got up, put on his clothes, and took the keys of his father's A6 with him before going out. It's not a good thing to go out to do errands tonight. That Bentley Mulsanne is too eye-catching, and it will be fine if it is an A6. Although the A6 can be regarded as a good car, it is not uncommon to see it everywhere in a big city like Yongcheng. Half an hour later, the A6 arrived 100 meters away from the hotel smoothly. That's right, there is a full 100 meters away from the hotel. In this way, no matter what happened in the hotel, it is impossible for anyone to think of him. Yu Liang turned off the engine and adjusted the seat to make himself more comfortable, then turned on the magic hard disk computer. While on the outside, visual simulations can be used. However, if you can save, you can save. 1 million consumption is not so easy to get. The host has an item, see-through eye, single, whether to use it, whether, see-through eye. After using it, the host will be able to look directly at the essence of the object through the appearance. Items that can be seen through include but are not limited to various rough stones, mountain surfaces, various types of clothes, muscles, blood, tendons, etc. Scope: within 10 kilometers from the host. Time: 2 hours. Yes, this is the second time Yu Liang has used clairvoyant eyes, so he felt the difference almost immediately. Looking in the direction of the hotel, Yu Liang soon found the target through the wall. Lu Feiyang is sleeping soundly in a guest room. Of course, he was the only one, sleeping in a room with a 1.8 meter long double bed. Turning his head, Yu Liang continued to search. The next moment, Yu Liang was overjoyed that he finally found what he wanted. My mind moved. Again, the host owns an item. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, single. Do you want to use it? Whether, yes. Please select the transfer object, a non-venomous cabbage snake in the grass. Please select a transfer destination. Yu Liang immediately searched on the map, and successfully transferred to Lu Feiyang's big bedroom. What? Inside the hotel, there was a sudden, shrill scream, like an earthquake. Chapter 110. There are snakes. Help! Lu Feiyang is sleeping. He is the youngest and only son of the family, except for one older sister. There are no other siblings, therefore, he has been the darling of the family since he was a child. Although he didn't learn much about his skills, he learned a lot about his arrogance. Under normal circumstances, such a person has been raised and disabled. Apart from gnawing on his old age for a lifetime, and becoming a parasite that drags down his parents, sister, and brother-in-law's family, he can no longer do anything. However, who made his life better? 5 years ago, it happened to catch up with the government's whole village demolition plan. As a result, the dilapidated houses of their family were all bought by the government. Because their family's ancestral house is big enough and there is enough land, the money allocated for the demolition and the relocation house have reached an enviable level. Today, the family has 8 sets of buildings of different sizes, and millions of dollars in hand, although both the money and the house are in the hands of his parents. The income from renting out the house and the interest from the bank alone are enough for Lu Feiyang to live a prosperous life. But since then, Lu Feiyang has become arrogant and domineering. Of course, this kind of person has an obvious characteristic, that is, there is a dragon at home and a snake outside. It's okay to let him be arrogant on his own plot in the village, but it's out of the question to make a career out of it. Outside, he has nothing to do except eating, drinking and having fun, gambling and drugs. He still has self-knowledge and dare not touch them, but KTV, bars, but his figure is indispensable. Today at KVT, after singing with my old friend, we played 10 times Coolie in the hotel. Then, he slept alone in the hotel room. However, when he was sleeping in a daze, he suddenly felt greasy on his body, as if something was moving around his body. Moreover, this thing is cold and cold, which is completely different from the beauty's gentle body. Fuck, what the hell is this? Lu Feiyang opened his eyes annoyed, and then he saw the most terrifying scene that he was afraid of, a snake, on his body. A black snake was swimming unscrupulously. At this moment, Lu Feiyang was scared out of his wits, although he is a farm boy. However, the rural areas around the modern big cities are very different from the previous rural areas. Lu Feiyang's growing up experience is almost the same as that of children in the city. Play snake catch snake. Haha, that is definitely overthinking. It is not so easy to find a snake on the ground in the countryside, especially after the rice fields have been turned into high-rise buildings these years. What's more, it is such an intimate contact with a snake. Help, instinctively. Lu Feiyang uttered the most angry scream in his life. Then, with a strong wave, he matched the snake with God knows where he got the courage, but he did it. Then, he jumped up like an electric shock, twisted open the door as fast as he could, and rushed out. It's just that Lu Feiyang at this time didn't notice that he didn't have any strands on his body. Wow, catch a thief. There are exhibitionists. Look, someone is about to descend. Catch him, stinky boy. Don't even look at where this is. Alarm, alarm. Soon, Lu Feiyang, who ran outside, caused chaos, although it is very late now, for those people who are used to nightlife. This point is exactly when they are the craziest. Seeing someone running carrots in the hotel, everyone was more excited than shy. Soon, the officials sent over. Their faces were not good, because in their jurisdiction, there was a fool who ran down. If this kind of thing gets out, people will definitely be ridiculed, even if it wasn't their fault. Since it happened in their jurisdiction, it must be mentioned. Name, Lu Feiyang. Gender, male. Brave. Why the carrot run? Don't you know it's illegal? Officer, I want to call the police. What? The two officials thought they had heard it wrong. That guy from Carrot Ben actually asked to call the police. There are snakes in this hotel. I was sleeping, and suddenly there was a snake on my body that wanted to bite me. It scared me to death. The two officials looked at each other in blank dismay, and at this time, the manager of the hotel was also here. His complexion was very ugly, and he had the same idea as the two officials. There are idiots who are radish running in their own hotel, and the reputation of the hotel is also greatly negatively affected. But now, what does this guy want to say? There are snakes in the hotel. At this moment, the manager was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Nonsense, how could there be snakes in our hotel? The manager retorted, besides, you live on the 10th floor. What kind of snake can climb to the 10th floor? I'm not lying. Guadu is in the room. Okay, let's go and have a look. A group of people reached the 10th floor. Although everyone did not believe that there were snakes inside, necessary protective measures were still taken. However, when everyone entered the room and turned it upside down, they didn't find any foreign objects at all, let alone a snake. Even Xiaocheng didn't see one. The two officials and the hotel manager looked at Lu Feiyang as if they were looking at a dead person. Lu Feiyang was dumbfounded, and murmured, Impossible. Impossible, there must be snakes. There must be, officer. I think he's insane, it can't be. The manager pointed to his head, and said in a low voice, he smells of alcohol, so he must have been drinking. Hallucination. The eyes of the two officials lit up, and they took Lu Feiyang to the hospital regardless of Lu Feiyang's resistance. Not only the alcohol test was done, but also the toxicity test was done by the way. However, the results of the inspection made them quite disappointed. In Lu Feiyang's blood, he must have reached the standard of drunkenness. However, no toxicity was detected. What the hell? Drinking can create hallucinations. What a talent, no matter how swearing Lu Feiyang swears, he has indeed seen a snake, but at this time, no one believed him anymore. Moreover, when he was arrested, he had a bad attitude and caused a very bad influence, so he was finally sentenced to 5 days of detention in the name of violating public security management. Chapter 111. A family, living together. Are there snakes in the room? After Yu Liang used the first item, the 5 ghosts carrying talisman, there must be a snake. Moreover, Yu Liang deliberately and caringly carried the non-poisonous cauliflower snake to Lu Feiyang's body. Let them two different species, the most intimate non-interval contact. That's why Lu Feiyang was woken up and almost belched in fright. It's just that after Lu Feiyang was so frightened that the radish ran away, Yu Liang bought another 5 ghost transporting talisman and sent the cauliflower snake that had made great contributions back to its original place. Although it comes and goes, 2 5 ghosts are used to carry the array. It cost Yu Liang exactly 10 consumption points. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, living creature 5 points. But Yu Liang didn't feel sad at all. What are the points used for? Of course, the earned points must be spent, as long as he can let the bad breath in his chest go smoothly, let alone 10 points. Even if all the points are used up, Yu Liang will not be stingy.
In fact, in terms of cost, it is a wasteful act to intimidate the other party and destroy evidence in this way, and the cost performance is so low that it is outrageous. But money can't buy it. I like it. After finishing this matter, Yu Liang only felt refreshed, and his whole body had a transparent feeling. Although he spent a full 14 points for this, he still feels worth it. Moreover, Yu Liang also decided to pay more points for this in the future until he is satisfied. The used items and skills were repurchased: a map query, a clairvoyant eye, and a 5 ghost porter. Then, his points became 15 points. However, a large amount of points will be credited to the account tomorrow, so Yu Liang is not in a hurry. Back home, Tian Liang happily went to bed. When Lu Feiyang was spending like a year in the detention center, he was sleeping extraordinarily sweetly. On Monday, Yu Liang went to work normally, cancelled his sick leave at the company, and started working. At the morning meeting, Suan Kue once again performed Yu Liang's brave deeds. However, other people did not look at Gong with admiration because of this. From the look in their eyes, as if looking at idiots, Yu Liang could see their true thoughts. Hey, I can only say that people's hearts are not ancient. However, fortunately, Chen Tao and Yin Lin's attitudes were good, and they both gave a few words of comfort, which made Yu Liang feel a little relieved. After going to work, Yu Liang can have a meal with the two sisters above board. After the scene yesterday, the relationship between the two sisters and him has gone a step further. Although they can't cuddle and hug, sometimes they will not show resistance when they touch their bodies inadvertently. The most is to roll his eyes and give him a sanitary ball to look at. Moreover, there was no initial resistance to the high-end dining places Yu Liang took them to. After lunch, Yu Liang said, "Ling Long, Nana, I'm going to have dinner with my family tonight. You can order food in the hotel. The taste of that hotel is good, but the small shop outside is unhygienic. I'm worried." Ling Long hesitated for a moment, and said, "But, the wine and dinner are too generous." "It's okay, it can be reimbursed." Yu Liang said with a smile, "Remember, when ordering food, just put it on the room account, and I have a deposit." The two sisters rolled their eyes together. No matter how stupid they were, they knew at this moment that the so-called reimbursement must be a lie, that Brother Yu had to deal with them. However, after hearing Brother Yu say this, they didn't feel disgusted. Although the two sisters rolled their eyes, but because of their appearance, not only is it not ugly, but it has a naughty and cute taste. Yu Liang saw that his index finger moved wildly. It's a pity that it's not a matter of course yet, and patience is still needed. In the evening, Yu Liang and Chen Tao reported to the police and left an hour early. Chen Tao naturally agreed wholeheartedly, and wished Yu Liang the beauty as soon as possible. After Yu Liang came out, he first picked up Yui from the kindergarten, then picked up his grandparents, and finally called his parents. "Tell them that I bought a house in Yongqing New World, and I will go to get the keys today, and ask my parents to meet at the sales office." When Yu Jiang and Shi got this news suddenly, they were shocked far more than they were pleasantly surprised, asking for flowers. "What the hell, this kid's wings are really hard. Buying a house is such a big thing, and we didn't even notify us. I'm going to die." Shi aggressively decided to go home tonight and exercise her rights as a parent no matter what. Don't look at Yu Liang is now 25 years old. However, as long as there is no marriage, no children, well, in the eyes of his parents, Yu Liang is still a big kid. Perhaps this point, in the eyes of other people, is so nonsensical and incredible, but, as a parent, that's how you think about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many older and super old kids on the news. 0. However, Yu Hai and Hui's anger came when they arrived at the sales office and saw with their own eyes the super large new house with 2 floors, a total area of 1,100 square meters, and a swimming pool with 10 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms. Their anger was gone. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: "I'm so special, I'm not dreaming." In the sales office, Yu Liang has swiped his card and transferred 50 million to the developer's account. From then on, the key to the house fell into their hands. Of course, if you want to complete the entire transfer, there is still a tax to pay, but that is a trivial matter. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma, how is this house?" The 4 parents looked at each other. Shi Tianfeng said in a deep voice, "Xiao Liang, did you do something illegal?" Yu Liang said helplessly, "Grandpa, as I said before, this is Bitcoin trading, and it's regular money. If you don't believe me, ask my uncle." "Sure." Tianfeng naturally knew Yu Jiang. He looked at his son-in-law. Yu Hai nodded his head and said, "Big brother said, it's legal, and the money is available." Only then did the old man feel relieved. With a happy smile on his face, "Grandpa, I invited several decoration companies to provide design drawings. If you have any needs, please talk to them. From now on, we will live together as a family and will never be separated again." Shi Tianfeng nodded vigorously, his old face blooming with a smile. Chapter 112 Wishing and Dreaming. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yu Liang swiped his card to get the key. Then, at 5 o'clock, Yu Hai and others began to inspect the house, and the designers from the decoration company entered. Several designers chatted for a long time around Yu Hai and others. At this time, neither the Yu Hai couple nor the grandparents felt hungry. That's when Yu Yi yelled so hungry that everyone went home contentedly. However, they left contact information for all designers. For this business, it is estimated that some designers have circled around. Of course, Yu Liang will not speak in this regard from now on. He is only responsible for taking the money. As for what he will pretend to be in the end, Yu Liang believes that these decoration companies must not dare to deceive the rich, unless they don't want to continue in the city's high-end market. Back home, Yu Liang was surprised to find that the attitude of the 793 elders towards him seemed to have undergone a very subtle change. It's not that Yu Hai has confessed him since then, but that his attitude has changed. In the past, even though Yu Liang was old, he even bought nearly 1 million gifts for his elders. However, Shi Hui was still thinking about how much money he had in his hands, for fear that he would spend it indiscriminately and empty out the whole family. Judging by the posture of the mother, she may have the posture of holding Yu Liang's purse in her hands. However, after seeing this house today and knowing the full price of Yu Liang's purchase, Shi Hui never mentioned anything related to Bitcoin and money. Perhaps she already knew that the wealth in her son's hands was beyond her imagination. Therefore, she didn't even dare to ask more questions. In the evening, Yu Liang finished washing and returned to his room. Although we already have that big house, it will take at least 1.5 years before we want to decorate it and move in. According to Yu Liang's idea, the family rented 2 better second-hand houses first. When the house in the new world is ready to move in, throw it away. Although this is the city center, everyone knows the shortcomings of the old community, especially the parking space, which is really difficult. However, after discussing with several old people, they still rejected it. Living here already has feelings, they say. Moreover, it is very close to Yi's kindergarten, so it is not troublesome. Besides, it's 1 year at most, they can hold on. In this regard, Yu Liang only has the right to suggest, but not to decide. So, after he raised his mouth, he didn't continue. At this point, turn on the magic hard disk computer. The host spends 50 million today and can draw 50 prizes. Do you want to draw prizes? Whether, yes, Yu Liang made his choice without hesitation. A huge roulette appears, filling the entire screen. Then, the pointer started to rotate, and after the heart-wrenching 20 seconds, it fell into the other category. Congratulations to the host, I won the other. Make a wish, can only be obtained by lottery. Do you want to use it? Whether, make a wish on the lottery roulette. Next time there is a high probability that you will be able to draw items or skills that match your mind. Wow, there is such a good thing? Although now Yu Liang has acquired more and more items and skills, however, sometimes the price is too high to achieve the goal. For example, Lu Feiyang, whom Yu Liang just punished yesterday. In order to achieve the goal of punishment, and not be noticed by others, Yu Liang actually invested 14 points in one go, although he will not regret it, but it is more or less heartache. So, what if you want to punish someone at a low cost? Yu Liang thought for a while and clicked, yes. Then, he murmured silently in his heart, I hope that the next attack will have a skill that can punish people. It doesn't need to be too powerful, but it's enough to make people feel miserable. As he chanted, the handwriting of the wish suddenly gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared. This shows that it has worked. Yu Liang took a deep breath and said silently, continue to draw the lottery. The roulette and pointer appeared again. 20 seconds later, this time the roulette stopped on the skill item. Congratulations to the host, you have won the skill, Dream Making, Single. Do you want to use it? Whether, Dream Making, Single time create a dream, so that the designated creature will enter a fixed dream every time it falls asleep. Duration, 1 month, Dream Making, 1 point. Looking at this new skill, Yu Liang thought for a moment and couldn't help clapping his hands. This skill is simply too convenient. It is used to punish people, absolutely without anyone noticing, and it can make people learn unforgettable lessons. Hey, it would be great if I got this skill earlier. Then I didn't need to waste so many points yesterday on deliberate revenge. However, it is too late to get it now. Yu Liang didn't use it right away, but saved it for a while. The third draw, congratulations to the host, you have won the skill. Dream Making, Single, do you want to use it? Whether, Yu Liang blinked his eyes twice, and then he was sure that he was not mistaken. That is, this time, he got another dream-making technique. Oh, it is estimated that this is the magic hard disk and I feel very angry. So I urged myself to take revenge again. Yu Liang originally planned to go to Lu Feiyang when he was in a bad mood. However, since the magic hard disk also has this meaning, he naturally will not refuse. Because the 3 lottery draws were completed, the remaining 47 lottery chances were all automatically converted into points. he glanced at his attributes. It has improved a lot. Host, Yu Liang. 0.0 Race, Human, Physique, LV, 1, Possessibility, full score 5 points. The Sixth Sense, Permanent, Visual Simulation, Single 2, Skill Duplication, Single, Computer, Software, LV, 1, Computer, Hardware, LV, 1, Car Driving LV, 1, Dream Making, Single times 2, dot. Own items, Garbage Station, Permanent, Portable Space, Permanent, Map Query, Single, King Kong Talisman, Single, 5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman, Single, Skill Lock Card, Single, Skill Upgrade Card LV, 1, Single, Consumption Return Card, Single, Stone Statue Card, Single, Perspective Eye, Single, Own Other, Beauty Filter, 1 year, Own Lottery Draw Times, 0 times, Points, 62 points, after spending 50 million, it really is a wave of fat. Chapter 113, Wicked People Must be rewarded. Yu Liang first put the magic hard drive computer aside, then, he started tinkering with Bitcoin. When I sold Bitcoins today, I felt very good. The total number of Bitcoins sold was close to 300, as a result, foreign deposits reached $31 million. As for the amount of domestic deposits, after deducting the 50 million house payment, it also reached a high of 85 million yuan. Moreover, there are 20 million deposits that are not counted. This kind of income can definitely be called wealth freedom. Usually, at this time, Yu Liang would go to bed, but today is different. Yu Liang still has a concern in his heart. In other words, even the magic hard drive has a similar concern, that is, to the right person, use a dream-making technique. The host has the skill, dream-making, single time too. Do you want to use it? Whether, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yu Liang just has a feeling. That is part of this text, which seems to contain a feeling of excitement and anticipation. What the hell? Reading the text, I can still see the climax. Yu Liang shook his head and clicked, yes, please ask the host to set the dream. The next moment, Yu Liang suddenly found himself in a strange space. I don't know how big this space is. Looking around, it's completely blank. How does this set up the dream? As soon as this idea came up, Yu Liang saw a series of choices appearing in his eyes: house, rice field, desert, sea, lake, mountain, whatever terrain Yu Liang wants. He can find it here. However, Yu Liang thought for a while and said, restore the hotel where Lu Feiyang stayed last night. He speaks like this, just an attempt, because although he used the clairvoyant last night, he saw the internal structure of the hotel. However, Yu Liang is not a builder, so if you see it, forget it. According to his memory, it is absolutely impossible to restore that hotel. Of course, nothing is impossible in this world for magic hard drives. The next moment, a hotel rose up in front of Yu Liang. In just an instant, the magic hard drive copied the hotel. This kind of dream manipulation ability is simply jaw-dropping. After a while, Yu Liang calmed down and continued to restore yesterday's scene on the magic hard drive. Of course, after Lu Feiyang woke up and threw the vegetable snake out, the dream was completely revised. Last night, after Lu Feiyang threw out the vegetable snake, he opened the door and ran away. Although I lost a big face, and was eventually detained, but at least he escaped. However, in the dream, Tian Liang gave up his love. In his design, the hotel door cannot be opened at all. Not only that, there will be more and more snakes in this room, although each one is an ordinary poisonous leaf snake. However, no one wants to have the experience of being bitten by a snake. Moreover, when the number of snakes gradually increases, turning the whole house into a snake den, just thinking about it is enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yu Liang believes that no matter who it is, if they dream of such a scene for a month in a row, they will lose their skin even if they are not dead. Yu Liang decided that he would never mention Lu Feiyang in front of the twins. Again, if the twins knew what happened to Lu Feiyang, they might intercede for him. It's not that the pair of sisters don't distinguish between right and wrong, but because they are inherently kind and have not been completely assimilated by this real world. On the contrary, when Yu Liang designed this dream, there was no psychological pressure at all. Put yourself in that shoes and think about it. If it was the day of the team building, it would not be Yu Liang who accompanied the two sisters, but they fell down by themselves and hit someone else's luxury car. 1 million repairs. In a strange city, two young girls who have not yet graduated from college were suddenly burdened with millions of debts. Do you know what kind of concept this is? This is a heavy, breathless debt for them. If it is someone who is less able to withstand stress, then this sudden and unexpected disaster is enough to destroy this person's confidence in life, thus causing an irreparable bitter fruit. 1 million is too heavy for a college student who has not yet graduated. However, when Yu Liang walked over and communicated with Lu Feiyang calmly, he first coveted the beauty of the two sisters, and then when he knew that the compensation was 1 million, he turned his face and refused to admit his fault. it means that whoever makes you come across, you are unlucky. Don't come to me. For such a person, does Yu Liang have any compassion? Since 1 million can kill people, then Tian Liang will give the other party the same punishment? The duration that the dream-making technique can last is 1 month. In this month, as long as Lu Feiyang can persevere, then Yu Liang will let him go. However, if he can't hold on, something will happen. That's what he gets for his bad luck. Repaying grievances with virtue. How to repay virtue, what kind of cause, what kind of fruit you get, are all self-inflicted. 513. The host's dream is over. Is the dream confirmed? Whether, when Yu Liang clicked, he hesitated for a moment, but then clicked firmly. Please ask the host to designate a candidate to enjoy the dream-making technique. The expression on Yu Liang's face was a bit strange. It's strange. Why, when I read this paragraph, I always have a strong feeling of gloating. Yu Liang entered Lu Feiyang's name in the search bar. Given the size of the Dragon Kingdom, with a population of 1.4 billion, there must be more than one person with the same name and surname. However, if you add Lujiakan Village, Donqianhe Town, after this name, then there is only this lonely person. Looking at the photo of the yellow hair on the screen, Yu Liang calmly ticked it. As appointed by the host, Lu Feiyang will enjoy the dream making technique. Whether, Yu Liang clicked yes. Then, all interfaces disappeared. Yu Liang looked around, nothing happened. However, the magic hard drive should not let yourself down. Seeing that it was getting late, Tian Liang sent the computer, went to bed, hope to have a good dream tonight. At the same time, I wish that yellow-haired man also has a good dream. Chapter 114 Dreamland, 10,000 Snake Cave. The detainees in the detention center are basically ordinary prisoners, such as drunk driving exceeding the standard, fighting and so on. Such prisoners are actually not very harmful to society, so they are not so strictly guarded. Lu Feiyang is also being held here now. What he committed was actually just a bad reputation. But in terms of danger, it is much better than getting drunk and fighting. Of course, if you enter here with the reputation of carrying carrots on your back, you will definitely be ridiculed. Moreover, even here is the extreme end of the chain of contempt. Hey, isn't this the guy from Carrot Ben? Little Huang Mao, give us a show. Haha. Lu Feiyang's face was embarrassing, and his heart was extremely angry. However, he can dominate at home, because his relatives let him. But here, no one is his parents, so naturally they won't let him. When he first came in, someone taunted him a few words, but Lu Feiyang couldn't hold back and returned the words. As a result, someone slapped him on the spot, making him dizzy and unable to get up for a long time. At this time, he had already learned to be patient. No matter what others said, he just curled up in the corner and said nothing. Luo Ben, I heard people say that there are snakes, but are there really snakes? A person asked curiously. Lu Feiyang opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. In fact, until now, even he can't tell whether there was a real snake that day, or a hallucination after he drank too much. Although the hotel he lives in is not a 5-star hotel, but it is also a relatively high-end new hotel nearby. How could there be snakes in such a hotel? At night, it was finally time to sleep. All the lights are off. Lu Feiyang was also lying on the bed. In the past few years, he has no job, relying on the family demolition to make money, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Although he didn't dare to play big games, he also developed a skill of doing nothing. He was not used to having no wine and no women tonight. He didn't know how long he was in a daze until he finally fell asleep. However, not long after he fell asleep, Lu Feiyang woke up suddenly, because a feeling of extreme fear appeared on him again. It was a cold feeling that would scare him all his life, and he didn't want to think about it. Snake, when experiencing this feeling for the first time, Lu Feiyang had no idea what it was, so, although he felt sick and uncomfortable, he didn't panic. At least, before he opened his eyes, his state of mind was still very stable. However, this is the second time he has had a similar feeling, so Lu Feiyang immediately knew what it was that touched him. He opened his eyes immediately in fright. Sure enough, on his body, a gray and black earth snake was winding. The snake's head did not lift up, but the snake spit out the letter, which was extremely terrifying. However, this is not the scariest. What really made Lu Feiyang almost suffocate was that the snake crawled slowly down his body and headed towards his children and grandchildren. Immediately, Lu Feiyang turned pale with fright. He no longer cared about the fear, grabbed the cauliflower snake and threw it out. Some people will be paralyzed from fright after the snake climbs on them, and they have no strength at all. However, some people are still able to show a little strength in despair. For example, Lu Feiyang, although he is not a good person, was raised and abandoned by his family. However, at critical moments, he can still save himself. Lu Feiyang sat up, panting heavily. Last time, he opened the door of the room and made a run down the drain, but this time, he didn't dare to be so casual. turning around, picking up the pillow, Lu Feiyang widened his eyes and looked at the snake that was thrown out. The snake didn't seem to be injured, it stuck to the ground and started to move soon. I saw it walking slowly, but the direction it was walking was still Lu Feiyang himself. It was as if there was some special power in Lu Feiyang's body that was attracting him. Hell, Lu Feiyang cursed fiercely, but compared to last time, his performance this time has been much better, picking up the clothes from the bed. He hurriedly put them on, then, Lu Feiyang came to the door. He wanted to open the door and escape. This hotel is snakes, there are snakes, Papa. However, no matter how Lu Feiyang twisted the handle, the door remained motionless. This door can't be opened. Lu Feiyang's face collapsed. As soon as he turned his head, his body froze suddenly. What the hell did I see? It's snake, or that snake? However, it is no longer one, but two. Lu Feiyang hopped around the room, avoiding the snake. Then, he called out loudly, wanting someone to save him. However, no matter how he called for help, there was no sound outside. Moreover, no matter whether he kicked the door or smashed it, the door was like cast iron, without any cracks. He couldn't get out at all. 3, 4, thousands. Lu Feiyang watched helplessly as more and more snakes appeared in sight. He had no idea where these snakes came from. However, with the increasing number of snakes, Lu Feiyang could no longer hide. He jumped and stepped on the back of a snake fiercely. The gray snake felt the pain, turned its head, and bit down hard. Lu Feiyang yelled in pain. Boom. His head hit the edge of the upper bunk hard. The severe pain made his tears flow out. Is that okay? However, Lu Feiyang finally saw it. He came to the detention center instead of staying in that room anymore. At this moment, tears of joy filled his eyes. Hey, Luo Ben, you kid has a bit of public morality. Okay, what time is it? And you still want to yell? Yes, Luo Boben, your wife is dead. Lu Feiyang was so frightened that he trembled. He quickly apologized and promised that his family would bring in a cigarette tomorrow and share it with everyone. Yes, cigarettes are allowed here, it's just that it's hard to say who is smoking the cigarettes delivered. Finally calmed down, Lu Feiyang lay down tremblingly. This time, he didn't want to sleep anymore. However, slowly, exhaustion still surged up like a tide, submerging his consciousness. After half an hour, beg, the shrill screams resounded through the detention center. Chapter 115 Luxury Villa, the second hospital, one of the best hospitals in Yongcheng. In this general hospital, there is a psychology clinic. Although Lu Feiyang was detained in the detention center, however, his situation is extremely special. At night, as long as he fell asleep, he would have nightmares, and every time it was a nightmare related to snakes. Whenever he enters the nightmare for a period of time, he will be awakened with a start. According to him, there are various reasons for waking up. Some woke up after being bitten by snakes, and some were entangled by snakes and died of breathlessness. What's more, when there were too many snakes in the room, he was scared to death. Generally speaking, the officials will only listen to this as a joke, thinking that he is trying to play tricks. However, when Lu Feiyang's mood gradually became wrong, his body was trembling with fright, and when he refused to sleep, everyone felt that something was not right. The feeling of a frightened person is indeed different from that of an ordinary person. That kind of fearful attitude will make the bystanders feel very attractive. Even the head of the prison, after slapping Lu Feiyang, didn't dare to continue. Soon, Lu Feiyang was sent to the hospital, and it was delivered in the company of 2 officials. There's no way, if you encounter such a neuropathy, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Soon after 390, the psychiatrist arrived. Normally, doctors leave work early, except for emergency doctors who must be on call 24 hours a day. The rest of the doctors are also human and need normal work and rest time. However, Lu Feiyang's situation is too special, so doctors can only work overtime. After conducting a series of examinations, the doctor said solemnly, this patient has fallen into a very serious paranoia. As long as he falls asleep, he will feel that he is with snakes and has entered a snake den. Such cases are extremely rare, and this is the first time I have encountered them. The old doctor said, I want to know if he has encountered anything related to snakes recently. The officials immediately talked about this person in a blah blah blah. Doctor, my colleague checked the whole room at that time, and there was no snake. Did he? The official turned his finger on his head 3 times, which meant that people could understand it. He was asking if Lu Feiyang was insane. However, the doctor shook his head slightly and said, I'm not sure, continue to observe. For a few days. He stood up, cried, and said, I'll go and give him a tranquilizer first, so that he won't think about it. Get rid of the nightmare. However, only 20 minutes passed. The doctor had to admit that he was too optimistic. What the hell? I've been given sedatives, so I can't be awakened by the dream. What the hell did this kid do? Naturally, Yu Liang didn't know what was going on outside. This time, he slept peacefully and comfortably. The next morning, Yu Liang got up early and went for a morning run in the park and practiced martial arts. Although he only has the level of Taijiquan LV1 now, he has sufficient self-confidence and hopes to improve this boxing to the extreme. I really want to see how high the limit of 4:5 can reach. After breakfast, when they came to the company, the two sisters had already arrived early. After going to the office and purchasing department respectively, Yu Liang smiled more and more happily. He found that when the two sisters were separated, they both behaved quite open-minded, little ambiguous, had a lot of fun. Of course, if the three of them were together, the two sisters' skins would be so thin that he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Yu Liang turned on the computer, ready to use LV1 computer level. Clean up the server for the company, optimize the algorithm and so on. Although I will leave soon, but before I leave, I can't leave a mess. The machine was searching automatically, and suddenly the WeChat version on the computer moved. When I opened it, it turned out to be a message from Qi Xiaoya, boss. The company registration has been submitted, and my name is Yongcheng Xinliang Import and Export Trading Company, Limited, Yu Liang. So fast, Qi Xiaoya, I enlisted the help of a friend to speed up the process. Within a week, I will definitely be able to complete all the procedures. Yu Liang nodded secretly. In fact, Tan Yun is the agent of the company. Their business is not only abroad, but also in many countries. But as the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 caves. Yu Liang dare not put all the treasures on him. Therefore, finding Qi Xiaoya to open an account in a new company is also a new choice. Yu Liang, okay, have you seen the villa, Qi Xiaoya? I have read it, several of them. Yu Liang, are you satisfied? Qi Xiaoya, there are 5 villas, all of which are very good. Yu Liang was taken aback for a moment. 5 villas, in just one day, has Qi Xiaoya seen? 5 villas, this speed, it's too fast. Obviously, Qi Xiaoya's enthusiasm for the villa far exceeded Yu Liang's imagination. Yu Liang, here you go, Qi Xiaoya, picture.jpg. A row of pictures were sent over, and these pictures were all sorted out and sent over. Yu Liang looked over one by one. Qi Xiaoya is quite reliable in handling affairs. The villas she chose were all relatively new villas, not the old villas that had been basically eliminated 20 years ago. However, the new villa also has a drawback, that is, they are basically townhouses, or duplex villas. The difficulty of finding a single-family villa, unless it is in Dongqian Lake or in a place far away from the city center, there are no single-family new villas around the city. In fact, many old villas can be knocked down and rebuilt, but the problem is that old villas cannot dig basements, and the structure cannot keep up with the changes of the times. If you really have the money to rebuild the villa, wouldn't it be nice to buy a new villa? Suddenly, Yu Liang looked at one of the pictures, his eyes sparkled slightly. Detached, I am not wrong, right? Of course there are single-family villas in this place, you know. This is not Dongqian Lake far from the city center. It is a prosperous place near Sanjiankou. Ziyu Terrace Garden, 8 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 6 bathrooms, with a construction area of 1165 square meters, a super luxurious villa with its own swimming pool and a high living room. Of course, the price of the villa is not cheap, although it is not as exaggerated as the 90 million top floor of Yongcheng New World duplex, but it also reached 50 million yuan. Chapter 116 is far worse. Well, this house is very suitable. Of course, it doesn't mean it's suitable for Qi Xiaoya to live in. It's for twin sisters. It's very suitable. If Qi Xiaoya knew that she had worked so hard to see so many villas. But Yu Liang thought, give someone else the one with the best location and the most expensive price. It is estimated that Qi Xiaoya even has the heart to kill him. Yu Liang, which one do you like? Qi Xiaoya's heart was beating like thunder. These pictures are all arranged by her, and she also went to see them in person, therefore, she knows every villa well. Just like Yu Liang first took a fancy to the single-family house with the most expensive price and the best location, if there is a choice, Qi Xiaoya will definitely choose this one. However, Qi Xiaoya and Yu Liang are not that familiar after all. Moreover, Yu Liang's attitude towards her was also lukewarm, even last time. Despite her shyness, she personally went to the hotel to deliver the goods to her door. As a result, Yu Liang also politely declined her. Of course, Yu Liang's excuse was perfect. Don't want to be outside, but have a house of your own. This sentence made her heart beat abnormally, and she was a little bit desperate. However, if I proposed this villa, Qi Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, and finally sent another villa over. It was a large villa in Jiangbei Rihu Garden. The villa covers an area of more than 700 square meters, with 6 bedrooms, 2 halls and 5 bathrooms. What's more, this is not only a detached villa, but it has already been decorated, therefore, its quotation is very high. And it is 40 million. However, because you can move in with your bags. This price is considered quite close to the people. On the contrary, ZU Terrace's over 1,000 square meter super villa is still a white embryo. Even if it is bought, it will cost a lot of money to decorate, and there is no guarantee when it will be able to move in. Seeing Qi Xiaoya's reply, Yu Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl is quite a wink, Yu Liang. It's a good choice to be able to move in immediately with your bags. Let's take this villa. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I just consulted today. Even if our company has just been established, we are not qualified to buy a house. Yu Liang, Qi Xiaoya, according to the rules, a company must be established for 5 years. Then you have to pay more than 1 million yuan, and the group is eligible to buy a house. Yu Liang was slightly taken aback. He didn't care about this before, so he didn't know there was such a request, but if you think about it, real estate has been regulated a few years ago. If there is no similar requirement, then there is no regulation. Everyone can start a company and take this loophole. He pondered for a moment. Yu Liang, it doesn't matter, I will find a way. Qi Xiaoya, that house, Yu Liang, I will also find a way, that's all. I see. Qi Xiaoya didn't dare to be verbose, for fear of making Yu Liang unhappy. After Yu Liang dealt with Qi Xiaoya's matter, he went straight to Deng Lily. Yu Liang, old classmate, I want to ask you something. Deng Lily, tell me, Yu Liang, are you in real estate sales? Do you only do big world, or do you also sell other real estate? Deng Lily's eyes lit up, and she had a faint premonition, perhaps another big business is coming. Indeed, as long as Yu Liang makes a move, it must be a big deal. Deng Lily, old classmate, it's like this, as long as it's real estate business, whether it's new houses, second-hand houses, shops or office buildings, I'm doing it all. Yu Liang, okay, ZU Terrace Garden, do you know, Deng Lily's heart was beating like thunder. This is not nonsense. Although there are quite a few high-end residences in Yongcheng, there are only a few of the most expensive ones and the top ones. She is quite familiar with ZU Terrace Garden. Deng Lily, of course I know. And I also know that there should be 4 sets of the largest single-family villas that are vacant now, and they have not been sold until now. Yu Liang, how is the environment? Deng Lily, the surrounding area of ZU Terrace Garden has been developed a long time ago, and now it is a mature community, and shopping malls and theaters are full of everything. It is also a transportation hub. No matter going to Jiangbei, Old Jiangdong, or Haishu, it is very convenient. The only downside, or money, is too expensive. However, for you old classmates, you should not have this trouble. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and became more and more able to speak. Yu Liang, I read it on the internet, and the single-family villas there are quite nice. But I have a problem that needs to be solved. Asking for flowers. Deng Lily, say it. Yu Liang, I want to buy a house in the name of the company. But the company is still applying for it, and neither the number of years nor the amount of tax is enough. What should I do? Deng Lily, old classmate, I would like to ask, do you plan to buy the house in full or with a loan? Yu Liang, the full amount. He has seen the balances of several of his bank cards, which add up to 85 million, although it is still more than 5 million yuan short of buying 2 villas at the same time. However, as long as you give him a day, you can solve this problem. Therefore, money is not his obstacle. Deng Lily, also, old classmate, after you buy your house, will you take out a mortgage? Yu Liang, how is it possible? If I want a mortgage, what do I do to buy a house? 0. Whoops, this sentence sounds so reasonable, but in fact, many houses in high-end communities are either mortgaged or mortgaged. People who really don't care about tens of millions of cash are still a minority after all. Deng Lily, if it is the full payment and you don't plan to take out a mortgage, there is actually a way. Yu Liang, tell me. Deng Lily, we can negotiate with the landlord and sign a rent-to-own agreement. All the money should be paid in one lump sum, and the ownership will be transferred when your company is qualified to buy a house. Yu Liang was startled, and couldn't help giving a thumbs up secretly. Sure enough, professional things need professional people to do them. Yu Liang, okay, then I am interested in this house, please contact me. Yu Liang, picture.jpg. Deng Lily opened the picture excitedly, and then she was slightly taken aback. What? This turned out not to be one house, but 2 different houses. One is of course a single house in ZU Terrace Garden, and the other is a bit smaller, but it is also one of the top luxury villas. Immediately, Deng Lily's heart beat faster than the limit. Deng Lily, old classmate, here are 2 villas. Yu Liang, there are 2 sets, depending on the calendar. Deng Lily let out a long breath. She thought of the commission she could get, originally thought that she was already a little rich woman, but only now do I know that she is still far from 100 million. Chapter 117. It turns out that you have acted bravely more than once. This day is a very dull day. Yu Liang did not deliberately pursue millions of dollars in consumption. However, he is already satisfied if he can let the two twin sisters eat with him willingly, and then play cards and relax together. After all, the two sides have only been together for a short time, and being able to reach this point has surpassed Yu Liang's best expectations. He's in no rush, not at all. After tidying up the magic hard drive at night, I put more energy into selling bitcoins. As a result, domestic deposits have increased further, especially domestic money, once again broke through the 100 million mark. In this way, it is enough to buy those two villas at the same time. Of course, even with Deng Lily's help, it won't be so soon. After all, the amount involved in 020 is too large, and it still uses the rent-to-own method, so it is understandable to be careful and safe. The next day, Yu Liang was at his workstation trying to optimize the operation of the network. Chen Tao called him to the general manager's office. Yu Liang is a bit strange. He has been in the company for 3 years, but the number of times I went to the general manager's office was very few. After all, the identity gap between him and the general manager is relatively large. Unless there is a problem with the other party's computer, it is unlikely that there will be any chance of intersection. Arriving at the office, Yu Liang saw a familiar face here. It's just that, for a while, he couldn't remember the other party's name. Mr. Yu, hello, we meet again. Yu Liang shook hands with him with a smile, and said, hello, officer. The word police officer is very clear, but the in front is so vague that people can't hear it even if they prick up their ears. Mr. Yu probably forgot my name. My name is Li Yu, and I am the squadron leader of the 2nd Squadron of the Criminal Police Team of the City Bureau. Captain Li, hello, I haven't forgotten. How could I forget Captain Li's name? Seeing Yu Liang's obviously perfunctory attitude, Li Yu smiled and said, Mr. Yu, it's like this. Do you remember those traffickers? Yu Liang's expression was fixed, and he said, of course I remember. They escaped from prison. This is the only possibility Yu Liang can think of. If it wasn't for escaping from prison, why did Li Yu come here in person and meet him by name? The corners of Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, you really look down on us. Now that they have been captured, how can they be allowed to escape? However, Yu Liang is not a colleague after all, so he can't reprimand him. He had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, Mr. Yu, they are all being imprisoned, waiting for legal sanctions. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Yu Liang would say something shocking, so he said first, I am here this time to invite Mr. Yu to a trip to the police station. Oh, what's the matter? The child's parents and family members, after knowing the situation, are very grateful for your help, so I want to thank you in person. Yu Liang waved his hand and said, no need. When I saved people, I didn't expect to be thanked. That is, we definitely believe it. Li Yu said in a deep voice, however, when you get along in a different place, think about the feelings of your child's parents. Please give them a chance to thank you, Yu Liang said suspiciously. Captain Li, you seem to really want me to go. Li Yu smiled wryly, and said, since the child was rescued, his parents have come to the police station every day, hoping to thank you in person. You said before that you can't disclose personal information. They can't find it, so they can only pester us. After a pause, he continued, it has already started to affect our daily work. If someone is here to mess around, the criminal police team has 10,000 ways to deal with it. However, when the other party is full of gratitude and wants to thank the benefactor no matter how indifferent and violent the members of the criminal police team are, it is impossible for them to get angry with such a person. What's more, he was also kind and pleasant, begging hard, which made Li Yu helpless. Yu Liang. Suan Kue, who was sitting on the boss's chair, laughed and said, you can do it. It's not the first time you've acted bravely. If Team Li didn't come here in person this time, we wouldn't know. Saved a trafficked child, Yu Liang smiled wryly, and said, I happened to see it, and normal people would take action. Li Yu and Suan Kue both nodded repeatedly, but they knew that under normal circumstances, normal people would definitely not take action easily after seeing it. Putting yourself in danger for strangers you don't know is not something everyone can do. Suan Kue smiled and said, Yu Liang, since the parents want to meet you and express their gratitude, you can go. Don't worry, this year's excellent employee must be yours. Yu Liang was speechless. Employee of the year. Don't wait for the end of the year. I will resign next month. Of course, this sentence cannot be said now. In desperation, Yu Liang had no choice but to nod and followed Li Yu out of the company. When Li Yu came over, he was not wearing a police uniform, but casual clothes. Even the car he drives is just an old Santana that looks like it will be scrapped at any moment. After getting in the car and driving for a while, Yu Liang felt a little tingling in his ass. Captain Lee, your police force shouldn't be short of money. Why is this car? Li Yu smiled wryly and said, Mr. Yu, from what you said, how can the police force not be short of money? Now the cost of solving a case is too high. A DNA test and a physical evidence test cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars. If when encountering a murder case, the money is poured out like water, no matter how much money there is, it is not enough to spend. He paused, and then said, we have a car, which is already very good. The brothers in the county below are still riding motorcycles. Yu Liang was quite surprised. He originally thought that Yongqing's GDP had exceeded 5.6 trillion yuan, and it should be due to its financial prosperity. However, it is surprising that the funds for Detective Mouth handling the case are still so tight. Glancing at Yu Liang, Li Yu said, Mr. Yu, don't get me wrong. In fact, the current situation is very good. The funds dedicated to the project are much more abundant than before. Moreover, it is not that there are no cars in our bureau. The explosion-proof armored vehicle's worth 1 million yuan, yes, it's just that there are too many people who want to use the car, and the brothers who have cases in the front line use it first. So, Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, I'm not important, so I drove an old car over here. Hey, that's not what it means. Halfway through Li Yu's speech, he saw the smile on Yu Liang's face. After he was startled, he also smiled at it and laughed. Men, sometimes a look is enough to communicate. Chapter 118 Attributes of Captain Li. After parking the car and looking at the police station with the national emblem printed on it, Yu Liang also felt emotional. I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law. After growing up so big, I only came here once in the first 25 years when I was applying for an ID card. However, in the recent period of time, because of the courageous actions one after another, they came more diligently. Compared with the first 25 years of life, that is much more diligent. Yu Liang, this way. Okay. Under the leadership of Li Yu, the two walked into an office building. Yu Liang, I heard that you are from Lianjiazi. If you are interested, let's compete, huh? Captain Li, how do you know? Yu Liang asked in surprise. It's a coincidence. Don't you go to the park for morning jogs and boxing exercises every day? And one of my colleagues happened to meet him, and he took a video of you boxing. I knew right away that you have real kung fu body. Li Yu said with a smile, at least it has nearly 10 years of foundation, and it is not easy to persevere. The corners of Yu Liang's mouth twitched slightly. He does have real 22 kung fu, LV, 1 tai chi, combined with LV, 1 physical fitness, is quite powerful for ordinary people. However, nearly 10 years of foundation, but it's also true to think about it, when his tai chi skills improved, it seemed to be the case. That young man practiced martial arts since he was a child, and what he practiced was the basics. It was only when I was 16 that I practiced Tai Chi Kwan to LV1, so it has been 10 years. With a slight movement in his heart, Yu Liang said, Captain Li, are you also a Lianjiazi? I learned a little from the master when I was young. However, the master said that my comprehension is mediocre, so after teaching me for a few years, he refused to teach me anymore. Li Yu said with some regret, since then, it's just practicing blindly and not making much progress. Yu Liang felt a little itchy in his heart. He really wanted to take a look at Li Yu's attributes. If you use skill duplication, instead of searching for big data, but targeting a certain person, you can actually spy on the other party's attributes. However, although Yu Liang now has a lot of points, it has not reached the point of being wasted at will. For that matter, it doesn't pay to waste a visual simulation. Therefore, Yu Liang just thought about it and dismissed the idea. When you are free, just take out your computer and look it up. Soon, Li Yu brought Yu Liang into a small meeting room. Yu Liang, since you're here, I'll notify their families. Li Yu poured him a cup of tea and said, actually, even if you don't notify them, they should come in about half an hour. Yu Liang quickly said, okay, Captain Li, I'll sit here and look at my phone for a while. You go and get busy. Li Yu smiled and said neglected, then turned and left. To be honest, the criminal police brigade of the municipal bureau must be busy. As long as you want to solve a case, there will always be a case that can never be solved. There is no way. The population of Dragon Country is too large, and all along, the ratio of police force per 10,000 people has never been reassuring. In addition to various current cases, there are more accumulated cases over the years, which is also a headache. Of course, what really makes people dizzy is more goosebumps. Neighborhood disputes that are far from criminal. This is the biggest waste of police force. However, in this world, there are always many people who think that they are the king of heaven and the third in the world. All kinds of weird things were done, which led to continuous disputes and a serious waste of police force in various places. In short, Li Yu went to pick up Yu Liang in person this time, which was enough to save face. after Li Yu left, Yu Liang hesitated, turned his wrist, and took out the magic hard drive computer. The sixth sense told him that there was no monitoring or eavesdropping equipment in this small conference room. Moreover, he uses the magical hard disk computer here, and there is no danger of exposure. Of course, it is fine for a short time. But if it is used for a long time, turning on the computer, Yu Liang clicked on the personal ability on the property panel, skill copy, in the search bar above. I entered Li Yu's name and his position. In this world, there must be many people named Li Yu. However, after being matched with a position, it is unique. Host, Li Yu were race, human, physique, LV, 1, possessability, full score 5 points, Bagwazang LV, 1, pistol LV, 2, rifle LV, 1, case word processing LV, 1, case solving logical thinking LV, 3. Seeing this set of data, Tian Liang couldn't help but feel a little moved. Naturally, Yu Liang didn't care about the skills of Bagwazang in solving crimes. However, I didn't expect Li Yu's marksmanship to be so good. The shooting level of the pistol has reached the level of LV-12, only logical thinking and case solving is even more exaggerated, reaching LV-3. This is the first time Yu Liang has seen skills above LV-2 among people he knows. No wonder he was able to become the squadron leader of the criminal police team. How could he dare to go to Liangshan without 1 point in 3? In about 10 minutes, the water in front of Yu Liang ran out, and his sixth sense also gave him an early warning. So, Yu Liang turned off the computer, and with a flick of his wrist, disappeared immediately. Sure enough, a minute later, the door of the conference room was pushed open by 723 people. Li Yu took the lead and walked in. Behind him, there are 2 men and women in their 30s, and the woman's hands are holding a child. The child was awake, with a pair of big eyes rolling continuously. It was the child who was kidnapped. Li Yu smiled and said, "You too." This is the responsibility of discovering the trafficker and taking the initiative to intercept him. Mr. Yu, these two are the parents of the child, Mr. Su Pingji and Ms. Lu Aixia. Yu Liang stood up early, smiling. He had known for a long time that today was just to meet and let the couple in front of him be grateful. "Once you're done, you can go." Su Pingji and his wife's eyes lit up, and they walked over at the same time, standing in front of Yu Liang. The two of them bowed deeply together. Yu Liang could clearly feel the deep gratitude that came from them. At this moment, although he didn't have any money income, Yu Liang was refreshed, and that feeling was even better than when he had practiced boxing thoroughly. Slightly stunned for a moment, Tian Lian reacted too quickly. He quickly reached out and helped them up. "Oh, don't do this, don't do this." Chapter 119, Appreciation Fee from the child's father. Su Peng stretched out his hands and held Yu Liang's hand firmly, although Yu Liang is not used to shaking hands with men. But seeing him so excited, he is really embarrassed to break free. "Brotherly, thank you, thank you." Su Peng raised his head, and his eyes were full of sincerity. "If it weren't for you, our family would probably be broken up. You not only saved my son, but also saved my son. I lost my mother. I really don't know how to thank you, huh?" Yu Liang looked surprised. "I also saved your mother. Why didn't I know that I had done so many good things?" Li Yu smiled and added, "Yu Liang, it's like this. When Su Kesho's grandson saw her grandson missing, she felt that it was her fault, so she was furious. However, after learning that Su Kesho was safe and sound, it's getting better slowly." Su Peng already expressed gratitude, and said, "Yes, this time my mother must come over and thank you in person. However, the doctor said that she can't be emotional now, so after a pause, he said again, when we get better, our whole family will come to thank you again." Yu Liang bared his teeth, and suddenly felt a little creepy. Let him fight gangsters, even if the opponent has money. Tian Liang will not be afraid, as long as you take a Vajra talisman. Unless you encounter a nuclear bomb, he is invincible, but let him sit here and accept the thanks of an old man. "Mr. Su, I know that you want to thank me. But, thank you this time, don't do it in the future." Yu Liang said with a smile, "I don't think you are willing to bring trouble to my life and harassment, right?" Su Peng slapped his forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Oh, yes, look at me, I forgot this, I'm so sorry." Yu Liang laughed and said, "Brother, don't forget about you. You are older than me, so just call me Yu Liang." Su Peng hesitated for a while, and said, "Okay, brother Yu Liang, I won't say any more polite words." He took out his mobile phone and said, "Is it convenient to add a WeChat account?" Naturally, it was impossible for Yu Liang to refuse. Because of the rejection now, it is estimated that people will never give up. It's impossible to pester him, but it's obvious to pester Li Yu. After the two of them added WeChat, Su Peng said seriously, "Brother Yu, I heard that in order to save my son, you drove a new car to hit the trafficker's old car on purpose, and that car was an A8 just bought. Bar." Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "Brother, where did you hear the news?" It's too exciting. He smiled and said, I have seen the child in the car, you think I will directly hit it? I don't look so reckless, and I'm not afraid of hurting the child. Su Peng waved his hands again and again, saying, Brother, I didn't mean that, don't get me wrong. Liu laughed at the side, and said, Mr. Su, in fact, Mr. Yu is very measured. He just put the car aside, causing a slight scratch between the two cars. No one was injured. But it was just using the car accident as an excuse. That's why the traffickers were allowed to relax their vigilance and catch them in one fell swoop. Su Peng nodded his head and said, Captain Li. Brother Yu, don't get me wrong. What I mean is, since the car has crashed, Brother Yu cannot take the money for repairing the car no matter what. Flipping through it, he took out a check that he had prepared earlier, and said, Brother Yu, the small repair fee is not much, please accept it. Yu Liang glanced at it, and it turned out to be 1 million yuan. What the hell, is this a repair fee? You can buy half a top with a 8? Obviously, this is a favor fee, a thank you fee. Smiling slightly, Yu Liang said, Brother, are you in business? Su Peng laughed and said, Yes, I am in the aquatic business. There are 16 ships in the company, including offshore and ocean salvage, and can provide the freshest seafood all year round. Brother Yu, do you want to eat seafood in the future? Seafood, you must let me know. Brother, I have no other skills, but I can still provide a little seafood. As soon as Yu Liang heard it, he knew that this person was being modest. 16 fishing boats, including ocean-going fishing boats. This is not something everyone can do, no wonder it was a thank you fee of millions of dollars. With a slight smile, Yu Liang said, Brother, I am also enthusiastic about saving people, and I don't want to make money. How about this, if you think it's appropriate, let's make an appointment and have a meal. If you want to make friends, I will do it more in the future. Send me some fresh seafood, and I won't refuse. Su Peng looked at Yu Liang in surprise, and after a while, he said with a smile, Okay, brother, I will round up your seafood from now on. Yu Liang smiled and said, Okay, seafood is not cheap, and the water keeps flowing. Brother, you have to remember it. Su Peng laughed out loud, then he took the check back, changed hands, and handed it to Liu. Captain Li. The fact that you were able to save the child this time is not only due to Brother Yu's great contribution, but also the cooperation of your police. I have nothing to thank. I will donate this little money to the bureau, please accept it. Liu said with an ouch and said with a smile, Boss Su, Mr. Yu is just like you. He is a big boss and doesn't care about money. But our police force is poor, so we don't hesitate to donate money. Su Peng laughed and said, You're welcome, as long as the money can help you catch more bad guys, it's worth it. Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, faintly had some idea of Li Qian's. Su Peng turned around and said again, Brother, please give me an address. One of my ships has just docked. I have a batch of fresh goods. If you don't mind, I will send them to you. Yu Liang knew that it would be a big deal to refuse this time. He was not polite and said, Okay, I'll send you the address. Su Peng had already glanced at the address, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is an old neighborhood, to say the least. The people who live here are all poor people, most of them are elderly people and tenants. Yu Liang can afford more than 2 million top and A8, so how can he live here? However, although he was surprised in his heart, his face did not change, and he did not miss anything. No matter what, as long as the son is rescued by others, then that's fine. As for other things, Su Peng didn't care anymore. Chapter 120, with a sharp blade, you will kill yourself. Su Pengji, his wife and the child were sent away. Liu said in a deep voice, Brother Yu, I'm sorry that you took this trip to no avail, but let our police force take advantage of it. Of course he knew who. He should be most grateful for this time. If Yu Liang collects the money, then the police force will have nothing to do with it. It can be said that it was because of Yu Liang's integrity that Su Peng handed over the 1 million to them. For this, Li Yu is really grateful. In the beginning, Li Yu treated Yu Liang well because he admired him, but at this time, the feelings are much more complicated. But no matter how you say it, there is a lot of good feelings and no bad feelings. Yu Liang smiled and said, Captain Li, it's too polite of you to say that. It's not me who donated money. Li Yu chuckled and said, Okay, they are all from Lianjiazi, so I won't talk nonsense. Anyway, brother, if you have anything to do in the future, just ask me. If you can help, I will definitely help you. Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, and an idea suddenly popped up. Li Yu has been the captain of the criminal police for many years, and his ability to observe words and expressions is extremely good. He raised his eyebrows and said, Why 963, what's the matter? Yu Liang thought for a while, put down his thoughts, and said, Captain Li, you just said that if you were interested, we can discuss it, right? he is Taijiquan LV1, and others are Bagwazang LV1, speaking of which, they are well matched, and they can compete with each other. Liu laughed and said, "Why, are you interested now? Well, can I?" Yu Liang's heart was a little turbulent. Since he practiced Taijiquan hard to reach LV1, although he fought a few times, he even faced a prisoner with a murder weapon. However, those people don't know martial arts, and their skills can be imagined, and they are played by Yu Liang without knowing it. Such a fight is actually very boring, so, if possible, he needs a worthy opponent. Liu nodded vigorously, and said, "What's wrong with this?" To be honest, in the city bureau, I am invincible all over the world. I just want to have a good fight with the real Liang Jiazi." Yu Liang was slightly taken aback, and said, "Is the city bureau that bad?" Liu was stunned for a moment, and said with a wry smile, "Brother, what age is it? However, how many people do you think are willing to work hard on this?" Yu Liang nodded slightly, feeling a little sad. "Yes, I managed to practice Taijiquan to LV1, but when Liu said this, I always felt that the gains outweighed the losses." Under the leadership of Liu, the two came to a room. This room turned out to be a place similar to a gym and a boxing gym. There are not only a lot of fitness equipment inside, but also several sandbags and 2 square rings. Team Li. "Captain Li, come and play." As soon as Liu entered, many people greeted him. Obviously, Team Li is quite famous in this place. Yu Liang didn't speak, just watched silently. Maybe it's because now that he has more skills, Yu Liang has not only become calmer, but also has a sixth sense that allows him to accurately grasp certain things when looking at people. For example, at this moment, Yu Liang could see that those who greeted Liu sincerely admired him. It seems that what Liu said about opening up the invincible hand in the city bureau is correct. Men, sometimes crushed by force, can also gain respect from the heart of the other party. Liu nodded and said, "Xiaoshang, bring me 2 sets of protective gear." "Ah, Captain Li, who are you going to be right with?" Yu Liang. Suddenly, a great guy shouted, "This is the CCCF." Yu Liang, who was practicing boxing in the park. The surroundings suddenly became lively. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. He is a man who does not do anything wrong, and is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Of course, the gazes of these elders couldn't put any pressure on him. However, so many people know themselves. What the hell is this? Liu coughed heavily, glared at the man, and said, "Brother, don't be surprised. Our people took a video of you practicing boxing in the park and sent it to the group. I commented a few words and said no. People are your opponents." So, they are a little unconvinced. Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize, if the person who took the video of himself is malicious, the sixth sense will definitely notice. But the problem is that people are just curious, and when they shoot, they just go by without thinking. Under such circumstances, Tian Liang really couldn't sense it. As for the later evaluation, etc., that will happen later. No matter how strong the sixth sense is, there is no ability to predict the future, so it is normal that there is no reminder. At this time, someone has already sent the protective gear over. Liu said, "Brother, we are just competing, so wear protective gear." With that said, he has already started to do it. Yu Liang picked up the protective gear. This thing is actually very simple. After a little thought, he knows how to wear it. However, Yu Liang's unfamiliar movements still let people see that he is a novice. "Mr. Yu, have you never worn protective gear before?" asked a nice guy. Yu Liang shook his head slightly and said, "It's the first time." How did you exercise before?" "That's how you exercise." Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, "Who said that you must wear protective gear when exercising?" Liu was startled, and said sternly, "Brother Yu is an expert in actual combat, he is different from us." The discussion among the crowd became louder, and soon, there were more and more people in this room. At this time, Yu Liang had already put on the protective gear. The more people there were, the more excited Tian Liang felt. He can be sure that he would never be like this before. However, since possessing a powerful force, something in that bone seemed to be aroused. The ancients said that if you have a sharp knife in your body, you will kill yourself. It is indeed a wise saying, because he was not afraid, and even looked forward to it. His whole mentality changed. "Brother Yu, please." After Liu finished speaking, he suddenly strode forward and slapped Yu Liang. Although they were wearing protective gear, they were the only ones who didn't wear gloves. With such nondescript equipment, they will definitely not be able to enter the regular arena, but there is no problem in fighting in private. Chapter 121, Taiji vs. Bagwazang. Bagwazang is an extremely famous school in the inheritance of Longhua martial arts. Its founder is Dong Haichuan, a martial arts master in the Qing dynasty. In the era when all heroes came together, he could be called a martial arts master. There is a saying in Bagwazang, which is called "no move or fight, just one move." It means changing around and changing, one move wins. This trick is to use explosive power. Explosive power is the power that erupts instantly, like a bomb explosion. The speed of the hitting part increases suddenly in a very short time, with great momentum, resulting in incredible destructive power. Liu has acquired the true teaching of Bagwazang since he was a child. And the time spent practicing is far longer than that of Yu Liang. At this time, when he made a move, the speed was extremely fast, as if a single slap could overturn the whole person. After seeing Yu Liang's boxing practice video, Liu knew that he has real kung fu in the ring just now, let alone, I have never worn protective gear. This gave Liu the illusion that Yu Liang had been fighting. To deal with this kind of actual combat master, of course you have to go all out, otherwise you will definitely be the one who loses, and in front of so many colleagues, I absolutely don't want to fail. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly, and just as he stood firm, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards his face. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to stop this explosive blow like wind and fire. However, Yu Liang's Tai Chi inheritance is a great Tai Chi master, although only LV1, but under the influence of that everyone, this strength should not be underestimated. Stretching out and pulling, Tai Chi embraced and shook hands. Between hugs and swings, Liu's strength was about to be dissipated and thrown away. If he really succeeds, then Liu will definitely lose his focus, and then he will only have to be beaten. However, Liu made a wrong step and walked around the dragon, cleverly breaking the power of this throw. Afterwards, the two men exchanged fists and kicks, and began a fierce fight. Their fighting is still very different from boxing and sanda. That was a real fight. The two were extremely agile, and the parts they shot were even more vicious. Rule: they play against each other. Where are the rules? The people below all looked terrified. Are these two people in the arena exchanging ideas? What the hell? They don't have any deadly feud, so take this opportunity to beat each other to death in the arena. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes later, both of them were breathing heavily. During these 5 minutes, not only did they consume a lot of physical energy, but they also consumed a huge amount of mental energy. A real martial arts contest is a killing technique that instantly divides life and death. It is common for two people to fight against each other, even if they are exchanging ideas, but in the end they can't hold back, causing injuries or something. Therefore, the kind of limited competition in the arena is really not suitable for surgery. Martial arts, since its inception, have been killing techniques, rather than the kind of sumo and wrestling that are enjoyed by princes and nobles. In the arena, Liu punched. Yu Liang dissipated his strength and was waiting to counterattack. But seeing him move his feet, he already retreated like flying. What kind of move is this? Could it be that there is any special technique in Bagwazang that requires such a large acceleration range? Yu Liang was immediately engrossed, watching the changes. However, Liu suddenly retreated to the edge of the ring, and then he stretched out his hand in front of him, saying, "Okay, I'm sleepy, do not fight?" Yu Liang blinked his eyes twice. He is enjoying the fight now, why don't he stop it? Liu let out a rough breath and said, "Brother, I'm already tired. If I continue to fight, I won't be able to control my strength. If we can't hold back and really hurt someone, it won't be good. Wait until later, gain strength and come again." Yu Liang's eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. Can't control the power. I've never had power under control. Could it be the sixth sense can't lie? So Yu Liang can perceive that Liu didn't lie to him. What's the matter? It turns out that I have gone all out, but Liu still has a little bit of a hand. Hey, it seems that there is still a difference between LV1 and LV1. That's right, it's normal that I don't spend as much time training as others. But, asking for flowers, Yu Liang has already made up his mind, and he will come to experience it when he reaches LV2. Silently took off the protective gear, and naturally someone stepped forward to take it away. As long as Yu Liang doesn't say anything, the people below can't see anything. They all thought that for Yu Liang and Liu, it was a match of chess and a match for a good talent. Moreover, this sparring really opened the eyes of those young men who are not afraid of anything, and they were convinced. "Brother Yu, I'll help you. Brother Yu, leave it to me." For a while, Tian Liang became very popular here. In just a few moments, Yu Liang added more than 20 WeChat accounts, each of whom is a young guy in his 20s. This is not surprising, and only at this age would you be interested in not being interested. If it is more than 30, then they would rather go to the gun hall to practice guns, and few people are willing to sweat in the gym. Liu personally sent Yu Liang out. In the car, he hesitated and said, "Brother Yu, I heard that you work as a network security engineer in that company." Knowing what he meant, Yu Liang smiled and said, "Yes, but I'm already planning to quit my job and start my own business." Liu nodded and stopped asking. He knew about Yu Liang's financial resources. The car is the A8, and there is no mercy when it crashes. Today, someone sent 1,000,000 yuan, and even declined it without even looking at it. However, he himself works as a network security engineer in a company. Hey, the way rich people think is really strange. Yu Liang didn't get off the car at the company, but came directly to the hotel. I was sweating just now, took a good bath in the room, changed my clothes, and felt comfortable. In the evening, Yu Liang, as usual, went home after having dinner with the two sisters. Both Yu Hai are wondering if their son is looking for someone, it's just that they only guessed half right. Yu Liang is looking for a partner, but the number of people for this subject is a bit too much. In the evening, Yu Liang fiddled with Bitcoin, let his wealth increase, and then fell asleep happily. Chapter 122, the most practical model for frontline police officers. Going to work the next day, Yu Liang continued to optimize. Just think of this as the last gift I gave before leaving the company. However, while running the plane, Yu Liang also took the time to pick up his mobile phone and send messages to those friends he added yesterday. After chatting casually for a few words, he began to ask questions. In the police station, what kind of car is the most popular and practical? Soon, Yu Liang collected enough information. Of course, this information was given by young people, but if it is considered from the perspective of use value, this is the real first-line news. Yu Liang is also a person who has been nurtured by society. Therefore, he understands very well that no matter in any unit or company, as long as one gets older, energy decline and family problems cannot be avoided. At that time, if you want to devote yourself to work, April 1st is basically impossible. At the very least, as long as you get married and have children, you will inevitably allocate a large part of your energy. And the only ones who really work intensively are those young people in their early 20s who are full of energy. So, if Yu Liang wants to use cars for people who actually do business, not for officials and gentlemen sitting in offices, then he must listen to their opinions. After synthesis, Yu Liang was surprised to find out their choices are different from what they imagined. Yu Liang originally thought that they would propose a car like Toyota Road, but what they didn't expect was that they all felt that this car was too expensive and the price/performance ratio was too low. In addition, they have no interest in explosion-proof cars with a price of millions of dollars. Because this kind of car is used to decorate the facade of the police station, the number of times that really need to be dispatched is very small, and these people, it is impossible to use them at all. As for slightly higher-end cars, they also see it very clearly. This kind of car is not for them. Therefore, from a practical point of view, most people recommend domestic cars. Haval H9. More than half of the people said that this car is very practical to use, and more importantly, few leaders will choose this car when they go out. So, if there were more cars like this in the police force, they would be much more convenient. In addition, Haval was the second most recommender. But it's H5, this version is a little lower. But they said that it is more than enough to deal with road conditions. It's just that young people also have a heart to show off, so there are more people who recommend Haval H9. After getting first-hand information, Yu Liang directly found Qi Xiaoya. Yu Liang, Xiaoya, do you still have contact with your former colleagues? Qi Xiaoya was startled. What does this mean? She hesitated for a moment before replying. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, basically, there is no contact. If you don't want to, I won't contact them anymore. Yu Liang, it doesn't matter, let's get in touch. I want to buy a batch of Haval H9, please ask the price, how much is suitable? Qi Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, but she became more and more curious in her heart. Haval H9, I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yu wants to buy Haval H9. It's not that there is anything wrong with the Haval H9, it can't drive or something. Instead, the comparison is based on those cars that Yu Liang had previously purchased. Haval H9, even a fraction of those cars can't compare. Qi Xiaoya originally thought that even if Yu Liang wanted to buy a car in the future, he would also buy a sports car. Moreover, it is estimated that it is still a supercar that started with a few $1 million. Unexpectedly, she received an order for Haval H9, which made her a little overwhelmed. Take a closer look. Qi Xiaoya blinked her eyes twice. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, how many Havals do you plan to buy? If there is a large quantity, there should be a certain discount. Yu Liang, about the price. Qi Xiaoya, probably between 210,000 and 280,000. Yu Liang, okay, I want 100. Qi Xiaoya's eyeballs were so hanging that they didn't pop out. She let out a long breath. That's right, I already knew Yu Liang's temperament, so how could I only buy a Haval based on his handwriting? However, the number of 100 cars is still beyond Qi Xiaoya's imagination. After hesitating for a while, Qi Xiaoya wrote, Mr. Yu, is it convenient to disclose the purpose of these cars? I can better negotiate with the car dealer. Yu Liang, I plan to donate a batch of cars to the police station, mainly for practicality, and many of them recommend Havel H9. Shi Xiaoya immediately understood. Many of these people are probably those who are fighting on the front line. As for those who sit in the office, if you can recommend the Havel H9, that would be a ghost. Shi Xiaoya, okay, I'll get in touch right away. After Yu Liang ordered things down, he didn't care so much. Instead, he reinvested his energy in the optimization at hand. Ever since his computer level had risen to LV1, he thought about trying to see where his limit was. Although there is a high probability that this skill will not be used in the future, it is 4 years of university and 3 years of work. The whole 7 years have been spent on it. If you don't make some achievements, you will be unwilling. It was like this for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yu Liang didn't encounter any moths again. Just spend some time every day, eating and shopping with the two sisters. The two sisters now no longer reject high-end dinners, but when it comes to shopping, they are no longer willing to go to high-end famous stores and luxury specialty stores. When they were taken to Chanel by Yu Liang for the first time, the two of them were deeply shocked and overwhelmed, but with precautions in the future, 4.5 will not be willing. Yu Liang didn't force them either, but after dinner, he took them to a movie. The relationship between them is also slowly warming up, and in 2 days, although points and rewards did not increase, but the number in the bank account is growing rapidly. Among the 11 foreign bank cards, there are already deposits equivalent to $2 million, and in the domestic account, even in addition to the 20 million regular savings, there are still 140 million deposits. Well, these deposits should be used up as soon as possible. Otherwise, putting such a large amount of money in the account always feels unsafe. It seems that Deng Lily should be urged. Also, once the villa is bought, it is time to consider buying a house for the cousin. Chapter 123. I'm not free. Saturday morning, Yu Liang still woke up naturally before 5 o'clock. 2 days ago, before the fight against Li Yu, Yu Liang was still full of confidence, thinking that he could fight 10 with 1. However, after the experience of that day, his mind changed. In this world, there are still masters. Although the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom has declined, even in terms of fame, it can't even compare with those exhibition games. However, the population base of Dragon Country is large. Among the 1.4 billion people, it is normal for there to be hundreds or even thousands of real Lianjiazi. This point, just think about the dozen or so LV4 and LV5 martial arts masters that day, you can imagine, so he can't let go, even if it's not for climbing the pinnacle of martial arts, but just for strengthening your body. You have to persevere. In the park, after a morning jog, he punched all the way down again. Someone next to him pointed and said that Yu Liang's Taijiquan was not authentic, and some 22 moves were done too fast. Yu Liang turned a deaf ear. He just wanted to be the best of himself. As for the evaluation of those strangers, he had nothing to do with him. He had no time to argue with these idlers. Back home, I ate my mother's loving breakfast. Hui said, Xiao Liang, are you free today? Of course. What's the matter? Didn't you buy that big house and want us all to move in? Hui sat down and said, I prefer the design of a design company, but your father has different opinions. So, today you accompany, let's go have a look and decide on one. Yu Liang gasped. He rolled his eyes and said, Mom, what did you just say? I said, let you accompany us. Ah, no, it's a stone ahead. The previous sentence? Hui asked suspiciously, what did I say earlier? Didn't you ask me if I'm free today? Yes, what's the matter? Oh, I'm not free today. I'm going to the company to work overtime soon. Hui. Just when the mother's face gradually became serious, Yu Liang jumped up. With a bun in his mouth, he opened the door and ran away like flying. No matter how Hui scolded him later, he just became a man for once, and he would not turn back if he said he would not turn back. If it's other things, it's right to stay with my mother. However, this is a battle between mom and dad. How stupid must Yu Liang be to get involved in it? He had already made up his mind. For this house, he just takes the money and ignores the rest. Today is Saturday, of course I don't have to go to work. Although there must be people working overtime in the company, this is a disadvantage of foreign trade. Those salesmen and purchasers hardly have any vacations. However, Yu Liang, a network security engineer, is naturally not among them. When he came to the hotel, the two sisters had just woken up, and they couldn't help being surprised and delighted when they saw Yu Liang coming at this point. After eating buffet breakfast at the hotel together, Yu Liang entered the sisters' room with a cheeky face. When I passed by the bathroom, I glanced at it, and the faces of the sisters turned red from embarrassment. But even so, the two of them did not drive Yu Liang away. The three of them fought and quarreled for a while. When Yu Liang suddenly remembered something, Linglong, Nana, when are you going back to school? I'll be back in half a month. Linglong said softly, in the last semester, we don't need to take an exam. As long as we hand in the internship comments, we can get a graduation certificate. Oh, after that, after graduation, we will start sending resumes. Trying to find a job and be able to stay in this city. Don't you want to go home? Think about it. He Linglong sighed and said, but my dad said, I hope we don't go back and stay in the big city. Oh, why? He Linglong hesitated, but He Lingna was blunt. My mother has conflicts with the villagers and doesn't want to associate with them, and my father doesn't want to have anything to do with those relatives. So, Yu Liang immediately understood. As the saying goes, every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite, and not everyone in the countryside is simple. Who else is in the house? It's our sister and a younger brother. He Linglong sighed softly and said, my father still hopes that we can achieve something, so I can help him. But we don't even know ourselves. It may not be able to live well. The closer to graduation, the greater the pressure on the students. Unemployment after graduation is not an isolated case. Moreover, it is not easy to do foreign trade now, and I want to find a company with high income for the powerless and powerless two sisters. Except for the situation where they are willing to sacrifice, it is basically impossible. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, since this is the case, why don't you help me help you? The eyes of the two sisters were piercing. Yes, as you all know, I made a lot of money selling wood. Now I plan to start my own business, or do foreign trade, so that what you sisters have learned can also be useful. Okay, brother you, what's the name of your company? 763 characters, Yu Liang laughed, and suddenly remembered something, and the cold sweat almost fell off his head. No, Chi Shoya is already in the company. If we get the sisters over again, the scene, just thinking about it, makes people shudder. He hurriedly said, my company hasn't applied yet. If it's convenient for you, how about doing me a favor, apply for a company? I will handle this process, and I can help you with it. He Linglong said without hesitation. She has been an intern in the office for half a year, and she is not just fishing. Okay, once the company is established, you will be the veterans. The salary is, tentatively 20,000 yuan per month, and the dividends will be calculated separately. Looking at the two pairs of big surprise eyes in front of him, Yu Liang couldn't bear it any longer, and suddenly reached out his hand, and gently scratched their chong noses. Ah, it hurts. Two pairs of big innocent eyes glared at Yu Liang angrily, which made him a little guilty. Yu Liang hurriedly said, get up, let's discuss business. What's up? The company is starting up, and you need to be multi-skilled. Therefore, you need to learn to drive. Come on, I will introduce you to a driving school teacher. Within 3 months, I guarantee that you can get a driver's license. The two sisters immediately forgot the unhappiness just now, and the color of joy flashed in their eyes. Chapter 124, Dressed Up Twins. Yu Liang flicked the phone, and there were names of people recorded on it. Soon, he found a familiar name, Zhang Jiaming, Yu Liang's high school classmate, and the two of them have a good relationship. They were at the same table for a year. In high school, Zhang Jiaming was definitely one of Yu Liang's best friends. However, after graduating from high school, Yu Liang was successfully admitted to a university in Shanghai, while Zhang Jiaming entered society directly. When he was a sophomore in university, Tian Liang went back to Yongcheng during the summer vacation. It is learned that Zhang Jiaming is already a coach of a driving school, so he reported Zhang Jiaming's name and got his driver's license. After that, the two of them kept in touch intermittently, and if there was nothing serious, Tian Ban would not say a word, but sometimes when the phone calls, it is also common to grill crayfish with beer. At this time, looking at Zhang Jiaming's name, Yu Liang suddenly felt as if he had passed away, but, thinking about it carefully, it seems that it took about half a month to get the magic hard drive. However, the feeling that the magic hard disk brought to him was turned upside down, making his whole life completely different and wonderful. Sighing, Yu Liang dialed the phone. Hey, Ajay, where are you? Nonsense, of course I'm in the driving school. Zhang Jiaming's bold voice came from the microphone. You also know that there are a lot of people learning to drive on Saturdays and Sundays. What's the matter? Is there a dinner? Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, okay, let's have dinner together. It's been a while, I really miss you. What the hell, you're an idiot. You break the brakes, you step on the brakes with your feet. Hey, why are you opening the door? You step on the brakes on the car. There was a sudden roar on the phone. Yu Liang was taken aback. What kind of strange student did this guy meet again? In fact, compared with their parents, the teachers who are learning to drive now have a much better attitude. However, if you don't enter the industry, you don't know the hardships of the industry. The performance of some students when learning to drive can only be described by the word disaster. Facing such a student, no matter how good-tempered the coach is, he can't help but yell at him. There are even some people who would rather not have this student, not earn this money, and don't want to teach anymore. After a while, Tan Jieming's voice came again. Ryoko, I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you. At noon or at night? I'll make a reservation, come over, Yu Liang said hastily. Wait a minute, I still have people here. I'll make a reservation for lunch, at Shidian Small Seafood Bar. The West Store is not a high-end restaurant, but it is a place where they often meet. The dishes there are so to be honest, but the little seafood is really fresh enough. Okay, I'll be there at 11:30. Yu Liang put down the phone, and then saw the two children staring at each other, seeming a little nervous. Hee, don't be nervous. Yu Liang said hastily, this is my old classmate. He has a good personality. When he teaches you, he will never yell. The two little eyes were full of suspicion. Yu Liang is helpless. The first impression of this person is actually very important. If the other party thinks that you are a bad person, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort if you want to explain clearly. Ajay, you don't yell early, you don't yell late, but you are yelling nonsense at this time. Who is to blame? However, if the two sisters were handed over to others, Tian Liang was really worried. After all, driving is not a trivial matter. Yu Liang doesn't want to ride in the car of a roadkiller, it's too dangerous. Even with the Vajra talisman amulet, Yu Liang didn't want to experience it. The three of them stayed in the hotel room, chatting and talking day by day. He Linglong also took out a small teacup and made a cup of hand-ground coffee for Yu Liang. Tell him that this is her new craft. I bought some coffee beans because I saw that there was a hand grinder in the suite. This taste. Anyway, after Yu Liang drank it, he thought instant coffee was better. Of course, after drinking coffee, Yu Liang praised He Linglong's craftsmanship to the sky, making the little girl smile and be overjoyed. It was 10:30. In a blink of an eye, the two sisters looked at each other. He Lingna said, Brother you, what? You go out first, wait for us in the lobby. Why? The dinner at 11:30 noon, we should go. It doesn't have to be so early, the West Store is very close. And a quarter of an hour's walk is enough. We can go there at 11 o'clock in time. Oh, brother you, why don't you go out? Seeing He Lingna's coquettish and charming appearance, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Afraid of making a fool of himself, he hurried out. When he came to the hotel lobby, Yu Liang originally thought that he only had to wait for a while, because the two went out, they never put on makeup. Their speed was slightly faster than Yu Liang's. However, I don't know what happened today, it has been half an hour, and they still haven't come down. Yu Liang frowned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be something happened? Suddenly, the elevator door opened. Yu Liang sat in a good position. The lobby is facing the sofa at the elevator entrance. Therefore, he can clearly see all the people passing by the elevator. At this time, two beautiful modern girls came out of the elevator one after another. Those were two identical women. They were beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth. Light makeup was painted on their faces, which fully brought out their youthful and glamorous sides. At this moment, they stood in the crowd, as if they stood out from the crowd, looking extremely dazzling. The people near the elevator basically turned their heads and glanced at them more or less. Delise, although he won't lose his composure, he can clearly see the astonishment in people's eyes. When the twins usually don't wear makeup, they are already eye-catching when they are completely bare-faced. But now, after dressing up carefully, Yu Liang took a deep breath and then let out a long sigh. He directly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhang Jieming. Yu Liang, the place to eat at noon has changed. In the Grand Hotel, I will send you the specific private room. Come on, Zhang Jieming. Received. You kid got rich, my buddy. Why did you go to that place? You have a lot of money. Yu Liang smiled wryly to himself. Since the twin sisters are dressed like this, they are definitely not suitable for going to a small restaurant. Hey, I never thought that once they dressed up, they would be so dazzling. At this moment, Yu Liang was amazed and proud at the same time. Chapter 125, The Smart Man. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang brought the two sisters to a small box in the hotel. The two sisters could naturally see Yu Liang's eyes, which were bold and eager, as if they were burning hot. When they were avoiding, there was also a hint of joy. Brother you, what we use are the clothes and cosmetics you bought for us, don't they look good? Looking at the little face with a hint of complacency in the smile, Yu Liang said, You are Nana. He Lingna nodded vigorously, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Yu Liang didn't dare to look any further, so he quickly ordered food and started talking with them. To be honest, it was beyond Yu Liang's expectation that they would actually wear makeup today. However, Yu Liang also understood their thoughts, and was a little grateful and proud. They just don't want to embarrass themselves in front of their old classmates. However, they don't know that such a dress, hey, it's so fucking hot. At 11:30, the door of the box was pushed open. A thin young man walked in briskly. "Ryoko, I'm here." "Me, who are they?" When Zhang Jiaming came in, he habitually yelled. However, before he finished speaking, he saw the two sisters, and was startled by their beauty, so he couldn't continue that sentence. Yu Liang chuckled. "Man, whenever this happens, it is inevitable that there will be a little bit of complacency. Ajay, these are my two colleagues, He Linglong and He Lingna. Introduce the two parties to each other, then sit down, and the dishes will follow." Because Zhang Jiaming has to go to driving school in the afternoon, he can't drink. Several people chatted while drinking juice. It's just that Yu Liang and Zhang Jiaming are basically talking. As for the He Linglong sisters, they are eating vegetables slowly, or holding a straw with their small mouths, and sucking juice little by little. As long as people are beautiful, no matter what they do, they are good looking. Zhang Jiaming ate the meal very quickly. Yu Liang could feel that he seemed to be a little restrained and didn't let go. But this is also normal. If we get along in a different place, I'm afraid it won't be any better than him. Ajay, the two of them want to learn how to drive. Please leave it to you. Without further ado, Zhang Jiaming patted his chest and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Within 3 months, they must get their driver's licenses. Yu Liang, CCBF, coughed lightly and said, "Ajay, what I want is more than just a driver's license." "What? I don't want to make two street killers. You can teach them some real skills." Zhang Jiaming smiled wryly and said, "The real ability is not taught, but practiced. Unless they come to my place every day and drive for an hour, I can't teach them in 3 months." Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Okay, they can go at night. Okay, as long as there are more, I will definitely bring them out." Yu Liang has also passed the driver's license test, so he knows that the driving school teacher may not be happy if the students go to the school more often, because there are many trips. When practicing the car, the gas money will be consumed more. For the driver's license instructors, it is best for you to practice less, but pass the test once. That is the best student. However, the relationship between Yu Liang and Zhang Jiaming is different. Not to mention spending a little more gas money, even if the money is not paid. Zhang Jiaming will bring people out. In addition, the driving school is also a bit tricky, especially when male coaches teach female students. If the female students are beautiful, it is definitely impossible to eat tofu in a fair and honest manner. No idiot would dare to do so, unless he doesn't want the job anymore. However, in the process of instructing, no one can find fault with touching each other, and this power is basically in the hands of the coach. It just depends on whether he wants to use it or not. Of course, if you meet Ant, I guarantee that the coach will behave well and don't have to worry about anything. That's why Yu Liang asked Zhang Jiaming. This old classmate will never take advantage of the opportunity. The next day, after running in the morning, Yu Liang was going to the hotel to talk to the twins again. Shi Xiaoya suddenly sent a message. "Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I have negotiated with the general agent of Havel Yongchang. The top-up feline Havel H9 will offer a discount of 10,000 yuan for each car. For 100 cars, it will be 26 million. Okay, when can I have a car?" Shi Xiaoya, they have already transferred the goods in the surrounding areas. As long as 1/3 of the money is paid first, we can drive away the 40 Havel H9s in the forest store first, and save 60 cars guaranteed delivery due in January. Yu Liang, in the Yongqing store, there are 40 top-equipped Havel H9s? Is this car unsaleable? Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, you misunderstood. I told their boss that it was you who wanted the car, and their boss immediately called and shipped all Havel H9s from surrounding counties and cities. However, only 5 of them are top-end, and the rest of the cars are also ordering modification parts. Let us modify them while driving. Commitment to complete the transformation of all vehicles in succession within 1 year. Yu Liang, oh, my face is so big. Shi Xiaoya, that's right, it's only been a few days, and you have already spent more than 10 million on the car. People say that such high rollers can be trusted. Yu Liang, alright, come pick me up later, let's pay for the car. The conversation with Shi Xiaoya is over. Yu Liang fondly used WeChat, but after thinking about it, he still made a phone call. The call was connected quickly. Yu Liang, Captain Li, are you busy? Liu, it's okay, brother, what's the matter? Yu Liang, I don't go around in circles. Last time you came to pick me up, the car was too broken. I think it will affect the combat effectiveness, so I bought some cars and want to donate them to the police. Will you accept them, Liu? Such a good thing, of course I have to accept it. Brother, what car did you buy? Is it Havel? Is it H5 or H9? Yu Liang was slightly startled. It's H9, how did you know? Liu, hey, it's not that you asked people around a few days ago, what type of car our police force likes to use the most. Everyone knows that you are the big boss, so I guessed a long time ago that you want to donate a car that I have been waiting for thousands of years, and finally you came to ask me," Yu Liang asked the sky speechlessly. "I have to say that these policemen are too sharp. I just consulted for a while, and they saw my thoughts. But this is also good. It is precisely because of these smart people that the safety of the common people can be protected. If they are not smart enough, ordinary people like Yu Liang should worry about it." Chapter 126 Teamly, bring more people. Yu Liang shook his head slightly, and said, "Captain Li, it's okay for me to donate the car, but I have one request." "Liu," you said, "as long as it is not illegal, I will definitely agree." Yu Liang, "Okay, I request that the name of the donor be kept secret." At this moment, Liu was a little confused. What a good publicity it is to donate things to the police force. It's too late for people to publicize it with great fanfare, but there are still people who want to keep it secret. However, thinking about what Yu Liang had done, he vaguely understood. Yu Liang can drive an A8 by himself, and when he encounters a human trafficker, he rams such a luxury car directly into it without any heartache. Besides, facing a check of 1 million yuan, he didn't even have the interest to take a second look at it. However, such rich people honestly work in an ordinary import and export company. Well, for such a person, no matter what choice he makes, it seems understandable. Liu, okay, I'll tell them not to report. Yu Liang, I'm going to the 4S store right now. Bring someone here if you have time. If you have a car, you can pick it up. Bring more people here. Liu put down his phone with an unconcealable smile on his face. This time making friends with Yu Liang really brought great benefits to the police force. Su Peng's 1 million, plus the car that Yu Gong is about to donate. Hey, it's a pity that Yu Liang refused to show his face. That is to say, the number of cars donated this time will not be too many. But think about it, personal anonymous donation, it is very good. How much do you want? Although Yu Liang just said that some cars will be donated, but how much is this amount? That's very important. If Yu Liang is willing to show up and donate in a big way, then there must be at least 10 cars in these places, otherwise the leaders are too embarrassed to attend. But if you don't show up, one should not, but the high probability is 3 to 5 cars. Liu thought for a while, called a few young men in the team, and drove the classic car in the team towards Xiaoying Auto Street. He wants to drive the car back as soon as possible, preferably under the name of their detachment as soon as possible. As for other brother detachments, as well as county and district detachments, the brothers have to settle accounts clearly. These cars, they detachment. Surrounded, however, when starting out, Liu suddenly felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Yu Liang seems to have said, "Let him bring more people." Turning his head and glanced, 5 people. One car was full. Well, enough is enough. Yu Liang put down his phone and continued to eat. Not long after eating, a message from Qi Xiaoya arrived. Yu Liang greeted his parents and slipped out of the hospital. Yu Hai and Shi Hui glanced at each other, and they became more and more sure of one thing: this precious son of mine seems to be really talking about someone. Outside the community, Qi Xiaoya drove the Q7 and waited quietly. Inexplicably, she just had a strange sense of excitement. However, looking up at the old community, she felt extremely strange. How does the boss still live in this place? This is too incompatible with the status of the boss. However, seeing Yu Liang coming out, she didn't dare to say a word, and took Yu Liang straight to Xiaoying's 4S shop. 4S stores generally don't open too early, but today, the Havel Mall distribution store opened its doors early. This is a big deal for 100 cars, for those super brands. 26 million may not even be able to buy a car. However, for the domestic Havel, such a business is very worthy of attention. Moreover, the general manager Lu Ding also knew that if this business was successful, then these cars would probably be sent to the major police forces in Yongcheng. This is a huge publicity for their brand. He has even conceived how to publicize it, and the follow-up plan if it will fuel the flames. But first, the deal is going to work. So, after receiving Qi Xiaoya's message, he came to the store early, just to meet the rich man who doesn't take money as money at the first time, and to finalize the contract. Finally, a Q7 drove into the 4S shop. Lu Ding greeted him immediately. By the time Yu Liang and Qi Xiaoya got off the car, he had already reached the front of the car. Mr. Yu. Miss Qi, hello. Qi Xiaoya quickly introduced. Mr. Lu, this is my boss, Mr. Yu Liang, and this is Mr. Lu Ding, the general manager of Havel 4S store. Oh, in front of Mr. Yu, I don't dare to be the boss. Lu Ding said with a smile. Mr. Yu, come in quickly. Yu Liang nodded slightly, and followed the crowd into the shop. The architectural style of 4S is similar, both have huge glass floor-to-ceiling walls. Through the glass, you can clearly see the outside scenery. Asking for flowers, Lu Ding pointed to a row of cars on the ground, and said, Mr. Yu, there are 40 Havel H9s here, although most of them are not top-end models. But we will replace them as soon as possible. Yu Liang nodded slightly and asked, will it affect normal use? Lu Ding said hastily, we plan to replace the parts of the car each time in groups of 3, and each time takes 2 days. It should not have a big impact on the use, okay? Yu Liang turned his head and said suddenly, is it okay? Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? It was Qi Xiaoya who had dealt with Yu Liang enough times to react immediately. It's all settled, then sign the contract and make money. Lu Ding was stunned for a moment and looked at Yu Liang with a somewhat ethereal gaze. He had heard a long time ago that Yu Liang was a very cheerful person, to the point that he was a little silly, but I really like this coolness. Soon, the contract was signed. Lu Ding looked at the contract and laughed until he couldn't close his mouth. This business is enough to take their forest store to a higher level. Suddenly, an old Santana that seemed to be scrapped at any moment drove in, then bang bang bang, 5 strong men walked in one after another. Brother Yu, we are here. Yu Liang glanced at him and said in surprise, Captain Li, where are your people, my people? Li Yu was startled, pointed to the 4 brothers beside him, and said, here. Frowning slightly, Yu Liang said, didn't I ask you to bring more people? This. Li Yu vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said cautiously, 4, isn't that enough? Add a 0 and that's enough, add a 0. Li Yu took a deep breath and asked, brother, don't scare me. How much do you plan to donate? Yu Liang casually clicked on the Havel H9s lined up outside. Here, these are all, oh my god. Li Yu murmured, there are dozens of these, there are 40 here, and another 60 are in transit, a total of 100. Li Yu, Interpol, what the hell is this sum? Is the sum that this guy said and the sum that we ordinary people understand really the same word? Chapter 127 Lucky Draw, Painted Skin, only, old Zhang, if you don't come, it won't be your turn. Captain Lu, there are 3 cars left. I'll only wait for you for half an hour. If you don't arrive, it will be gone. Dang Bureau, that Yu Liang, you still remember. He donated a batch of Havel H9 to our bureau. Yeah, it's already reached 40 cars. I asked my brothers to share 10 cars, and there are still 30. That's right, it's 40 cars, not 14 cars. I didn't raise my tongue and said it's clear that it's 40, not 14. No, not 40, I'm not lying to you. The total is not 40, not 14, but 100, yes, 100, but only 40 have arrived now, and it is estimated that within a month, there will be another 60 arriving. Super Li Yu wiped off his cold sweat. He suddenly discovered that explaining March 13th to the leader is also a troublesome matter. Don't worry, I only distributed 10 cars, and the first 30 are here. Hey, this is not just sitting on the ground to divide the spoils. How can this be called spoils? I just want to make the brothers more fighting. Okay, don't worry, the remaining 30 cars are here. If one is missing, you can find me. Why, well, Boss Yu Liang. As soon as Li Yu turned his head, he saw Yu Liang shaking his head vigorously, and he immediately understood. Director Deng, Yu has something to do with the head office, and he has already left. He asked that this matter not be publicized. Well, yes. He is the #1 person in the company, and he is too busy to be absent for too long, so that's it. Company head. Yu Liang looked at Li Yu, who was full of lies, and looked at him with admiration. This guy always opens his mouth to lie to the leader. It can be seen that this kind of thing is usually done, and the 4 criminal policemen beside him had an expression of familiarity. Without any surprise, putting down the phone, Li Yu let out a long breath, patted Yu Liang hard, and said, brother, this time, thank you. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, the police and the people are fish and water, you don't have to worry about small things. Li Yu nodded slightly, and said, okay, I won't say anything. In short, I will remember the brotherhood. Why? Yu Liang raised his eyebrows, and suddenly said, Captain Li, hey, look up to my words, the rules of the world, call me brotherly. Li Yu said seriously, I know, maybe I'm a high-ranking person, but the title of Captain Li, really forget it. A captain actually took the initiative to tell you about the rules of the world. It can only be said that he really wants to make you this friend. Yu Liang laughed and said, okay, brotherly, I want to inquire about something. Of course, if you violate discipline, you don't want to say anything, Li Yu said in a deep voice. What's the matter? The night before yesterday, at the hotel, something happened that the radish ran. Did you know? Carrot run? Li Yu thought for a while, and said, I seem to have heard someone mention it. This kind of thing is rarely encountered once a year in our city. It should be something new. What's wrong? The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched. He gestured in Qi Xiaoya's direction, and said, that night, my girlfriend and I were nearby. I planned to go to the hotel for a cup of tea, but I didn't expect to meet this. I want to inquire about such a thing. who is that person? And why is he so wicked? Liu turned his head and glanced into the distance. Shi Xiaoya, who was making the final statistics with the boss of the forest store, suddenly smiled understandingly. Go to the hotel for Ba. If you open a room, you can open a room, and you still say it so cryptically. However, this girl is really beautiful and worthy of being a brother. Looking at Yu Liang again, Liu couldn't help laughing. The two young people were planning to go to the hotel for an opening, but they suddenly ran into Carrot Ben, which led to their loss of interest, which is rare luck. Yu Liang asked this person if he wanted revenge or something, but Liu didn't care. Also, it's not about confidentiality. Liu believed that with the financial resources shown by Yu Liang, he would definitely be able to find out if he asked a little. So, he took out the phone and said, "Wait, let me ask." He made a phone call, and after a while, his face was a little ugly. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing," Liu said with a wry smile. That guy was sentenced to an administrative detention for 5 days. But he was sent to the second hospital because of mental problems in just 1 day, and he was released on medical parole. Yu Liang knew exactly what was the reason, but at this moment there was a look of surprise on his face, and he said, "Go out as soon as it opened?" Released on medical parole, hearing Yu Liang's sarcastic smile, Liu felt his face burn. That's right, when normal people hear about this, their first impression is that they will never believe that guy needs to be released on medical parole. With a serious face, he said, "Brother I'll go back and ask about this matter. If someone really benefits from it, I will definitely ask them to give an explanation." Yu Liang smiled and said, "That's fine, I'm just asking casually, nothing else." Liu said seriously, "This matter is related to the reputation of the police force. Don't worry, we will handle it fairly." Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and stopped trying to dissuade him. After saying hello, Yu Liang took Qi Xiaoya away, because Bureau Dang wanted to come over, and Yu Liang didn't want to show his face. In case someone asks Yu Liang to hold a grand donation ceremony for political achievements, so is it better for Yu Liang to be satisfied, or not to save face? In order to avoid these bloody things, the best way is to not even see each other. If there is anything, let Liu act as a middleman to spread the word. That's enough. Although Yu Liang did not host the donation event, the forest shop wasted half a day in counting so many cars. 3.6 Go home at night, turning on the magic hard disk computer. The prompt that had not been seen for 3 days suddenly jumped out. The host spends 26 million today and can draw 26 prizes. Do you want to draw prizes? Whether, of course I chose yes. And Yu Liang also wanted to see if he could extract anything useful after so many days. 20 seconds later, the pointer pointed to other major items in the distance. Congratulations to the host, I have won the other. Painted skin, the only one, can be modified to 0/2. Do you want to use it? Whether, painted skin, looking at this thing, Yu Liang's eyeballs almost popped out. Is this thing related to the smash hit movie he once watched? Chapter 128 Bought 2 villas, painted skin, make the skin of a person who has just died into a skin of a living person. When used, the whole body is covered, and the voice and body shape are exactly the same, without leaking any flaws. Current usage limit, 0/2. Note, when using the skin of a living person, it must be released for 1 day every other week, otherwise there is a possibility of being assimilated by the skin of a living person. Yu Liang's complexion changed suddenly. Looking at the explanation above, he really felt terrified. Turning the newly dead into living skins? My god. What on earth is this magic hard drive trying to do? Is this encouraging me to kill someone? No, according to the urine behavior of the magic hard drive in the past, Yu Liang didn't think it would be so insane. But, in general, it also doesn't pump out completely useless stuff. Could it be? When can I use this thing? Yu Liang was silent for a long time, and finally clicked a blue. Even if he wanted to use this thing, he couldn't use it now. Because, in front of him, there was no one who had just died. Continue to draw the lottery. The roulette turned again, and when it stopped again, it unexpectedly fell to the other item again. Congratulations to the host, I have won another memoir, only 0/5. Do you want to use it? Whether, memoirs, a perfect record of the memories of the dying person's life. The current number of people is 0/5. Note, when you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. Please use it with caution. Yu Liang's face became gloomy. He always felt that today's lottery draw was a bit strange. How come there are some weird things? He just wants to be an ordinary rich man, but he has no other ideas. However, he always felt that this magical hard drive was going to do something. When the roulette will stop for the 3rd time, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the pointer, and the shining pointer still stayed above the other item. Congratulations to the host, I have won the other expansion slot, 1, only available in lottery. Do you want to use it? whether expansion slot can be used to expand the limit value of other rewards, such as painted skins or memoirs. Seeing this thing, Tian Liang finally couldn't help scolding one room. It seems that the magic hard drive is fighting against him today. After turning over and over again, the things drawn out by the lottery are all related to the dead, not the dying people. However, even if someone was about to die in front of Yu Liang, he probably would have a hard time making up his mind to turn this person into a living human skin. The lottery draw is over, and the rest of the chances are all turned into points. After a long silence, Yu Liang finally calmed down. The boat went straight to the bridge, and nothing happened now, so it was useless for him to worry. Moreover, with so many skills and items on his body, Yu Liang really couldn't imagine what kind of danger he would encounter, so he put the matter aside and continued to sell bitcoins online. After this week of accumulation, his wealth has grown fundamentally. The foreign account has reached $46 million, while the domestic account is $140 million. This has not yet counted the fixed deposit of $20 million, and the large amount of spending during this period. Looking at this deposit, Yu Liang even wondered if he should slow down the action of selling bitcoins. However, after thinking about it, this virtual currency is not safe. You can sell as much as you can. If one day the price of Bitcoin collapses, those millions of bitcoins will really be thrown into your hands, so go out as soon as you can, as long as it is within the allowable range of the sixth sense. Don't hesitate. The next day, Yu Liang came to the company after exercising early in the morning. It's another new week, and the morning of the first day of each week is the busiest time for the company. As long as the general manager Suan Kue is not on a business trip, he will definitely be there on this day and have a meeting with the company's senior officials. Yu Liang is qualified to attend because he is in charge of wires and other things. In the past, he didn't use his brain in meetings, and what he heard went in his left ear and out his right ear. But now, starting your own business is imminent, so you have to pay attention everywhere. Suan Kue is quite capable. He can grasp the key points in his conversations with executives in a few words, and he is quite decisive when dealing with things. It is worth learning. However, if Yu Liang starts a company, the way of operation will be completely different from him. Therefore, there are not many places that can really be used for reference. At 10:30 noon, the meeting ended smoothly. In the afternoon, when Yu Liang was debugging the newly improved network interface, Deng Lily sent him a message. Deng Lily, old classmate, we have negotiated for both houses. According to your instructions, the price has not been lowered, and the other party has also signed an agreement to rent first and sell later. As long as you pay, you can get the key. Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't care about the network interface anymore. Open WeChat on your phone. Yu Liang, okay, I'll pay the money right now. Deng Lily, wow, old classmate, you were too impatient. Yu Liang, after a while, I'm going to go abroad, so I want to solve all the things that can be done before then. Deng Lily, okay, where shall we go first? Yu Liang, Ziyu Terrace. After tidying up, Yu Liang got up and asked Chen Tao for leave. Chen Tao hesitated for a moment, but he agreed. However, he also had some murmurs in his heart. This kid Yu Liang has behaved 960 very honestly for the past 3 years. However, recently he has asked for leave one after another, saying that he is looking for a girlfriend. But this may not be a good thing. Maybe I need to find a time to talk to him about the change. Yu Liang came to the hotel and drove the Bentley Mulsanne out. There are 2 sets of villas. One is a white embryo with more than 1,000 square meters, and the other is a luxury villa with more than 700 square meters. Moreover, the latter also checked in with a bag. Under Deng Lily's leadership, it took Yu Liang more than an hour to complete all the procedures, several contracts in hand, plus bank transfer records as proof. When Yu Liang's company is qualified to buy a house in the future, it will not be afraid of the other party's scoundrels. Because of these evidences, as long as he goes to the court, he is guaranteed to be sued. After finishing all the formalities, it was still early to see. Yu Liang sent away the reluctant Deng Lily, and then sent messages to the parents and the twin sisters that they had something to do today and would not come to dinner. Finally, he found Qi Xiaoya. Yu Liang, address. Yu Liang, come on. Qi Xiaoya was in the rental house when she suddenly saw her phone turned on. Pick it up and look at Yu Liang's information. Looking at the address again, her whole body became hot. Have you really bought the Sun Lake Villa? Chapter 129. Qi Xiaoya lives in a villa. Qi Xiaoya arrived very quickly. Within half an hour, she had arrived at Moon Lake from her apartment. Then, she saw Yu Liang's Bentley Mulsanne before the big villa she dreamed of. Qi Xiaoya's excited body trembled a little. after driving the car into the parking space of the villa, Xiaoya got down, he rang the doorbell, and the door opened, and it was indeed Yu Liang. Glancing at Qi Xiaoya, Yu Liang's eyes were also slightly bright. Today, Qi Xiaoya put on light makeup, and she looked radiant, which added a bit of color to her face, which made people's index fingers move. However, Yu Liang didn't want to act so impatient. Xiaoya, go up and have a look. Is this villa satisfactory? Qi Xiaoya nodded vigorously, then walked up. After turning around, she came down and said excitedly, Mr. Yu, there are everything in this villa except bedding. Okay, let's go. Yu Liang strode out. Qi Xiaoya was startled, and hurriedly followed, suspiciously asking, Mr. Yu, where are you going? Go buy bedding. Yu Liang looked at her puzzled, and said, don't you need it? I need it, of course I need it. Qi Xiaoya took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yu, is this for me? Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, if you behave well, when your social security is full, it will be transferred to your name. Qi Xiaoya's face was flushed immediately, and she was so excited that her steps were a little weak. To be honest, Xiaoya is not the kind of woman who comes out to do business. When she was in car sales, many people suggested to her, as long as something can happen, then definitely buy a car from her. However, Qi Xiaoya tried every means to evade it. Even if she didn't do this business, she would not sell herself. However, Yu Liang is different. He gave too much, really too much, after experiencing the hardships of this society. If there is any shortcut, normal people will be tempted. The so-called reluctance and reserve are actually just that the price paid is not high enough. If you put a mountain of gold and silver in front of them, those who can reject you, no, it should be all the way, and it's easy to catch. This time, Yu Liang didn't drive his own car, but Qi Xiaoya's Q7. Since there is a driver, he has to drive. Go to Wanda, Yu Liang ordered after getting into the car. The business district in Yongcheng is not limited to the Tianyi area in the city center. In fact, with the accelerated pace of urban expansion, many large shopping malls have been built in various places. With these shopping malls as the center, the entire business district of Yongcheng has been divided into business circles one after another. Moreover, the content of each business district is actually similar, with no obvious differences and characteristics. Therefore, if you want to buy something, you don't need to identify a certain place at all. Besides, the Tianyi shopping district is where Yu Liang takes his two sisters to shop, and it is his base camp. He is crazy. The group will take other women there to spend. Of course, Qi Xiaoya didn't know what Yu Liang was thinking, and she had no opinion on which business district to go to. Soon, the car stopped at Jiangbei Wanda. There are several Wandas in Yongcheng, and Jiangbei Wanda should be the worst one among them. Whether its popularity or turnover, it can't be compared with the one in Yingzhou. However, there is a complete range of things here, and basically everything you want to buy is available. They parked the car in the basement, then went straight to Home Textiles. Inside the villa, there are 6 rooms, large and small. 4 of them are suites, and the other 2 Yu Liang have been converted into use rooms and tea houses. Therefore, Qi Xiaoya bought 8 sets of bedding in one go. According to her, 2 sets should be prepared for each room. Although Yu Liang slandered in his heart, he didn't stop him. Anyway, this villa will be given to her to use in the future, so she can decorate it however she likes. After purchasing the bedding, we negotiated with the store and delivered it to the villa at 7 o'clock tonight. This is a big deal, and the shopkeeper agreed without hesitation. They are not the only home textile shops here. If they can't even handle this small matter well, there must be someone willing to take over the business, and they can't wait for it. Qi Xiaoya turned around and said in a low voice, Mr. Yu, the bedding is finished. Yu Liang looked at her. Xiaoya didn't wear the million-level jewelry this time. Moreover, although the clothes on her body are well-dressed, they are all ordinary goods, and the color is even slightly whitish, which shows that she has been wearing them for a long time. In addition, women, regardless of their age, seem to carry a bag when they go out. Although Yu Liang doesn't know much about bags, but after seeing a lot in Chanel, he always feels that Qi Xiaoya's bags are ordinary. After thinking about it, Yu Liang said, what brand do you like best? What? Women's clothes? Bags? What's your favorite brand? Dior. Qi Xiaoya said without hesitation, Dior, and Audi. Yu Liang thought maliciously in his heart, you don't go to work at Audi because you know you can't afford Dior. He waved his hand and said, go, there should be a Dior store here. Not here, only in Yingzhou Wanda. Yu Liang was startled, and looked at her suspiciously. This guy is really familiar. An hour later, they returned with a full load in the Dior store of Yingzhou Wanda. Qi Xiaoya, Lidiz, changed into new clothes all over her body, and more than one set. He also carried a bag in his hand, and there was another in the car. Of course, the cost of buying so many luxury goods is not small. It has already exceeded 1 million. During this period, Qi Xiaoya paid close attention to Yu Liang's face all the time, but she didn't see a trace of reluctance or heartache. She couldn't help Feeling quite emotional. It's one thing for a man to have money, but it's another to be willing to spend money for a woman. Being able to meet Yu Liang is considered the greatest luck in her life. At this moment, Shi Xiaoya was full of joy and willingly, without any regrets, after dinner at Wanda, when they returned to the villa, they had just delivered the bedding. It took Shi Xiaoya half a day to tidy up and rape her. A pair of big hands have been wrapped around. Immediately, the room was full of spring. Chapter 130. That's a crazy disease. Stayed in the villa for one night, and Yu Liang left for the company the next day. Before leaving, Yu Liang changed into a new set of clothes he bought last night. When I saw the two sisters, although I was a little guilty, I quickly calmed down. Turning on the computer, Tamiya continued to deal with things on the company network. The computer technology of LV1 actually cannot make the company's system operation achieve the effect of being reborn. However, when Yu Liang has dealt with everything, it will definitely be better than before, and at this moment, it's almost over. It will be over in about 3 or 5 days. The phone rang suddenly, and Yu Liang answered it. Brother Yu, it's me. 17, brotherly, what's the matter? Li Yu's voice was a little helpless. Brother Yu, didn't you ask me about the guy who ran the carrot? Yes, what's the matter? I checked. Li Yu said with a wry smile. It is true that he was released on medical parole and sent to the second hospital. But it's not that someone took the benefits, but that he really fell ill. Oh? Yu Liang showed just the right amount of interest. What's wrong with him? Neuropathy, what? Yu Liang asked knowingly. 927. As soon as that kid falls asleep, he will dream of countless snakes. The reason why he ran away at the beginning was because he dreamed of snakes, so after waking up in fright, he ran out desperately. Yu Liang questioned openly, is there such a thing? He can't be pretending. Hey, after I heard it, I was also skeptical. So, I went to the hospital and met him. I think there should be no fakes. How do you judge? That guy's haggard appearance and his eyes are almost like a lunatic. In short, he doesn't look like a normal person. Li said in a deep voice, I have worked in the criminal police team for so many years, this vision is still there. If he was pretending, he would be the movie king, Yu Liang said. So that's the case, then I don't blame him. After hearing the news, the last bit of resentment in Yu Liang's heart disappeared. However, he didn't feel any guilt. Such people should be punished like this. Anyway, this kind of people living in the world will not do any benefit to the society, but will only create garbage and trouble. Therefore, if he died earlier, he would have made a contribution to society. As for his parents and relatives, they may be sad for a while, but is there nothing wrong with bringing up children like this? So, everything is deserved. The moment Yu Liang put down the phone, he had already forgotten about it. This matter ends here. Glancing at the office, it was empty. Yu Liang flipped his wrist and took out the magic hard drive computer. Last night, he fell into Qi Xiaoya's tenderness. And the two of them got entangled all night, causing him to even forget to turn on the magic hard drive. At this time, Yu Liang wanted to give it a try. If you miss the day, what will happen when you turn on the magic hard drive the next day? The host spent 91 million yesterday, and can draw 91 times. But he didn't log in yesterday, so he gave up the lottery. All the times of lottery are converted into points. Yu Liang nodded secretly. Converted into points, this option is still possible. It's been a long time since I looked at my property panel, so I clicked to open it. Host, Yu Liang, race, human, physique, LV1, possessibility, full score 5 points, the sixth sense, permanent, visual simulation, single 2, skill copy, single, computer, software, LV1, computer, hardware, V1. Car driving LV1, dream making, single 2, on items, garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single, 5 ghosts carrying talisman, cab, single, skill lock card, single, skill upgrade card LV1, single, consumption return card, single, stone statue card, single, perspective eye, single, on other, beauty filter, 1 year, painted skin, unique, modifiable 0/2, memoirs, only, L expansion slot, 1, only. Available by lottery, on lottery draw times, 0 times, points, 176 points. Compared with the previous few days, the attribute panel is much richer. Not only has the score reached an unprecedented height of 176, but also, in the other category, he has 2 shocking abilities of painting skin and memoir. Yu Liang only hopes that these 2 abilities will not be used in 10 lifetimes. I continued to debug in the company, and took my 2 children to a nearby seafood restaurant at noon. During this period of time, in terms of food, the taste of the 3 of them has become more and more tricky. The 2 sisters were secretly complaining that if they continued to eat delicacies like this every day, it Would be difficult for them to get used to simple food? While eating, Yu Liang whispered, "In the evening, after get off work, I will take you to a place." The two sisters looked at each other with indescribable curiosity in their eyes. "Brother Yu, where is it?" "Hee. It won't work if I say it." No matter how Elingna urged and asked, Yu Liang didn't mention a word. The little girl turned her head away because of the trouble, and ignored him anymore. At 5 o'clock, the three left work on time. Of course, there are still people working overtime in the company, and there are quite a few people who take the initiative to work overtime. 2 hours ago will also stay to help. However, under Yu Liang's enlightenment, the two interns left at the appointed time. Sitting on the Bentley Mulsanne, I came to Zayutai Garden. When Yu Liang bought the house yesterday, he had already registered the license plate number, so the car drove in smoothly. When the car stopped at the entrance of the villa, the eyes of the two girls had already widened. Yu Liang smiled and said, "Linglong, Nana, this is a villa I just bought, and it's still white. I'm going abroad for a trip recently, and I want to trouble you to help me keep an eye on the day ahead for the decoration." The two sisters entered the villa, and after visiting, they were both shocked and speechless. "Brother Yu, this is very expensive, isn't it?" Yu Liang smiled and said, "Fortunately, I will find you a decoration company. You discuss with the designer. You can dress in whatever style you like. Don't worry about money." "Ah, to decorate in the style we like, yes. This house will be for you to live in the future, and of course it will be decorated according to your preferences." The two sisters looked at each other and wanted to refuse, but they couldn't say anything. Gradually, their cheeks turned red, full of purple clouds. "Very attractive.